Before I start, I just want to welcome everyone back. Bon retour tout le monde.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm sure everyone is in good shape.
Representation made by the government pursuant to Standing Order 55-1. I have caused to be published a special order paper giving notice to two government bills. Je dépose donc sur le...
I therefore table the document in question.
I would like to provide a short update regarding a statement I made on May 11th, 2022, concerning similarities between two bills that were before the House at that time. These were Bill C-250, an act to amend the Criminal Code, promotion of anti-Semitism, standing in the name of the member for Saskatoon Grasswood, and Bill C-19, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7th, 2022, and other measures. Les députés se souviendront.
As members will recall, Clause 332 of Bill C-19 contained near identical text to Bill C-2. More specific, Section 319 of the Criminal Code pertaining to hate propaganda for similar purposes. Both made it an offense to willfully promote anti-Semitism by condoning, denying, or downplaying the Holocaust through statements communicated other than in private conversation. There was only a minor difference in the wording of one of the acceptable defenses.
As indicated in my earlier statement on this matter, there is a long-standing principle to keep or avoid having the same question from being decided twice within the same session. On May 11th, 2022, the Chair had therefore ordered that pending the fate of Bill C-19, C-250 may not be called for its second hour of debate at second reading. Bill C-19 received royal assent on June 23rd, 2022. Accordingly, I am ordering that the order for the second reading of Bill C-250 be discharged and that the bill be dropped from the order paper. I thank all the members, well, some of the members, for their attention. Okay, where are we here? Okay. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai le plaisir.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure of tabling in both official languages on behalf of my colleague from Surrey Centre. Strategy to expand transitions to permanent residency.
Foreign workers and international students with significant Canadian work experience in sectors with persistent labour shortage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of tabling with you the report on COVID-19 rapid test procurement and distribution. And I'd also like to welcome the new cohort of pages for this year, the member for Hull Aylmer. I remember all the responsibilities, and I wish them an excellent year here in Parliament.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's responses to 87 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Boissonnault, second. Four. Oh, I see. Okay. Mr. Boissonnault for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Temporary Enhancements to the Goods and Services Tax Harmonized Sales Tax Credit. Cette motion est...
This motion is deemed adopted.
Okay.
Mr. Boissonnault for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser.
Okay, Mr. Boissonnault for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la Chambre.
At the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Duclos, appuyé.
Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Fraser, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act Respecting Cost of Living Relief Measures Related to Dental Care and Rental Housing.
Locatif. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Duclos, seconded by Mr. Fraser, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services and Minister responsible for Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like many members of this House, the people of James Smith Cree First Nation have been on my mind since the horrific and heartbreaking acts of violence on September the 4th. Early that morning, a community already living with the effects of intergenerational trauma faced an unthinkable situation. By the afternoon, the community was left reeling with the deaths of 10 loved ones and 18 others injured from acts of violence that were too terrible to contemplate. No one was left untouched. Each person lost a family member, a father or a mother, aunt or uncle, brother or sister, a friend. And these are their names: Thomas Burns, Carol Burns, Gregory Burns, Lydia Gloria Burns, Bonnie Burns, Earl Burns, Lana Head, Christian Head, Robert Sanderson, and Wesley Pedersen. As the community grieves an unfathomable loss, it has been moving to see the outpouring of compassion from across the country and indeed around the world. In this tight-knit place of only 1,900, everyone is connected. And many people outside of James Smith Cree Nation are too. Friends, colleagues, family from other parts of the country or world have all been left to ask, how could something like this happen? Last week, I went to the community to meet with members and listen to the stories of loved ones. I was honored to attend the funeral of Lydia Gloria Burns, known as Gloria. It was clear that Gloria was a pillar of her community. Indeed, many considered her a dear friend, a person to turn to in times of trouble, and a role model. Gloria was a mother of two, a crisis worker, and a pillar of support. She regularly counseled young people, and she was clearly beloved. She was a first responder, and performing her duty, something so dear to her heart, her life was taken. It's hard to imagine how a community navigates the loss of someone like Gloria. At her funeral, her brother remarked that resilience means walking through anger, walking through pain, walking through grief. The families of James Smith Cree Nation have long suffered from the trauma of colonization, including residential schools. And too often they have not had a reliable or fair partner in the federal government to improve things for the next generations. In meetings with the leaders of this community, we discussed the importance of forgiveness and healing and the equally important role of action to truly walk together. Chief Wally Burns said, "We all have to come together as a community, as Canadians, as a whole." Right now, the community is gripped with burying their dead, helping their injured family members heal, and recovering from the shock of this life-changing event. I've stressed that the federal government will be with them as a strong and reliable partner as they chart a path forward in their healing journey. I go back to the idea of resilience. Of course, we all have to learn to weather the unpredictability of life. but nobody should have to be as resilient as the people of James Smith Cree Nation. We must do better together to help people heal and to see a future that works for everyone. The children of Brian Burns, left behind without their mother, their brother, and the many other children in James Smith Cree Nation facing life without their parent, are depending on us. We owe it to those children and to all of the families suffering to make sense of these tragic losses and to ensure that they have the tools and the supports that they need to heal. Mr. Speaker, I will end on this. The people of James Smith Cree Nation are hurting, but they are also very proud. And they told me they are James Smith Cree Nation strong. I stand with them, and I know this entire House does as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We are here today to honor the victims of the recent violence in southern Saskatchewan, and particularly the James Smith Cree Nation. 10 lives lost, 18 lives changed forever, a community shattered, and a province and a country in shock. We are here to honor the victims by remembering them, supporting their community in their grief, and by committing ourselves to doing whatever is necessary to make sure this kind of outrage never happens again. No death is solitary. Every death leaves a hole in the hearts of a family and a void in a community. This is especially true in rural and remote regions, where people rely on each other to survive and where so many people are related through blood and marriage. As Mark Arcan, whose sister was among the victims, put it, this is how it is in our community. It's all about relationships. It's all about family. End quote. The violence 2 weeks ago took the lives of mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, aunts and uncles, neighbors, friends, and familiar faces. Each one of them was known and loved. Let us pause to honor them by offering our respect to each of them by name. Bonnie Good Voice Burns, aged 48, a mother, a grandmother, a foster mother who died trying to protect her son, Gregory Johnsy Burns, who was also killed. Lydia Gloria Burns, a first responder who was attacked while responding to a call to help Bonnie and Gregory Burns. Carol Burns, who was visiting her 2 children, one of whom, Thomas Burns, also died. Earl Burns, Sr., a veteran who had already survived an attempted stabbing by the same perpetrator 7 years earlier. Lana Head and her partner, Christian Head, who together leave behind 10 children and more grandchildren. Robert Sanderson, a father whose son was also injured in the attack. Wesley Pedersen, a 78-year-old widower from nearby Weldon, Saskatchewan. 10 enormous holes in the James Smith Cree Nation and surrounding communities. As one headline put it, everyone lost someone. Healing takes time. It is a journey. The families and friends left behind have a long journey ahead of them. But I have faith that strength will carry the James Smith Cree Nation through. The same strength that has helped that community survive and work through the immense trauma of history over many years. The reason I have faith and hope is because that while evil is real and strong, faith, hope, and love are stronger. And where we can help, we will. I know the federal government is working with local community leaders, and I note that the minister has been to visit, and I thank her for that. And I offer my party's full support for any government actions that bring healing to the community, especially for the children who have seen what no child should ever see, and for those struggling with mental illness or addiction problems who will find these times especially trying. We can honor the victims and survivors by providing more effective recovery services to more people to help them get out of the cycle of violence and towards hope and healing. That is the least that compassion and respect demand of us. But we must not allow our compassion to tempt us into complacency and stop us from asking the hard questions about our criminal justice system. This tragedy was not a random act of fate. It was the result of a string of failings stretching back more than a decade. The question that Chief Wally Burns asked when he learned about the perpetrator's criminal history should be ringing in the ears of everyone in the House. Quote, why was this guy released when he was so dangerous? I also agree with Brian Burns, whose wife and son were killed, when they said, there needs to be some kind of an inquiry. The families need answers. As a husband and a father, I can only imagine the grief that Brian Burns must be feeling today. I can only imagine the sense of deep betrayal he must feel when he thinks about the callous negligence of our criminal justice system that let this violent criminal out to recommit offenses again and again, not just in this case, but over more than a decade. This perpetrator, who I am deliberately not naming, had been charged with over 120 crimes in 47 cases over the last 14 years. He'd been convicted 59 times. Likely more, but his youth record is sealed. At least two of the previous victims, those previous victims, were also victims of the most recent violence. His in-laws, Earl Burns, who died, and Joyce Burns, who was wounded. The first time, back in 2015, he was charged with attempted murder, but he was allowed to plead guilty to a lesser offense and was only sentenced to 2 years less a day in prison. It has also been reported that he assaulted the mother of his children 5 times between 2011 and 2018. He never received more than a 2-month sentence for any of those assaults. Each time, he was set free to attack again. What happened in northern Saskatchewan 2 weeks ago should be a national wake-up call. The James Smith Cree Nation was the victim of a violent criminal, but also the victim of a broken criminal justice system. We all agree in the possibility of redemption and in rehabilitation. We believe that if someone makes a mistake, does their time, they should have a second chance at being part of society. But when someone commits one violent offense after another, that number in the dozens, at some point, they must stay behind bars for the protection of the public and for the respect of their victims. A system that allows a violent criminal to reoffend over and over again with impunity does not deserve to be called a justice system. Leaving victims vulnerable to repeat attacks by a violent felon is not criminal justice, it is criminal negligence. I agree with Brian Burns. I want to know how this could have happened, and most importantly, I want to know how we can make sure it never happens again. We will not honor the victims and the community if we do not listen to them. We must listen, and then we must act. There must be a top-to-bottom review. We need to know why criminal charges against this violent felon were so often stayed or withdrawn, why the parole boards repeatedly recommended his release despite deeming him a threat, why his sentences were so short even after 3rd and 4th violent convictions. And we need to know why Correctional Services Canada did not deem him sufficiently likely to reoffend even after more than 50 convictions in 14 years, that it failed to recommend against his statutory release. A thorough review is important because the devastation experienced by this community was not an isolated incident. Since 2015, violent crime has increased in Canada by 32%, and the Violent Crime Severity Index is up 18 points. And there were more than 124,000 violent crimes last year than there were in 2015. The violent crime rate is up in all 13 provinces and territories. Clearly, something is wrong and getting worse. We need to know what it is, and we need to fix it. There are no words that can adequately capture the devastation that the James Smith Cree Nation has suffered, and indeed, the pain all Canadians felt at the stories of this unthinkable horror. The stories were of violence an ongoing manhunt, but also soon after the stories changed and we began to hear stories of the lives of the victims. These were the stories that had been previously filled with laughter, often amid personal struggle, stories of community bound together by bonds of love and support, and now united by grief. Stories of people who are, in Mark Arcan's words, broken but not defeated. Today, we offer our respect to the departed, and for the survivors, in words that can only imperfectly convey sorrow, we offer our sympathy. But if we have only words, then we will have failed the James Cree First Nation again. It is time for these failures to end. It is time for our words to transform into actions. And it's time for all of us to rally in support of this wonderful community and its beautiful members as they heal and recover from these terrible events. Thank you.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. On a more somber note, I'd like to offer on behalf of the members of the Bloc Québécois my very sincere condolences to the loved ones and the victims of the heinous killings that took place at the beginning of September on the territory of the James Smith Nation. We are thinking about this community that is suffering and that is beginning a lengthy healing process. We are also thinking about the fact that this is a period where the words truth and reconciliation often bring up painful memories. It is hard to express all of the compassion and sympathy that such a traumatic event is bringing up. But words are not enough. At a time like this, we need to ensure that something like this never happens again. Many questions around this tragedy have been raised over the last few weeks. These questions require answers. I sincerely hope that this House will have the wisdom and determination to find answers without partisanship in order to support Indigenous communities and the populations that we represent. Shortly after the arrest of one of the two suspects in this killing, we learned that one of them was a repeat offender and had broken parole. In La Presse, for example, on September 7th, although I won't mention the name of the individual, but in the article it says that in November, the suspect had broken parole, and in February, the parole board decided that he did not represent an excessive risk for society after having done 2/3 of his sentence and that he could remain free. He had received 59 criminal convictions previously: assault, armed assault, theft, and so on, and yet the parole board said that he was not a risk for society. This very unenviable record leads us to ask a number of questions about the fact that he remained free. One question is, how many offenses does someone have to commit before the parole board decides that someone represents a risk for society? Now, I respect the institution of the parole board. Such an organization is essential for the safety of people. And I've spoken to people who work for the parole board, and I understand that they don't always have the optimal resources. Far from it. Nonetheless, it's hard to understand the situation when we understand the impact that this decision can have. And in this case, it's hard to not raise some questions knowing that one of these suspects had the record that he did. And given what happened, we must ask whether follow-up of inmates is being done with the necessary resources. And I know that for officers of the parole board, there's a great deal of work and various factors. Sometimes it's very difficult to prove and to convince the parole board that an offender could be a risk for society, especially when officers are so overworked. Perhaps it is time to reform the institution. Perhaps the National Safety Committee of Parliamentarians could look at this and perhaps determine if adjustments are necessary. Now, we know that the Public Safety Minister in June published a federal framework to reduce repeat offenses. But this is the first step that the government is taking in creating a plan to understand the factors that lead people to reoffend, and in order to help people resume their positions within society. And given the recent events in September, I believe that the committee should study this matter further, perhaps to refine the framework. We should also look at mental health services that are offered to people who are well known by the police, as is the case for the suspects in this tragedy. And that's what we saw in a report from the Correctional Investigators Office, who recommended that Correctional Services Canada create a reliable method to follow up with people with mental health problems. And we also should consider that the fact that two individuals should harm so many people in such a short time, we should rather perhaps turn towards other jurisdictions that are doing better than the relevant federal bodies in this case. For example, look at Norway, which has a reoffense rate which is twice as low as in the States, the lowest in the world, 16%. Or Quebec, which according to a 2019 study has programs that enable people to resume their role in society at a higher rate. Mr. Speaker, we owe a great deal of respect and sympathy to the people affected. We need to raise awareness and we need to bring solutions to the table. The government can count on the Bloc Québécois in order to find common solutions together, in order to increase the safety of the public. I hope that this call for collaboration will be favorably seen by the government and will lead to helpful discussions. It's all very well to say that this is an isolated event, but we cannot wash our hands of it. We cannot bury our heads in the sand. We have a moral obligation to all Canadians, and specifically to members of the James Smith Nation. We have a responsibility to say never again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Today, we recognize and mourn the loss of the victims of the James Smith Cree Nation, the tragedy that occurred September 4th, 2022. My thoughts are with the many others wounded and the community that has been wounded by this event. The impacts of intergenerational trauma continue to be exposed through such acts of violence. My thoughts are with the community of James Smith Cree Nation and how strong they are and how strong they are forced to be right now. Healing is the path forward, and that cannot be done without recognizing that the ongoing process of colonialism has shaped this tragedy. We need to make sure this tragedy does not go unrecognized by this government. This shows that true reconciliation is still necessary for our communities to move forward. We must begin the conversation that discussing the prevention of intergenerational trauma going forward. The impact of the tragedy is felt throughout Canada, and as a country, we mourn the loss of the persons who are no longer with us. I would like to acknowledge the victims and families of the Saskatchewan stabbings who lost their lives. Thomas Burns, Carol Burns, Gregory Burns, Lydia Gloria Burns, Bonnie Burns, Earl Burns, Lana Head, Christian Head, Robert Sanderson, and Wesley Peterson. We as a country must ask for more to be done to support these individuals and their families who are victims of crime and ongoing impact this will have on the families and friends within the community. We must recognize the impact of colonialism and the aftermath related to the criminal justice system's impact on these communities. The New Democrats will fight to ensure these families get the supports they deserve. As parliamentarians, we must ensure that reconciliation is forged with investing in the well-being of Indigenous peoples. We must be the parliamentarians that focused our efforts on recognizing the strengths the Indigenous peoples must realize in themselves. We must be the parliamentarians that invested in reconciliation to ensure that tragedies such as these, as what happened in James Cree Nation, does not happen again. We must ensure that we honor the memory of the victims and their families never happen again, and that we must ensure that we do our best to talk about reconciliation in terms of justice, in terms of healing, and in terms of making sure that we are the ones that ensured real reconciliation with Indigenous peoples so that we could see Indigenous peoples contributing to society in a positive and proud Canada that we must see and realize is so important. We must be the parliamentarians that focus on the strengths of what we see in Indigenous peoples. Koyanami.
I believe the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request of my dear colleagues unanimous consent to allow Green Party to put some words on the record about this dreadful tragedy.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge that today, as on every day in this place, we stand on the territories of the Algonquin Nation and express to them our gratitude. Miigwech. I also want to express gratitude, and this may be somewhat unusual for starting this morning, but I can't say another word without expressing my deep gratitude to the Conservative caucus for allowing me to speak. And I then extend my congratulations to the new leader of the official opposition. Some of you who pay close attention to this place may know, and not to complain, but it's been since the 2021 election that Greens have been allowed to speak in moments of tribute and sadness. And I'm deeply grateful to the honourable member for Carleton for this change in policy. I appreciate it enormously. And I also want to say that every word that's been spoken here is something with which I think we can all agree. I want to thank the honourable member and Minister for Indigenous Services, the new leader of the official opposition, my friend from Avignon, Le Métis, Matane, Matapedia, for her words, and to the honourable member for Nunavut. There's not, I think, one of us whose heart is not broken. I thought about taking off my black ribbon of mourning for Her Majesty the Queen this morning, and I thought, no, I'm still in mourning. Yes, Her Majesty the Queen has parted this earth, but so have members of the James Smith Cree Nation, 10 people, much loved in their communities, much loved by their families, who are no longer with us and who died in horrific circumstances. So I will leave on my ribbon of mourning for today, at least, for the James Smith Cree Nation, the families of the victims, and the families of the perpetrators, all of whom are in a period of deep suffering. There's much that has been said, and I will not trespass on your time long. Just to say, there must be more than words. We speak words in this place of reconciliation, of a cry for justice, of a prayer for healing, and that we will do better. In this circumstance, I think what we must do is what I'm so grateful to so many Canadians, because in the words of so many members of James Smith Cree Nation, they express gratitude and almost surprise how many Canadians are grieving with them. We grieve together. That is the very root word of compassion, to suffer together. Compassion. We share it across Indigenous settler cultures. We grieve together. Just as in another horrific circumstance, we grieved with the people of Nova Scotia in Portapique. I think we need to look to all the calls that I've heard across the room today for inquiry, for consideration. What better must we do? That James Smith Cree Nation is saying maybe we'd be better off if we had Indigenous police services. The chiefs in Manitoba are saying the same thing, where they don't feel secure that in a situation like this they have the policing that's needed to protect people. The fact that Gloria and others who were first responders and raced into the scene, Bonnie and others, that circumstance of dying while protecting your family should not occur. We should have the police services that are needed and at the ready. And local, in my view, may be a solution that's better, whether it's Portapique or James Smith Cree Nation. We need to examine policing, and we need to examine, as the Honourable Leader for the Official Opposition has said, release procedures when people are dangerous and should not be released in the population. I won't prescribe solutions at this point. I think we need to commit to listen and investigate, and particularly support the people of James Smith Cree First Nation and other places that are still wounded and suffering from events of violence. We can do better. We must do better. And to everybody touched by the tragedy at James Smith Cree First Nation, we send our prayers, our love, our words, and we also say clearly, we know words are not enough. We will do more, we will do better, but we're with you, and particularly with your dear children, as they process things no child should ever see and no family should ever experience. Thank you again for your time. Miigwech.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present, in both official languages, the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 13th report later this day.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. All those who are opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition today from numerous constituents who are concerned about the climate emergency. They call on the government to reduce emissions to what the international scientific body, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the leading authority globally, and ask that Canada's emissions reduction target be increased to at least 60% below 2005 levels by 2030, that Canada create good green jobs in include a workforce to ensure that affected workers and communities are protected in the transition away from fossil fuels. They ask that this transition be assisted through increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations and financing through a national public bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sarnia.
Madam Speaker, I have here a petition that is expressing concern that the Liberal Party of Canada promised in its 2021 platform to deny the charitable status of organizations that have different views. And the signees are concerned that this could jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations who don't agree with the Liberal Party on this for matters of reasons of conscience. They're calling on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be back in the House with my colleagues. The petition that I'm tabling today is quite timely, given that this House is going to be starting debate on Bill C-22. This petition was started by Jeff Legat, a constituent of mine in Duncan, and it is referring to the fact that far too many Canadians who are living with disabilities live below the poverty line. It's about 1.5 million Canadians who are living in a state of legislated poverty. And therefore, Madam Speaker, the petitioners who have taken the time to sign this e-petition have called upon the government to end this current practice to make sure that Canadians living with disabilities have a federal disability benefit of $2,200 a month. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honor to be able to stand in this place. And today I am presenting a petition that would draw attention by numerous Canadians to the fact that in the Liberals' 2021 election platform, they promised to weaponize charitable status to discriminate against particular charities within Canada. The undersigned citizens on this petition call upon the House of Commons to, 1, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another, quote, values test, unquote, and 2, affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. It's an honor to present this petition in the House here today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise today and present a petition on behalf of Canadians across this country. The signees are concerned about the possibility of this government imposing another values test on charitable organizations. The signees are asking that the government protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another, quote, values test. And 2, to affirm the right of Canadians to the freedom of expression. Thank you.
Petitions, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's good to be back in this House after the summer recess. I too am tabling a petition, actually 2 petitions. One is a petition in support of a Senate Bill, S-223, which seeks to combat the practice of forced organ harvesting. Now, what that is, Madam Speaker, it may surprise you, still going on around the world, is the practice of harvesting organs from living human beings. These are healthy, living human beings without their consent. And this particular bill will combat that. And the families of the victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. So it's time to end the delays, and the petitioners are calling on this House and on Parliament to now get this done. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My second petition calls attention to the fact that the current government, in its 2021 platform, proposes to deny charitable status to organizations that have deeply held convictions, genuinely held convictions about protecting life in the womb. And they consider these views, the Liberal Party considers these views to be dishonest. And this may jeopardize the charitable status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that do not agree with the Liberal Party of Canada. So these petitioners are calling upon the government to do two things. One, protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideological neutral basis. And secondly, affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm not sure if the word dishonest was in that petition, but I would just ask members to make sure that they are reading what is in the position in the summary. Okay, perfect. Okay, very good. I thank the honourable member for his for the supplementary. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising today presenting this petition on behalf of Canadians who feel that the Liberal Party of Canada has promised in its 2021 platform to deny the charitable status of organizations that have convictions about abortions, which the Liberal government views as dishonest. This jeopardizes the charitable status of hospitals, places of worship, schools, homeless shelters, so many charitable organizations that do incredible work in this country that would leave a huge void under these circumstances. Canadians depend upon and benefit from these charities. The government had previously denied funding to any organization, tax dollars to any organization which was not willing to check a box endorsing political positions of the governing party. These individuals believe that charities and nonprofit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values. And they do comment that all Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms to freedom of expression without discrimination. And so they call on the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, and to affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am standing to raise a petition in the House of Commons here today. The people that have signed this petition are concerned about the values test 2 that the Liberals have imposed on charitable, promised to impose on charitable status organizations across the country. The government has previously used the values test to discriminate against worthy applicants in the Canada Summer Jobs Program to deny them funding to any organization that was not willing to check a box endorsing the political positions of the governing party. As such, these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideological neutral basis and to affirm Canadians' freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Petitions, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be back in the House. I'm standing with countless Canadians who oppose this Prime Minister's values test. They call upon the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination and on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll stop the time. I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, when a member stands up on a speaker, they're supposed to be capturing the essence of the petition itself, but not necessarily to endorse the petition. And the member stood in his place saying, "I stand with," implying that he's fully endorsing the petition. And that is something in which members know they're not supposed to do.
Appreciate the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I do want to remind members that they can't endorse petitions. They can be pleased to present petitions, and so I will leave it at that. So the honourable member I'll allow the honourable member to speak to the point of order, but I do want to remind members again that they are to speak on the petition and not in support of the petition. The honourable member.
Madam Speaker, just in response to that comment, it actually calls for a signature of endorsement of my own to endorse this petition in this House. So I would just say, I would say...
The honourable member cannot endorse the petitions, and I think that, those are the rules that the clerks give us as well, that we should not sign petitions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be back in the House, and I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians across this great country who are calling upon the government's values test. Charities and other non-profit organizations should not be discriminated against on the basis of their political views or religious values and should not be subjected to a politicized values test. All Canadians have a right under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms for expression without discrimination. Therefore, the petitioners ask the government two things: to protect and preserve the application of the charitable status rules on a politically and ideological neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and two, to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We know that the Liberal government has previously used a values test to discriminate against worthy applicants to the Canada Summer Jobs Program, and doing so by denying funding to any organization which was not willing to check a box endorsing political positions of the governing party of the day. And so therefore I'm presenting this petition. The undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon this House of Commons to protect and to preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test, and also affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I present a petition signed by Canadians across the country who are concerned about a Liberal Party platform promise in 2021 to deny charitable status to certain organizations. They are calling on the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis. And they are calling on this Parliament to affirm the rights of Canadians to freedom of expression. Madam Speaker, I have a second petition also signed by a number of Canadians across the country who are in support of Senate Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honoured to rise today and present a petition on behalf of Canadians from across the country who are deeply concerned by a policy put forward in the Liberal Party's platform in 2021 to deny charitable status of charitable organizations whose strongly held convictions they disagree with. More specifically, they call upon the House of Commons to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values and without the imposition of another values test. And number two, to affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression.
Pending petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. There's 2 minutes and 17 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The first petition that I'm tabling today is with respect to violent clashes between Azerbaijan and Armenia, timely in light of recent further aggression across the border from the Azeri side. Petitioners want to see peace. They want to see negotiated settlement. And petitioners are calling on the government specifically around the issue of continuing detention of Armenian prisoners of war. They ask the government to condemn the continuing illegal detention of Armenian prisoners of war, call for their immediate release, to use all diplomatic tools to support this objective, to denounce state-sponsored hateful rhetoric and aggressive attacks from Turkey and Azerbaijan against Armenia and Artsakh, and to provide the necessary humanitarian assistance to ensure the safety and viability of the population of Artsakh Madam Speaker. The second petition that I'm tabling is similar to that tabled by a number of colleagues. It is to support Bill S-223, a bill to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form. It's now stalled in the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners want to see this bill passed as soon as possible. Families of victims have been waiting 15 years, and hopefully these delays will end. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'm tabling a petition that raises the concern of citizens about a Liberal plan to apply a political values test to charitable status determination. This is raising significant concern throughout the charitable sector, that the Liberal plan to politicize charitable status will jeopardize the status of hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations just because they don't agree with the Liberal Party of Canada. Petitioners want to see the government protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis without discrimination, and they also want to see the government substantively affirm the right of Canadians to freedom of expression, whether or not this Liberal Party agrees with them. Thank you.
There's no more time for presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask for patience as there's quite a few numbers I'll be reading off. The following questions will be answered today. Question 568, 570, 571, 576 to 578, 580 to 584, 587, 590 to 592, 594, 596, 599, 601, 603, 606, 608, 612, 613, 616, 617, 619, 620, 622, 626, 627, 629, 631, 634, 638, 641, 642, 644, 646, 647, 651, 658, 663, 668, 670, 684 to 687, 690, 695, 701, 704, 708 to 710, 713, 715, 717, 720, 726, 728, 733, 734, 739, 740, 742, 745, 751, 753, 755, and question 759. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if revised response to question 564, originally tabled on June 22, 2022, and the government's responses to questions 567, 569, 572 to 575, 579, 585, 586, 588, 589, 593, 595, 597, 598, 600, 602, 604, 605, 607, 609 to 611, 614, 615, 618, 621, 623 to 625, 628, 630, 632, 633, 635 to 637, 639, 640, 643, 645, 648 to 650, 652 to 657, 659 to 662, 664 to 667, 669, 671 to 683, 688, 689, 691 to 694, 696 to 700, 702, 703, 705 to 707, 711 to 712, 714, 716, 718, 719, 721 to questions 725, 727, 729 to 732, 735 to 738, 741, 743, 744, 746 to questions 750, 752, and 756 to 758 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled immediately.
A point of order, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was listening very carefully and trying to keep track, but I missed 13, 51, and 79. Could he repeat those numbers for us, please?
It's a joke. It's making a joke. It is the questions that were read that were presented, and therefore, if the honourable member isn't sure about those other questions, we certainly will take a look at that after and come back to the House if need be. Questions? Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader?
Yes, and finally, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills comments, consideration at second reading of Bill C-22, the Canada's Disability Benefit Act.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that because of ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Mr. O'Regan, moves that Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to rise today for second reading of Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit. I'd like to acknowledge that I do so on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. In 1967, during the 27th Parliament, the Right Honourable Lester B. Pearson rose in the House of Commons and stated that no senior should live in poverty, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement was born. In 2016, our government stated that no child in this country should live in poverty, and the Canada Child Benefit was born. Today, I begin with the following declaration. In Canada, no person with a disability should live in poverty. The values that drove past governments to reduce poverty and create benefits for seniors and children are the same values that have created the bill before us today. I'm talking about equality, fairness, and inclusion. Canadian values, values that guide us and define us as a country and bring out the very best in us. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by also telling you about my community, the disability community. The disability community is vibrant, talented, and diverse. 23% of Canadians identify as having a disability. We are the largest minority. We are your family members, your friends, your neighbors, and your co-workers. Let me also share a harsh truth. Working-age Canadians with disabilities are twice as likely to live in poverty than working-age Canadians without disabilities. The poverty rate for working-age Canadians with disabilities in 2017 was 23%. And the situation is even worse for individuals with severe disabilities, women, Indigenous peoples, LGBTQ2+, and racialized Canadians with disabilities.
When the pandemic hit, it only deepened this experience of poverty. In a recent Statistics Canada survey, 2/3 of respondents with disabilities reported they were struggling to meet their basic financial needs because of the pandemic. That is why Bill C-22 has as its main purpose to reduce poverty. It seeks to reduce the economic disparity, which is a long-standing disparity for many people living with disabilities in Canada. Canada has a bold poverty reduction strategy and has set ambitious targets, including to cut poverty in half by 2030. The three pillars of the poverty reduction strategy are living with dignity, encouraging equality of opportunity and inclusion, and finally, improving resilience and security. These are the stakes in Bill C-22. The Canada Disability Benefit for people with disabilities will make up for a significant gap in our social safety net for people with disabilities between the Canada Child Benefit and the OAS and the GIS. This will provide continuity and reassurance.
An experience within the disability community is one of immense relief and often celebration at turning 65. Why? Because at age 65, OAS and GIS kick in. Because there's income security often for the first time in a person's life. In fact, the poverty levels of persons with disabilities decreases by almost 60% between the ages of 64 and 65, from 23% to 9%. For persons with severe disabilities, it goes from 31% to 11%, just for having your birthday. Canadians should not have to wait until they are 65 years old to experience even a modest degree of financial security. We are also at a unique point in history where the first generation of persons with more complex disabilities are outliving their parents. Thanks to lower infant mortality rates and advances in medicine, people are living longer. This is certainly to be celebrated, but it also means that we must ensure that there are adequate supports available to everyone throughout their entire lifetimes. We must reassure and demonstrate to families who worry about the future of their loved ones that these supports will be there when they are gone. How did this come to pass? How is it in a country such as Canada that so many of our people live in such dire circumstances? How can we speak of equality of opportunity and of fairness when such inequality exists? To understand the roots and extent of poverty that exists within Canada's disability community, we have to look at the history of how persons with disabilities in our country have been treated. That history is not a proud one. I believe it's not one with which we, as a country, have come to terms. Historically, persons with disabilities have been discriminated against, marginalized, and excluded. Ours is a history of institutionalization, of lobotomization, of sterilization. We took away people's ability to make decisions for themselves. At one point in our history, we outlawed the use of sign language. We did this to our people. We took a medical approach to disability that told people that they were broken and in need of fixing, and a charity approach to disability that told people that they were objects of charity and pity in need of saving. Individuals with disabilities were denied the opportunity to make choices, to control their lives, and to develop their potential. Most Canadians aren't aware of the pain and trauma that institutions, including federally run institutions, cause people with disabilities and their families. And we're not working with awareness of the aftermath of this trauma. Madam Speaker, Bill C-22 gives us the opportunity to send a clear message to working-age persons with disabilities, and quite frankly, to every person with a disability, that we will no longer sit by and watch you struggle to make ends meet, struggle to live with dignity, struggle as you live a life of uncertainty and poverty. The equal opportunity to make for yourselves the life that you wish, as afforded by every Canadian, this is yours as well. Avant d'entrer dans les...
Before I get into the specifics of the bill, I'd like to place it in the broader context of the government's work to promote the inclusion of people with disabilities. C-22 builds on the work we've already undertaken over the past 6 years to create a fairer, more accessible, and inclusive country. In 2016, we launched a national dialogue and consultation process, which culminated in the passage of the Canadian Accessibility Act. This legislative landmark aims to make Canada barrier-free by 2040. This legislation is considered the most significant advance in disability rights in this country since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms was passed back in 1982.
The Accessible Canada Act lays out key principles that are guiding government decisions and action as we work towards a disability-inclusive Canada. These include that all persons must have the same opportunity to make for themselves the lives that they are able and wish to have, regardless of their disabilities, and that persons with disabilities must be involved in the development and design of laws, policies, programs, services, and structures. Madam Speaker, with Bill C-22, we are remaining true to these principles. The bill before us today is also informed by our pandemic work and what we learned throughout these past years. In April 2020, we formed a COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group to advise me as Minister on the lived experiences of persons with disabilities throughout the pandemic and to inform the federal government's response. It was the counsel of these individuals that led to actions like additional support for seniors and students with disabilities, as well as the one-time payment and other measures to help persons with disabilities mitigate the economic shock of the pandemic crisis. The inequality that was exposed and worsened by the pandemic also led to the creation of Canada's first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. This is a plan that will modernize and revolutionize the way that the federal government supports persons with disabilities. The action plan has 4 key pillars: financial security, employment, accessible and inclusive communities, and a modern approach to disability. This action plan will challenge our government and the networks and systems we operate in to do better. It will challenge Canada to be better. This is not a box we need to check off a list. It's a roadmap on how we consider persons with disabilities in all aspects of our society going forward. The development and implementation of this action plan is being done in collaboration with the disability community. Madam Speaker, in Canada, we are moving beyond the disability community mantra of nothing about us without us, in recognition of the fact that every decision a government makes, every program that is designed, and every service that is delivered impacts persons with disabilities. We have moved to the shortened version of nothing without us, because everything is about us. In this spirit, we conducted an online survey to ask Canadians what was needed in the Disability Inclusion Action Plan and how it could make a concrete difference in people's lives. Over 8,500 people responded. We've met with hundreds of members of the disability community and other experts, including through disability community-led engagement and Indigenous-led engagement. The Disability Inclusion Plan is a work in progress, but what the community has made clear to us, what we know for sure, is that poverty reduction will be the key metric by which we measure its and Canada's success. And we know that the Canada Disability Benefit must be the cornerstone of this work.
Bill C-22 will create this benefit. The bill sets out the broad principles and general provisions for the administration of the benefit, and it authorizes the Governor and Council to implement most parts of the benefit through regulation. Patterned on the Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors, this benefit will be income tested and targeted to low-income working-age persons with disabilities. The framework format of this legislation is intentional. the bill does not set out all the details. Why not? Well, first of all, in the spirit of nothing without us, and recognizing the fact that all too often governments have imposed ways of doing things on people with disabilities, we are working with the disability community on the design of this benefit. People with disabilities have a better understanding of what they need, what challenges they face, and what barriers prevent them from achieving financial security. Budget 2021 provides funding for 3 years to ensure the meaningful participation of people with disabilities in this process, and the work is going well.
We're also doing important work with the disability community on the fourth pillar of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan to reform eligibility criteria for existing federal disability programs and benefits. Second, we need to work very closely with provinces and territories. Bill C-22 recognizes the leading role that the provinces and territories play in providing supports and services to persons with disabilities, and the importance of engaging with them in developing income supports and other support services. The success of this benefit and the number of lives it will change will directly correspond to the work being done with provinces and territories on benefit interaction. Fundamentally, the Canada Disability Benefit would be an income supplement, not income replacement. Like the GIS, it is not intended to replace existing provincial and territorial support. It will put more money directly into the pockets of low-income persons with disabilities each month. We're working with provinces and territories to make sure that this new benefit aligns with and complements their existing benefits and supports, because we cannot have a situation anywhere in this country where income supports are clawed back or where wraparound services are cut off because of the Canada Disability Benefit. The disability community is concerned about this and has called upon provincial and territorial governments to not claw back existing income or other supports, and these concerns are top of mind in every conversation I have. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to report that conversations in this regard are going well with the provinces and territories. There is a shared commitment to improving the lives of persons with disabilities across this country. In conclusion, Bill C-22 will allow Canada to create a thoughtfully designed benefit that would give financial security to working-age persons with disabilities. As we move to debate this bill, I want to remind my colleagues that Canadians support the creation of the Canada Disability Benefit. According to a recent Angus Reid survey, nearly 90% of Canadians are in favour of the benefit. Support for the benefit was also expressed in an open letter to the Prime Minister and myself by 200 prominent Canadians, including former parliamentarians, academics, business and union leaders, economists, healthcare professionals, and disability advocates. The urgent adoption of the CDB legislation was also called for in an open letter signed by nearly half of the members of the other place. This support is echoed in nearly 18,000 signatures on a House of Commons e-petition, and the e-petition asks that we fast-track the design and implementation of the benefit and involve persons with disabilities at every stage. And it was echoed in this House on May 10th, 2022, when members of all parties unanimously supported the motion put forth by the member from Port Moody Coquitlam to put in place the Canada Disability Benefit without delay. I hear from Canadians almost every day who are anxious to have this benefit in place. So am I. This bill could be a game changer in the lives of so many people. I want to thank members of the disability community who, for generations, have called for government action to support the financial security of persons with disabilities. What disability rights advocates have fought for and have achieved matters and has made a difference. Make no mistake, because of your efforts, I stand here in this place as a woman with a disability, as Canada's first ever minister responsible for disability inclusion. Because of your efforts, we are debating C-22 here today. I urge every member in this House to do the right thing and support this legislation. I urge you to join me and declare that no person with a disability in our country should live in poverty. Let's not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton? Or Sarnia, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing forward this important legislation. One thing I have to ask, though, it's not clear to me how much the benefit is. So is the thought that this would be similar to topping up like CERB, or what is the amount that we're thinking of? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister?
Well, I thank the member for her question. Madam Speaker, as was said, part of the thinking behind making this framework legislation was recognizing the important role that that provinces and territories play in this space. Conceptually, this is modeled after the Guaranteed Income Supplement, so it would be supplemental income in addition to other supports individuals receive. But the negotiations with provinces and territories really will dictate the ambition of this, because if they are not willing to not claw it back, we are not willing to replace the income they already provide. So roughly modeled after the GIS, the idea would be to lift people out of poverty, get people to a point where they're no longer living in poverty, but the exact amount will be directly informed by the negotiations with provinces and territories on this.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're at the beginning of this debate, so I'd like to start by saying that just because someone has some kind of situation doesn't necessarily mean that they should be considered disabled just because of their health conditions, because ultimately disability is social. Ultimately, we're talking about social economic conditions. And so if the bill and the regulations, and that's important because we don't have the regulations, if the bill goes in that direction, we will listen attentively and we will be for it. Now, when it comes to the dignity of people with disabilities, benefits to ensure that people can live with dignity, I would like to know, what would the annual basic income be?
Thank you for the question, and completely agree. A lot of the barriers that disable Canadians who have various impairments are created by social construct. A lot of people are living in poverty in this country because they have been legislated into it and cannot escape or are afraid of taking that chance. I think, Madam Speaker, what we're doing with this act is sending a message that we understand. We're going to take you beyond that. And we're also working through our Disability Inclusion Action Plan to address the other barriers people face, whether it's barriers to employment, barriers to inclusion. You know, I can't get in the door, I can't work there. Attitudinal barriers, the assumptions people make, the bias that exists in society, the discrimination that exists, and quite frankly, a lot of the laws and policies and programs in this country at all levels that discriminate. That's the big picture. But right now, people are living in poverty, and that's what this bill addresses, is lifting people up, giving them a chance, and telling them that they matter and they shouldn't be living in poverty.
Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, as it stands, this bill is a promise, just a promise, but promises don't put food on the table. I raised with the Minister the issue of adequacy and the need for certainty that this bill will provide adequate standard of living for people with disabilities. Is the Minister prepared to include adequacy in this bill and move it from a promise to certainty?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member opposite for her question and for her collaboration on this really important piece of work. Madam Speaker, as I said, there are two fundamental reasons for proceeding in this way with framework legislation. One, because we want to include persons with disability and the disability community in this conversation. They are uniquely positioned to know what they need and what barriers we continue to face. The other, of course, is the reality of the dynamic and the interaction and the need to harmonize benefits. So absolutely the goal of this is to reduce poverty. Absolutely the goal is to lift people out of poverty. As I said in my remarks, we have legislative poverty reduction targets and we have a legislative poverty line. That's the goal, Madam Speaker. It's very clear in my mind.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her efforts to ensure that C-22 is the first bill debated in this fall session. I appreciate her words. She said earlier, no person with a disability should live in poverty. I think everyone in this chamber would agree with that. However, we also know that in this bill, there is no specificity about the amount of the benefit, who will be eligible for it, what will be done to prevent clawbacks. And so I wonder if the minister could share with us what she will do to ensure that no person, regardless of their age, with a disability is living in poverty in this country.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you for the question, Madam Speaker. Those are the exact points we are laser focused on as we move forward with this bill, as we move forward into a regulatory process that will allow us the flexibility and the public discourse to make sure that we actually get where we want to go with this. We know that there is such an important role to be played by provinces and territories. We know that working age Canadians with disabilities, I mean, that's the target population. That's the gap we're trying to fill between, children with disabilities who get the Canada Child Benefit and seniors with disabilities that get OAS and GIS. This is the target population. As I said, nobody, disability or not, deserves to live in poverty. This particular measure targets a specific cohort of the population in Canada that is disproportionately living in poverty.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's nice to see you again and to be back. And I want to thank the Minister for her intervention today, for tabling this bill, but more importantly for the extremely well thought out and passionate speech that she delivered in the House in presenting it. My question is about the economic impact that can be seen with from people living with disabilities. When I was before I got involved federally, I was involved municipally in my community, and I remember I was a member of our accessibility standing committee of our city council. And one of the things that we came to realize very quickly is the economic impact that can be seen from those with disabilities and what that means in our communities. And I'm wondering if the minister can comment on, by lifting people out of poverty, what the impact will be from this largest minority, as she referred to it, in our economies.
Honourable Minister.
Question. Madam Speaker, as I said, financial security is one part of a four-part approach to disability inclusion in Canada. Of course, the second one is employment. The significant barriers that this untapped labour pool, and in the time of labour shortage, this is a group that could be contributing and could be, sharing their talent and expertise with us so more meaningfully. What we do know is if the available pool of persons with disabilities in this country were working, that could bump the GDP between about 2% and 3%. But what is stopping people is not ambition. It is not a will or talent. It is the kind of entrenched barriers that exist within people's minds and within our systems. And the exciting part is that we get to talk about it, and we get to celebrate people and the contributions that they could make and the potential that exists out there. But this is one piece of it. The other piece, financial security, that the CDB speaks to is about the reality that today people are living in poverty, and we need to get them the assistance and support they deserve.
Time for one more question. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister. I'd like to thank the Minister for her intervention and her advocacy and being an inspiration for those in this country. The question is more technical in nature. This is the second bill that we've seen in this Parliament that will do substantial amount of work in the regulations. There's actually not a lot of details about what this bill will provide in terms of the benefit. And I'm just curious if the Minister is concerned about the precedent this sets, or how much information we're going to have as parliamentarians before we agree to pass this bill. And I would say that I do support this bill fully in its spirit. I speak for me and not on behalf of my party, of course.
The Honourable Minister has just a little over a minute to respond.
Okay. You know me, Madam Speaker. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is that what I was concerned about in moving forward with this legislation is that we wouldn't impose. We wouldn't impose requirements or criteria on a population that has always been imposed upon. And I was concerned that we would make it more difficult for provinces and territories to collaborate, to harmonize, if we were too prescriptive. This whole notion of looking at moving forward collaboratively in almost a co-development fashion, it is novel, and it feels a little uncertain, but it's the right thing to do. And I think at the end of the day, when we go through this, we can look back and we'll say, we included people, we gave PTs the flexibility they needed to stand up and deliver, and people's lives were made better.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours un plaisir d'être ici.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be here in the House. Before starting, I'd like to ask the House if I can get leave to split my time with another member. Thank you.
Est-ce que l'honorable député...
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to split her time?
D'accord? D'accord.
So ordered, the honourable member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very much, Madam Speaker. It is certainly a pleasure to be back here in this House once again, representing the good people of Calgary-Midnapore, and even better to be here under our new leader, the member for Carleton. Madam Speaker, Nobel Prize winner and humanitarian Pearl Buck once wrote, "The test of a civilization is the way that it cares for its helpless members." Well, Madam Speaker, I would certainly say the subjects of this act today are not helpless, but they do need our help. I believe what Madam Buck was trying to say was how we treat the most vulnerable members of our society reflects the quality of it. So, Madam Speaker, let me take a moment and reflect how this government has treated the most vulnerable members of our society. And frankly, Madam Speaker, their track record is not very good. At best, it has been false, aspirational words, strong statements, of course, thoughts and prayers, with ultimately very little benefit to no one. Is that the intention of the legislation here today, of the government here today? A holding document? Something they really just want to put in the window, but don't intend to deliver on? It would be easy to argue that, considering that this legislation was the last piece of legislation that was placed before this House in the spring of 2019, right before we went into an election that summer, and this government knew that. It would be easy to think that, given that this was the last piece of legislation tabled before our summer recess. So it would be easy to assume that this is once again just thoughts and prayers, a hope for Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, I know the minister, and I know she wants the best for her community, and I believe her. So I don't think that these are aspirational words meant to simply inspire hope. But that's the best, Madam Speaker, of the legislation that we have seen from this government is false inspiration. But it's not the worst. What's been the worst, Madam Speaker? I will tell you. It has been legislation that divided Canadians. It has been legislation that left swaths of Canadians behind, to be absent from our society, to be ignored, and without recourse. So is this legislation, Madam Speaker, the worst legislation that we have seen from this government? No, it's not. Canadians have seen the worst, and they will not forget. So then, Madam Speaker, where does this legislation today find itself? This legislation, Madam Speaker, finds itself in the mushy middle. Why the mushy middle, Madam Speaker? It's because, Madam Speaker, this legislation wants to help, but falls short in convincing all Canadians that it actually will help. And we've seen this with legislation before. Legislation where details were omitted and left to the regulations. Things like budgets, how they are able to balance themselves. So there are many concerns, Madam Speaker, with this legislation. For example, the eligibility for the benefit. Many are concerned about whether individuals with invisible disabilities will be eligible. When you're walking down the street, Madam Speaker, and you meet someone, you don't know what they're dealing with. We don't know if they are dealing with an invisible disability like cancer or heart disease. We have no idea. And this legislation does not provide clarification as to if these invisible disabilities will be covered. the amount of the benefit that Canadians with disabilities would receive. It's not clear yet how the amount will be determined in conjunction with the existing provincial benefits. Because, of course, many disability supports are currently provided provincially, but there is no indication whether this benefit could be considered income and therefore disqualify individuals from receiving some provincial benefits. There needs to be assurances that there is no provincial disparity, so that no matter where they live in Canada, they are equally supported. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian, this Prime Minister has said. So let's show it. And we need to know how the benefit will impact if there are provincial changes to the disability support. Now, Madam Speaker, because we don't know how much the benefit will be, or how the benefit will be delivered, or who is eligible, we don't know the cost to deliver the benefit. Madam Speaker, with last week's announcement of the affordability bill, we are now at $56.5 billion in budget 2022. We don't know when or how the benefit would be delivered, Madam Speaker. Will the benefit be delivered monthly, weekly, at tax time? It's simply not clear or outlined within this legislation. Another major concern, Madam Speaker, if the benefit will be indexed to inflation. With rising inflation, Canadians are already suffering with a rate in June, an unbelievable rate of 4.1%. It is unbelievable that we would have to even consider the impacts of inflation on people with disabilities. The process to appeal for persons with disability that are denied the benefits. We know that disabilities are unique, and we know that there should be a fair and equitable appeal process for those who have been denied the benefit. When the persons with disabilities will start to receive the benefit, Madam Speaker, that is another concern that is outlined for us as a major concern with this legislation. As well, Madam Speaker, right now, the coming into force date will be determined by order of the Governor in Council. So even if this legislation passes and receives royal assent, Canadians with disabilities may not receive the benefit for some time, if they receive it at all. Madam Speaker, 1 in 5 Canadians lives with a disability. They need our support to live full lives and participate fully in society, including the workforce. Conservatives believe that all Canadians living with disabilities deserve timely access to these benefits and services and should not be penalized for going to work, as is too often the case today. They don't need more uncertainty, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out, my apologies, that the rate in June was 8.1% and not 4%, as I said previously. They don't need bureaucracy. They need our help. And if we want to be seen as a society that Pearl Buck would find worthy, then let's really help. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this isn't the worst of the legislation that we have seen. This isn't the best of the legislation that we have seen, of aspirational ideas, a slogan of sunny days, but it isn't the worst, where this government consistently wedged, stigmatized, and divided.
Shame.
It is the mushy middle. But again, if we really want to have a society that Pearl Buck would judge as worthy, then let's have an act that actually helps people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister and Liberal members of the caucus have been very clear. We want an economy that works for all Canadians. And Bill 22 speaks to that. It ensures that we are going to be putting more disposable income in people with disabilities. The minister talked about how there's a disconnect in terms of the issue of poverty for a person with disability that's turning 65. The member opposite seems to want to mock the bill by challenging whether or not it'll take effect. The Conservative Party of Canada can recognize what the government has been talking about, enabling Canadians to be actively engaged in the economy, full participants. Let's fight poverty. Will the member be clear in her indication of support for the bill and its quick passage?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the Government House Leader for his question. And I will say the economy is working for nobody. This is very clear right now as we have, as I mentioned, an inflation rate of 8.1% in June, budget in 2022 of $56.5 billion with the act that was recently announced. Canadians can't buy groceries right now. They can't fill up their vehicles with gas at this time. New families can't purchase homes. The economy is not working for anyone. So I would suggest the member not discuss the economy. And I think I made it clear within my my speech that we will be supporting the bill, but it's not super inspirational. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I'm back in the House like you. I'm very happy to see you again. We're talking about people who are disabled, living with a disability. Many expressions are used, but there is something that is of concern to me. Guillaume Parent, head of the Centre for Disability Expertise, he said recently that there are fewer people in Quebec who state that they are disabled because the word handicap doesn't have the same definition as the word disability in English. So are both terms going to be better defined so that people can understand what is meant by handicap or disability? Thank you.
Mindapore. And merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. I believe that even if we have use of one or the other word, the intentions are the same. That must also mean that legislation has to be drafted equally in both languages. So even if one word or the other is used, that which is not in the legislation should be added to at least regulation. The same issue exists with this bill, even if you use one word or the other. The bill is still problematic.
Madam Speaker, and the disability community has been clear. They need help now. How did we get here? Well, it's consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments who have failed the disability community. And after 7 years in power, this Liberal government has dragged their feet and now tabled a bill that is empty on the critical pieces, the critical details of a bill. Who is eligible? When will people get the benefit? How much will the benefit be? Can the member comment on how after 7 years a government could table something without details?
Answer from the member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that's very rich to point to Conservative Liberal governments when they are, in fact, in a coalition with the Liberal. She should have done a better job of negotiating if she wanted to see that within the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to return here to the House for a scintillating debate. And it's nice to start off on a topic that all parties can agree on, the importance and the need for an increase to the support that we're giving people living with disabilities. And just to start out, I wanted to just read a letter that I signed with members from all parties that went to the minister to request that, expeditiously we get this benefit in place, because I think the letter does a great job of summarizing the, desperate need for such a benefit. We write in support of the immediate reintroduction of the Canadian Disability Benefit Act in order to reduce poverty and support the financial security of persons with disabilities. We also call on the government to ensure that people with disabilities are meaningfully involved in the creation and implementation of the Canada Disability Benefit, and to work with provincial and territorial governments to ensure that the benefit complements provincial and territorial programs. 1 in 5 people in Canada have a disability, and over 1 million Canadians with disabilities live in poverty. People with disabilities in Canada have a higher rate of unemployment, and people with severe disabilities earn less than $13,000 per year on average. People with disabilities face many direct and indirect costs from having a disability, including medical expenses, specialized equipment, accessible housing, and reduced earnings. COVID-19 has only exacerbated these inequalities. The Canada Disability Benefit is an important step in removing the barriers that people with disabilities face in Canada, and it must be part of a comprehensive government approach that includes creating good quality jobs and disability-inclusive spaces. It's critical that we move forward more quickly to support people with disabilities, and as parliamentarians representing different parties, we are ready to work alongside you to ensure that we build a truly inclusive Canada. This is the kind of cross-party cooperation that Canadians are looking for, Madam Speaker. And so if we look at the plight of the disabled, I can't speak for how much benefit they're receiving in other provinces, but I can tell you I have a continual stream of people coming to my office that are unable to afford to live. In Ontario, they get about $1,200 a month for their benefit. And if you think about the fact that affordable housing is a huge issue in this country. Across the country, you can't find a place to live that's affordable. But in my riding, I would tell you that if any place that you could find is about $1,000 a month. And we know a couple of years ago, before the pandemic started, that 60% of Canadians were within $200 of not being able to pay their bills. That was before the pandemic and all of the hardship that happened there. It was before the subsequent multiple increases to the carbon tax that this Liberal government put in place that has increased the cost of home heating, it's increased the cost of groceries. Now you've got an added burden on disabled people. If you're talking about $1,000 to find a place to live in Sarnia and you're talking about $200 left over for everything else, and now all the increases that have happened, it's no wonder that people can't afford to live. And we're seeing them increasingly trying to go to the food bank and all of these problems that they're having. We also know that the healthcare system is in disarray in our country. And so, persons like myself trying to get a medical appointment and see a specialist or whatever is needed is difficult enough. But to navigate that system for many persons living with disabilities is extra complicated, extra expensive. And so I think we would all agree in this House that there is a great need for the benefit. But when it comes to implementing things, it's important to know the details. And I find that this document is almost a virtue signal that it's important to do it. And we all agree that it is. So how much is it? How much is it going to cost? I mean, there has been out-of-control spending in every place from the Liberal government. I think we could all agree that this is a place that we would say, yes, it's a good idea to spend here. But how much is it? The implementation of this also needs to not exclude people. It was I, on a Friday in this House, that highlighted the problem with the disability tax credit when this government decided to make 80% of people who used to be eligible for the benefit to no longer be eligible for the benefit, and then denied it. We chased around for months and months with the disability stakeholders calling out and calling out the government on it, and finally the situation was remediated. But it wasn't just about taking away their tax credit. That also made them eligible for the disability pension benefit. And if you didn't get the tax credit, you didn't get the pension benefit. So, I think when we're talking about implementing supports for the disabled, it's important that we know who's eligible. That's going to be critical. And it's also important that we're not giving money with one hand and taking money away with the other hand. So we're saying, okay, well, we're going to top you up. And I would argue that the amount of topping up is important. The minister indicated that this would be like GIS, but she also said that people that are on OAS and GIS that are disabled go from 23% living in poverty, and when they turn 65, 9% are living in poverty. Well, if no disabled person should live in poverty, that tells me we haven't got the right amount for the GIS. So that's going to be an important discussion as well. And this government is going to raise the carbon tax again in January. So if you're giving money with one hand and driving up the cost of groceries and home heating and taking the money away with the other hand, that's not going to be helpful at all. So I think that will be very important. It has to be indexed to inflation. Certainly, we have the highest inflation that we've seen in this country in 40 years. Interest rates are up. People are concerned. And, if we're not keeping pace with that, that will be problematic. Now, I do hear that if everybody needs an 8.1% increase, that's going to be another inflationary pressure. So it's more important than ever that we prioritize spending in this government and that we know clearly where we're going to spend it. Now, when it comes to helping the disabled, I find that we are not always on the same page. The member for Carleton, who is our new leader, he had brought a private member's bill. Yes, very, very proud of him. He brought a private member's bill to help disabled people. The minister talked about preventing the clawbacks that happen. Well, his bill was going to address the clawbacks that were happening, but this government did not support his bill, and so it did not pass. So I think all of us are looking for ways to help, and I don't think we should only help by giving money to the disabled. I think we should be incentivizing their work, making it possible. I know that there are barriers that they face in terms of accessibility, and the Accessibility Act, while well-intended, has not always come to fruition. In my riding, there are still places that were grandfathered in that are inaccessible. And so certainly some attention needs to be paid there. And in addition, I would say that we do need to look at the history of how we have treated the disabled community. I think the remarks from the minister were very well taken on this, that we have a lousy track record on this. And so we need to get it right, and to do that, we don't just consult with provinces and territories to make sure that they're not clawing back benefits that we're going to give, but I think we also need to consult with the people in the disabled community so that we understand how they need to receive that benefit. My colleague from Calgary-Mindapore mentioned that it's not clear whether it would be a monthly benefit or would come at tax time, or what it would come. I think people that are struggling to get by definitely are going to need to receive this more regularly. So my opinion is that would be something to take under consideration. So certainly we will support this bill in principle, but when it comes to committee, all of these details, I hope that the consultations with provinces and territories have been done so that we can see how much of the benefit we need to put in place so that we can get a costing on it, perhaps from the parliamentary budget officer, that we're clear about who is going to be eligible and how that's going to be determined, because I wouldn't want to see people fall through the cracks unnecessarily. And then I think in terms of the implementation, it should be accelerated, but it's more important to do it right than to do it fast. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this today, and I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for her intervention today. I did hear the Minister in her comments earlier talk about the consultations with those in primarily affected by this, the disabled community. And I think that she even indicated that that would be an ongoing thing and would continue to happen. So to one of the members' last points, but this issue of trying to hone in on the exact amount, does the member not respect the fact that there are already services that are provided by the provinces, and one of the things we want to ensure that we don't end up seeing is that we just end up transferring money to the provinces and then they end up decreasing what they're spending. We have to make sure that money that the federal government puts into this is genuinely redirected to those in need, in addition to what they might already be receiving. And would you not agree that that is a critical element to this?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for that question. Absolutely, we want to make sure that we're not giving something to the provinces and then they're clawing back, because disabled people will be worse off as a result. But what I would say is that there is some evidence about how much money it takes to live, and I think that varies by location. You know, you see a lot of times when people assign a salary that if you're working in Vancouver or Toronto, it's, you know, there's a supplement for addressing the cost of housing there and things like that. So it may not be the same across the board depending on where people live. I think there is a private member's bill from one of the NDP members that's calling for $2,200 a month. We saw with CERB that $2,000 a month seems adequate, so I would say that you know, that may be a target. And I would encourage the government to look again at the GIS amount, because single people are living in poverty even if they have OAS and GIS, so that is not going to be the right amount.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm, Madam Speaker. In an article from the 15th of June in La Presse, Guillaume Paquet. Yes, Guillaume Parent, not Guillaume Paquet. Guillaume Parent wrote that consultations could last 3 years. What does my colleague think of the length of these consultations? Does she not believe that this is a bit too much for those who need help now?
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Président.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for his question. I think it's too long, 3 years, to get a benefit. I would prefer to set up something immediately and continue consulting with others to see whether it's working.
We have time for one question. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those living with disabilities in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, as a result of consecutive Liberal and Conservative government inaction, are increasingly homeless, increasingly reliant on food banks. Some are getting sicker instead of better, as they don't have access to the medications they need and to the adaptive equipment, as for an example. Instead of being treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve, those living with disabilities are being left behind. Does the member agree that we need to see this government implement a bill that provides clear, immediate supports for those living with disabilities?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I absolutely agree that we need to hurry along to get a benefit in place. And what I would say with respect to the previous governments which neglected this, you cannot change the past. You can only change the future. Now is the time, and we need to move forward with this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today as the Bloc critic on the matter of the inclusion of people with disabilities. The government is presenting us with a bill, the purpose of which is to improve the financial situation of Canadians of working age who have disabilities, and the bill seeks to fill some gaps in our social safety net, which includes old age security, the guaranteed income supplement, and the Canada Child Benefit. I think it's a very important goal, and I can tell you from the right off the bat that in principle the Bloc is in favor. We believe It's important for Canadians to have access to a strong social safety net, and it's the government's role to see that done. These are principles that modern-day Quebec is built upon, and we can only commend all initiatives of the kind that might benefit Quebecers. However, Bill C-22 in its current form is very incomplete. Beyond the principle of solidarity and financial assistance for people with disabilities, the government is providing us with absolutely no details on what form this benefit will take. And you know, Madam Speaker, the devil's in the details. So this is a huge shortcoming of the bill, and we believe the bill should be improved and made more specific. Currently, 22% of people in this country have a disability. That's almost 1 in 4. Unfortunately, we know that almost 1/3 of people with disabilities are living below the poverty line. And for the vast majority of these people, they have a higher unemployment rate. In Quebec alone, 37% of people with disabilities have an annual income under $15,000. In the online consultation process that the government launched, and we kind of found out indirectly by asking questions, and the media asked questions, this is how we found out about it, 70% of respondents to the government questionnaire said that financial security should be the government's top priority. These same respondents indicated that they were having difficulty meeting the costs of living with a disability. We're talking about housing, medical expenses, and all the products and services that support people with disabilities. We also have to remember that this financial situation was worsened by the pandemic. The COVID crisis had an impact on the general health of people with disabilities, and many had a hard time getting access to the assistance and services that they normally would have access to. The government finally decided to cut a $600 check for people with disabilities, which was far from really helping people meet their basic needs. It was high time the government took this situation seriously. People with disabilities have waited long enough because most groups and unions are in favor of this benefit. The reason for that support is that current programs are woefully inadequate. For example, the tax credit for disabilities does not, most people with disabilities are ineligible for it. Only 2.2% of Quebecers apply for this benefit, even though 16% of Quebecers do live with disabilities and are eligible. The application form is complex and not everyone is eligible. And there's also the definition of disability, which is problematic. Various conditions or disabilities are not, do not meet the definition, or many people do not define themselves in this way, although they would be eligible. So we need a modernized definition of disability. And that will be important when it comes to eligibility for this new benefit. And there's also registered disability savings plans, RDSPs, which are subsidized by the federal government and allow people to invest up to $90,000 in this plan over their lifetime, but only 26% of Quebecers who are eligible participate in the RDSP. So it's another program that's insufficient. So these programs exist, but they're little known, especially in Quebec, and often they're poorly designed. 59% of people felt that the available existing supports were enough to provide an adequate quality of life to them. So the government needs to keep this in mind. It was high time the government dealt seriously with this situation. 89% of Canadians are in favor of such a benefit. In Quebec, the support is 91%. 66% of respondents felt that the ability to work and to get financial support is the most important thing to keep in mind when designing measures to improve financial security. This bill seems to be a step in the right direction. But I can't tell you at this stage whether the bill truly addresses the concerns of Canadians, because it's essentially a blank page. The grand principles are set out, but all the ways of achieving them, all the criteria and the amounts are to be decided by regulation, by the minister. So there are some things that need to be made more specific in order to flesh out this bill. When? Our biggest concern is the timelines. There are no timelines in this bill. The federal government is anticipating consultations held over 3 years in order to determine the nitty-gritty of this benefit, how it will be done. And many people are fearful that this will just drag on and that the benefit will be, they'll be waiting a long time for it. It's important to consult, that's true, but that shouldn't hold things up. And the government should not pull the same trick they did with the EI reforms, which was to hold endless consultations when the solutions were known all along. I should also add that it's extremely unfortunate that only now are we debating this bill when a similar bill was tabled in June 2021. Bill C-35 unfortunately died on the order paper because of the Prime Minister's election fever. Unfortunately, it's people with disabilities who now have to pay the price for the delay and will have to wait even longer. Who are the people that the minister should be putting at the center of this bill? The bill says nothing about who this is for. It merely says that it targets working-aged people with disabilities, but nothing's defined. And this benefit should be available to the largest possible number of people with disabilities. So that's why it's very important to specify who we're talking about here. The government should learn from its past mistakes. How much will the benefit be? We have no idea. Many groups have indicated that this will enable them to get out of poverty, and we share that vision. It shouldn't just be reducing poverty, it should be eliminating poverty. Once again, we have no clear idea how this benefit will be doled out. It simply says that it's for working-age people and will be considered an income supplement. The bill simply expresses a desire to reduce poverty. And I think the government should be a bit more ambitious than they were with their $600 check during the pandemic. And finally, the how is important. The government says absolutely nothing about how this disability benefit will be established. It doesn't say whether Ottawa is going to pay out the benefits or whether the sums will be transferred to Quebec and the other provinces for them to distribute. There's no specification about whether the benefit will be given in concert with what already exists provincially, virtually all the conditions, all the hows, will be decided by regulation by the minister. There's nothing in the bill about that. And so we're very uncomfortable with that. But if there's one thing I'd like to focus, and I hope people will listen to, is complementarity of programs. In Quebec and in the other provinces, there are already existing programs, whether it's around health care costs, transportation costs, support for adapted equipment or for employment, just to name a few. The provinces have to be able to implement their own programs, and the government has to respect provincial jurisdiction. The new benefit should merely complement or add to what's already out there in the provinces. So we expect the government to give us some details about these issues, how they intend to respect provincial jurisdiction and existing programs. In our view, support for people with disabilities should not simply take the form of a benefit. There should be an action plan on this issue, on the issue of people with disabilities. And we're still waiting for that action plan. According to the government's latest consultation, 45% of respondents indicated that measures to help offset the costs associated with disability would be the best thing the government could do to improve their financial security. 28% want measures adapted to ensure income security for people at various stages or transitions in their lives. The support should increase when people with disabilities go through a change to their financial situation or deterioration of their health. 17% want better access to support services that are already out there. Creating new programs is all well and good when they meet a need, but we also have to make sure that we make the most of existing programs. Also, there needs to be better support for employment. Let's not forget, 59% of people with disabilities aged 25 to 64 have a job, compared to 80% for Canadians without disabilities. So 59% versus 80%. So there's a problem here. These people want to work, but they don't have the same opportunities as people who don't have disabilities. Furthermore, people with disabilities aged 25 to 64 earn less than Canadians with no disability. 12% less for Canadians with a slight disability and 51% less for people with a more serious disability. So it's a problem. There's a problem of equity here, and something has to be done about it. When consulted, 67% of respondents stressed the need to be equipped for success by taking advantage of adaptation measures in the workplace. 57% would like assistance for skills development, and 51% stressed the need for support in job seeking. 70% of respondents indicated that employers must provide a more favorable workplace for people with disabilities. So these are all things the government should be working on. In conclusion, I'd like to repeat the fundamental points. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of the general principle of this bill. It's high time that people with disabilities, especially those living in poverty, it's high time they got the help they need to live a dignified life. However, the government has to do its homework. People with disabilities deserve something better than a blank page that basically says, we'll see and have confidence in us, trust us. We hope the minister will have the good sense to give us more details as quickly as possible to allow us to decide on this bill, on the contents, not just the container. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I've heard some of the discussion today from the bloc, and they seem to be hung up on this issue of who would be a recipient of this particular disability credit. I would encourage the member and all bloc members who share this concern just to Google Canada Disability Act. The very first link that pops up will be the actual piece of legislation. Scroll down about 5 or 6 paragraphs to the interpretation, and you'll actually see the definition. A disability means an impairment including a physical, mental, intellectual, cognitive, learning, communication, or sensory impairment, or a functional limitation, whether permanent, temporary, episodic in nature, or evident or not, that in interaction with a barrier hinders a person's full and equal participation in society. The definition of who would be a recipient, who qualifies, is very clear and laid out in the Act that already exists. I'm wondering if the bloc members have had an opportunity to review that to understand the interpretation as to who would be impacted by this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we have taken the time to look at that. And I wonder if my colleague really took the time to listen to my speech. When it comes to who's eligible, we know that we're talking about working age people, but in our remarks, we wanted to underscore that the concepts of impairment or disability linguistically and culturally don't have the same scope. Also, I would remind my colleague that it's important to recall that in the throne speech on September 23rd, 2020, regarding the plan for people with a disability, it was stated that a new inclusive process would be launched, including a modern understanding of disability in order to establish eligibility. That's what we have a question about. I think I've been very clear. Thank you.
Chair, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
And I thank my colleague for her presentation and her comments. And a lot of what she talked about were that this bill is incomplete. It has no details. It basically needs to be made more specific. And these are questions that we all have, I think, at least on this side of the House about this legislation. We want to see it moving forward, and we want to move it forward. And we're hoping that the government is listening to the conversation that we're having right now so they can pick up some of these points as it moves forward to make those changes. And we see those changes in the legislation. Because disabled people do not want to be recognized. They don't want a big sign put above their head saying, "I'm disabled." They want to be able to move forward. I know many people who, in this situation, who are disabled, who sit there and wonder, people that they've talked to day in, day out, don't even understand that they have a disability. And these issues are invisible to a lot of Canadians. And I'm wondering if the member could maybe comment a little bit more about those people that are possibly in this legislation. And unfortunately, we heard an answer from across the way just a minute ago, or a question basically saying that they're not putting that information in the legislation. I'm wondering if she can comment on whether that should be and what sort of things she'd like to see in that legislation.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. On the issue of eligibility, what's clear is that it's about people of working age with a disability. That's clear. Now, who are those people? We need a clear answer. The bill, what's concerning, what makes us feel that there's a gap is in the part about the regulations. It's all very well to adopt a bill on the principle that there will be an additional benefit for more vulnerable people living with a disability. But ultimately, the real definitions about the eligibility criteria, the conditions for the benefit, the amount of the benefit, all these details, how the benefit will be indexed, payment periods, and so on, all that will be in the regulation. We have to admit that it's quite vague. It's good to have consultations and to ensure that people living with disabilities are part of the process. But I also think that we need to be able to specify by third reading. At committee, we need to specify exactly what we're talking about.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with the member from Thérèse de Blainville that this bill is empty of details and needs improvement. And I just wonder if the member would be able to express what improvements they would like to see or what improvements are necessary at committee.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Well, I think we need to start working as of now. There have been consultations. We've been told that the government is working with the provinces to collaborate. And what's the result of all that?
Monsieur le Président, je répondrai.
Very honestly, Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait for years to ensure that we have this information. But we know that all parties have wanted this bill to be tabled once again. And we're all waiting for answers to these questions. We cannot keep consulting forever, but remain vague on the substantive details of the bill. And ultimately, that's going to take place in the regulations. This needs to be dealt with quickly and in a structural manner.
Take a moment to make a quick comment here. And we just experienced it where people were in the other side in the hallway, which was really noisy, and that noise bleeds into this chamber. So I just need to remind all members, if you're in that area on the outside, to try to keep the volume down, the laughing down, because sometimes the comments and the questioning and the topics that we're discussing here in the chamber are actually important and sensitive. So, and then hearing the laughing going on outside just cheapens what's actually happening here. So, question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking my colleague for her excellent work and her speech. Quebec has an excellent social safety net, which is the envy of many other nations. And so, of course, here in the Bloc Québécois, we will support anything that will help people with disabilities. But my colleague for Thérèse de Blainville has discussed the vague nature of all this when it comes to deadlines and consultations. Things are too slow. And there's also a gap about the application of these future regulations. We don't know if Ottawa will send benefits directly to Quebec and the provinces. We don't know if the federal government will send the benefits directly to people who are covered under the program. So I'd like to ask my colleague what she thinks is the most effective way to deploy this program. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, first of all, it should be done while respecting Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. That's very clear. And we also need to ensure that it's complementary to what already exists and doesn't replace these other programs. As to exactly how this is done with the provinces and Quebec, well, these are the kind of detailed questions that we're going to need to seek answers to. 1 minute left for a very brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Le Président, je veux commencer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the member for Thérèse de Blainville for her support in principle for this bill. And I'd like to also thank her for her support to our letter showing multi-party support for people with disabilities. Knowing that she cares about preserving provincial jurisdiction, does she have advice for all members in this House who are interested in moving forward with speeding up the delivery of this benefit with the support of the Bloc Québécois? The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. In our discussions to move forward a bill, as you know, I've always been very concerned with respecting provincial jurisdiction. I don't know what exists in the other provinces, but in Quebec, there is support for benefit, for disability benefits, and for this kind of social safety net. It's not a good idea for the federal government to be overly centralizing and for the government to decide about everything, what's good or not. Just like we ask people with disabilities what they think is the right choice, the federal government needs to ask Quebec and the provinces how to take action in order to improve the situation. It shouldn't instead try to act on their behalf.
To Debat, the Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, before this House rose for the summer, all members called to put in place, without delay, a Canada Disability Benefit. And so I want to start by thanking the Minister for respecting the will of the House and bringing Bill C-22 to the floor for second reading today. I'd also like to thank every member for their support of my unanimous consent motion that brought unity to this place on an issue of human rights and dignity. It is clear that everyone in this House wants to get to work on improving the lives of persons with disabilities. J'ai hâte de travailler avec vous.
I am looking forward to working with you all to get the best possible bill adopted quickly. We want to finally eradicate poverty among people living with disabilities.
I also want to express my gratitude to all the organizations, individuals, and allies that have done the heavy lifting to get us to this pivotal point. Your work has been difficult and powerful. Every meeting, email, phone call, letter, research paper, roundtable, media campaign, and petition has led us to this point. And thank you to the disability advocates and allies in my own riding of Port Moody Coquitlam, including the amazing staff and members of Community Ventures, SHARE, Kinsight, Inclusion BC, Special Olympics BC, Douglas College, Volunteer Connections, Lelania Lloyd, and Elaine Willis, as well as Merle Smith. You have shared your skills and your stories of the barriers that people with disabilities navigate every single day in this discriminatory and ableist world. I acknowledge that the disability community has had to do much too much heavy lifting to fight for their basic human rights and for equity. You should not have to face such discrimination, and I raise my hands to all of you for the work that you do. I know your fight will continue even after the Canada Disability Benefit becomes law, because the discrimination that persons with disabilities experience in this country is a moral, systemic, and systematic failure that perpetuates in communities across this country. New Democrats are committed to doing the work for change. New Democrats want to see Bill 22 become law as soon as possible. We want people with disabilities to be legislated out of poverty. We want to see the funding for this new benefit in the next budget, and we want this new benefit to get to people right away. We hope the Liberal government is committed to the same goal, but there is still work to do. This bill, as it currently stands, lacks the details, as many of my colleagues have mentioned. It lacks the details needed to know if it will achieve the goals it sets out. There is no clear eligibility, no details of how much the benefit will be, or even when people can expect to start receiving it. This bill lacks the accountability and measures needed to be successful. If this was an NDP government bill, it would have looked very different. We would have outlined how we will eliminate poverty, not just express an aspiration to reduce it. Canadians have waited 7 years for this promised benefit, yet there are no details of what it actually means, and people with disabilities are no closer to to having money in the bank. This is unacceptable. The Liberal government has a responsibility to tell Canadians how this bill is really going to improve their lives. How will it do what it aspires to do? What are the tangible ways it will help? With the rising cost of food and the skyrocketing costs of housing and rent, too many persons with disabilities are suffering. COVID-19 has only amplified existing inequalities. People with disabilities have disproportionately been affected by loss of employment, social isolation, lack of access to transit and recreation, and for those with immunity risks, just going out for necessities is still a risk. Throughout the summer, too many tragic situations have happened. This is not new suffering, just an amplification of how dire the situation is. And it speaks to why the Canada Disability Benefit must be fast-tracked, so that it can help those that are suffering and save lives. The stakes are high when dealing with lives, and that is why Canadians need to have assurance this benefit will be adequate, will reach the people it needs to reach, and will be fast-tracked. Poverty is a reality for almost 1 million people with disabilities, and poverty is not an accident, it's legislated, because there is no national framework to protect basic needs. The longer the government turns away from the promised Canada Disability Benefit, the more dire the situation becomes. I want to share just a few of the stories from women who have reached out to me. For anonymity, I'm just going to share their stories without names. First one. I'm trying to find remote work part-time, but if I make over $200 a month, Doug Ford will take it back provincially. We desperately need help, and no 3-year study is needed. It's been done. So many studies. Why are the Liberals stalling as more people are applying for MAID? My daughter is 21, epileptic and a blood disorder, also on disability. She said, Mom, maybe we should consider MAID. Second one. This Canada Disability Benefit needs to get approved by all federal parties and fast-tracked. This has nothing to do with working or not, as many cannot work. MAID is not a substitute for government aid to help pay for rent, groceries, and medicine. And the last one I'm going to share today. I sacrifice many comforts to make life almost affordable. I share an apartment with 2 others above a store. The room I sleep in is not legally allowed to be called a bedroom because it has no window. It probably used to, but now the space between my building and the neighbor has a roof. I chose it because it made it easier to find roommates, and it's quieter, but it gets so hot in the summer I can't sleep. My roommates keep their doors closed most of the time, so I get no natural light or fresh air at home, but it's better than the alternatives. I hear in these voices and the voices of many a call for urgent action. The rising cost of living is not slowing down, yet persons with disabilities are forced to wait for this government to see them, to prioritize them, and to fulfill a promise they made years ago. Since 2015, the Liberals have spoken about the importance of lifting people with disabilities out of poverty, the need for dignity, autonomy, and human rights. Yet their actions and their timelines have not matched their words. The Liberal government does not seem to understand the importance of this bill and how the lack of urgency is hurting people. It is beyond time they do better. Where past governments have failed, this House cannot. We can, through a united voice, hold this government to their promise of a Canada Disability Benefit, one that will actually lift people out of poverty and improve the lives of some of the most vulnerable Canadians who are falling farther and farther behind. This is an historic opportunity to end legislated poverty for persons with disabilities. The government can end it by delivering the most significant national income security advancement for Canadians with disabilities in over 50 years. Economists predict that poverty in Canada would be reduced by as much as 40% by eliminating disability poverty. Let me repeat that number, 40%. Imagine that. Imagine that in Canada. Done right, Bill C-22 has the potential to uphold the human rights and dignity of persons with disabilities and truly ensure they do not live in poverty. The key to the success, and many of my other members in the House today have expressed it, is that the amount of the benefit must be adequate. It must be enough to meet the basic needs of persons with disabilities. In Canada, we have an official poverty line that spells out the amount needed to cover the basic needs of everyday life. It is a marker of minimum income that people need to survive. Yet that measure has a failing. It has failings as it does not take into consideration the additional costs of a disability, and that is why this government must work closely, as again it's been said already in this House today, that they work with other levels of government to ensure that Canada's disability benefit is truly a poverty reduction benefit with no clawbacks of any current federal, provincial, or territory disability programs. Inclusion Canada says it this way: provide a guaranteed adequate income floor for working age persons with disabilities. This is what the community has clearly expressed over and over again. A national benefit must be adequate. Over 1 million people with at least one disability in this country live in poverty. Done right, this bill will legislate 1 million people out of poverty. Let's get it right, and let's do that quickly. I reiterate that adequacy cannot come with clawbacks. The number one worry about this new benefit in the disability community is that any new income support program will result in clawbacks somewhere else. This Liberal government has already shown a pattern of introducing income support programs only to claw them back. This can't happen. In the past, New Democrats have successfully fought for Liberal government clawbacks to be reversed. We don't want to have to do that again. There needs to be protection in this bill for no clawbacks. I want to take a moment here to talk about choice. There can be no legitimate conversation on human rights, dignity, autonomy, or individual choice when people's most basic needs like housing, food, clothing, and medication are not met due to poverty. Governments say that everyone has equal and inherent rights, but we only need to look at the government's failure to deliver pandemic supports to persons with disabilities during this pandemic to remind ourselves that people living with disabilities are continually left behind. The continuing exclusion of persons with disabilities in government decision-making and in budgetary commitments, and the insurmountable barriers to full and equal participation in civic life have led some of the most vulnerable in our society to consider ending their life. Not because they choose to die, but because they see no way to live. Successive Liberal and Conservative governments have failed to offer people with disabilities equal protection under the law, including the income supports they need to survive. This is long-standing discrimination that needs to be corrected. Low-income persons with disabilities require, at minimum, a bill that commits to adequacy without clawbacks. It is, Mr. Speaker, a matter of life and death. New Democrats share the disappointment of the advocates and allies whom spelled out their needs and concerns, shared their stories, and took part in years of consultation with this government, only to have eligibility details missing from this bill. No one knows who will receive this bill or this benefit. Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities are relying on the government to fast-track this benefit to deliver support without delay. The government has had a full year, 7 years actually, to add that to this bill, and it makes no sense to New Democrats why the government has not been able to clearly articulate who will be eligible. As New Democrats, we are concerned that without the details, this government will leave people behind. We saw this during the pandemic. Even though persons with disabilities were already more likely to live in poverty, persons with disabilities were the last group to get emergency supports from the government. While corporations benefited from quick and decisive government action on emergency supports, persons with disabilities were an afterthought. And when those supports did come, only a third of people who needed it actually received it, because access to those supports was underpinned by a deeply flawed disability tax credit system. The disability tax credit doesn't work for those living in poverty. New Democrats support the calls from disability organizations and individuals for eligibility criteria to include persons with disabilities already eligible for provincial, territorial, and federal disability programs. This government cannot rely solely on the disability tax credit, and the government must overcome its internal data problems, because getting help to people must not be limited by the logistics of an antiquated system. Eligibility must also be accessible, consistent, and dignified. For too long, governments have added the burden of excessive reporting requirements to persons with disabilities. Checking in, having to empty out their pockets in front of a government employee. This is a barrier that takes away a person's autonomy and dignity. It is essential that eligibility for this new benefit is modernized and does not strip people of their dignity. In closing, Canada aspires to be a world leader in the eradication of poverty. And here is our chance to make that a reality for persons with disabilities. This bill needs to ensure adequacy, support, eligibility. Promises are not enough, Mr. Speaker. The persons that are living with disabilities in this country deserve the adequacy that they are entitled to. I look forward to working with all of the House and committee on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her impassioned speech and for her advocacy on this really important issue. She's been a champion in poverty reduction for the community of persons with disabilities for so long. Mr. Speaker, I've heard very clearly from this House about the need to get this done and the need to get it done quickly for persons with disabilities. And I'm wondering if the member can reflect on some of her thinking about how we can work together to ensure the provinces and territories don't claw back this benefit, don't deny people services or supports inadvertently because of people getting the Canada Disability Benefit, how we can embed, how we can work together to find a way to weave a system that is so diverse across the country into a coherent support network for people with disabilities. I know that's her expertise, and I'd be really appreciative of any guidance she has.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the Minister for the collaboration to this point with all members of this House. When we talk about provinces anyway, I've had conversations with a number of ministers across the province. They're waiting for some leadership from the federal government as well. They are open to having these conversations. They're waiting for some leadership from the federal government. So I would say that in the 7 years that the disability community has been waiting for this, that those conversations should be much, much farther down the road.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech and for her advocacy for persons with disabilities. I'm not very familiar with what's in place in BC in terms of support, so I wonder if she could comment on what the province does currently and how she would like to see that augmented in order to correctly support people living with disabilities.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Fortunately, persons with disabilities across this country do have provincial supports. Not enough. They certainly are not enough, but they do have provincial supports. In BC, we have an NDP government. So this is top of mind for the NDP government. This is definitely work that they want to do around what those disability benefits need to look like. There's a number of them. I wanted to share with the Minister, one of the most popular disability supports in BC is a bus pass, is a transit pass. It's unbelievable how much consultation, not every consultation, a lot of the consultation I did, people were afraid to lose their bus pass. Their ability to move to their job, to get to their groceries, the ability to move around in society and civic life. And so I just wanted to share that the government of BC is working hard to ensure that persons with disabilities have free and active participation in civic life. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. We'll go over there. I know I mix that one up all the time. Peace River Westlock.
Chair. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech on this, and I also want to thank you for introducing the topic of euthanasia or MAID into this conversation as well. The minister talked extensively about how people with disabilities need to feel valued, and I hear over and over again from the disabilities community in my riding how they're very concerned about the euthanasia regime in Canada and how it makes them feel undervalued. I'm just wondering if the honourable member can continue to comment on that. Thank you.
I just want to remind folks that I see everybody standing up, so bear with us if we have the time. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you so very much. And, that conversation shouldn't have to be part of this bill. But over the summer, we've seen more and more of that conversation happen. And it is our obligation in this House to make sure that every Canadian does not live in poverty.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank the member for her incredible speech and for her advocacy for persons with disabilities. Canada has an obligation to uphold the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and to ensure dignity and equality for all people. This government has been failing, and after 7 years of dragging their feet, tabling a bill without the details of who is eligible, of when the benefit's going to come forward, of how much the benefit will be, it is extremely disappointing for the people in my riding who are struggling right now. So I'm curious if the member has more comments about how this government needs to speed up to ensure that all people with disabilities are included and to ensure the level of benefit will actually meet the needs of the people who are struggling.
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank the member for her question. And I think we need to get this bill to committee. We need to get this bill to committee so we can discuss it and we can get some details into this bill, because whether it happens in committee or whether we lose control of it by moving it out of committee before we get those details in place is a matter of importance in this space. We need to make sure that we get this bill right and we get it right fast, and I'm concerned that if this bill passes without those comprehensive conversations in committee where we do nothing without us and get that information in committee, that it could take another 7 years to get this bill, to get this benefit into people's hands. Thank you. Thank you for the...
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Port Moody Coquitlam for her strong advocacy for Canadians with disabilities as well as for a guaranteed livable income. As she rightly points out, Canadians with disabilities need immediate support. In addition to moving forward and improving C-22, we need to press to ensure the benefit is funded as urgently as possible and for emergency supports in the interim. As of now, though, the Canada Disability Benefit isn't in the supply and confidence agreement with the governing party and the NDP, and important items that are, like dental care, are being moved on more quickly as a result. Can she share her advice for what all members can do to get all parties to put funding the Canada Disability Benefit at the top of the priority list?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am, as I said in my speech, I am very optimistic and very hopeful that every member of this House will be able to sit together and will be able to get through and pass this bill quickly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honourable député de...
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciated my colleague's presentation, my colleague from the NDP. I believe that it is good to see that there is strong support for people living with disabilities. The Bloc Québécois also supports this demographic. There is a shortfall to catch up, so we would like to commend the government for trying to improve the situation. However, there's one thing that we have noted, and a number of my colleagues have already raised it this morning. It's the fuzziness in this bill with regards to the following. What benchmarks will be used? How will all this concretely look like? It seems to be a bill that leaves a lot open to interpretation, so we don't know what concretely and tangibly this will look like. Does my colleague have something to say on the matter?
Pert Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very much. And in my speech, I did mention about the tools for accountability and measurement tools, and I think this is one of the areas that the NDP feels very strongly about, which is to have some measurement tools written into the bill. I know there will be some freedom about how it would be implemented, but we do need to at least have security and certainty in this bill of what that amount will be.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to share my time with the member from Newmarket, Aurora. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to add my voice to those supporting Bill C-22 during the second reading. I'll use my allotted time to speak to the overarching themes, present the rationale for the bill, and explain why it has been drafted the way that it has. But first, I want to read to you an excerpt from a letter I received from a constituent, a mother of 2 children with disabilities, herself struggling with the debilitating effects of long COVID-19. Worry about finances creates an additional and unrelenting daily stress, she writes, one that for many Canadians is on top of the physical pain, accessibility issues, and often the accompanying mental anguish of constantly living in survival mode. She goes on to describe the impact of Bill C-22 as a life preserver that, quote, would allow Canadians with pressing health concerns a way to budget with dignity and have some ability to plan their lives beyond today's most pressing needs. Echoing former Prime Minister Lester B. Pearson, the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion has said no person with a disability should be living in poverty in Canada, just as no senior or child should be living in poverty. Canada is better than that. The values that drove past governments to create benefits for seniors and children are the same values that have led to this bill before us today. If passed, Bill C-22 would establish the Canada Disability Benefit and would reduce poverty, benefiting hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. Not only that, Canada would make global history, as no other country has a similar benefit for working-aged adults with disabilities. We know that persons with disabilities live in poverty at disproportionately much higher rates than the general population. The 2017 Canadian Survey on Disability showed that working-age Canadians with disabilities were twice as likely to be living in poverty as their peers without disabilities. The pandemic has only worsened this situation. In a recent survey, 2/3 of respondents with disabilities said they were having trouble making ends meet financially as a result of the pandemic, and 1/3 of respondents with disabilities reported a decrease in their income as a result of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable, and we must take action to address this. And while the Government of Canada has done tremendous work to advance accessibility and the rights of persons with disabilities in Canada, the truth is we are not yet there. We need a mechanism whereby we can lift people out of poverty while we continue implementing the Accessible Canada Act. We need a Canada Disability Benefit. And I'm not alone in saying this. There is strong public support for the benefit. According to a recent Angus Reid survey, 9 in 10 Canadians are in favor of the benefit. And we heard clearly in developing the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which is being finalized, that financial security is the most urgent priority for the Government of Canada to address for persons with disabilities. We heard that persons with disabilities struggle with the costs associated with their disability, including housing, medical expenses, and disability supports. we also heard feelings of hopelessness and exhaustion and anger from the experience of living in poverty. And a recent House of Commons e-petition garnered nearly 18,000 signatures demanding that we fast-track the design and implementation of the benefit and involve persons with disabilities at every stage. And another e-petition on the same subject is still open and has gathered nearly 2,000 signatures. The urgency, Mr. Speaker, is palpable. I will now turn to the proposed bill and explain what it would and would not do if passed into law. First and foremost, Bill C-22 would establish the Canada Disability Benefit. That is its purpose. That is its main raison d'etre. The legislation would set out the guiding principles and general provisions for how the benefit would be administered. It would de facto authorize the Governor and Council to implement most of the benefit's design elements later on through regulations. And I know that this is a worry to some. Aren't we just writing a blank check, some may say? Aren't we rubber stamping something we have no control over? We need to know how you're going to define eligibility. We need to know how much the benefit is going to cost taxpayers. These are real concerns. These are excellent questions. And Mr. Speaker, I hope to address these and say we can't define eligibility in a vacuum. We can't set out the terms of the benefit without the active participation of the disability community. For far too long, persons with disabilities have been left out of the process. Decisions have been made for them without their input. We cannot go ahead with designing such a groundbreaking generational benefit without obtaining the knowledge, expertise, and help of persons with disabilities. Their guidance will ensure that the benefit enshrines the spirit of nothing without us. As the Minister has said, persons with disabilities know best what they need, the challenges they face, and which barriers most prevent them from having financial security. And Mr. Speaker, this framework bill is not a blank check. It is not a blank page. For example, we already know that the benefit would go to those most in need, and we would do that through income testing. And conversely, we would also need to ensure that the benefit doesn't create unintended consequences. The benefit should make persons with disabilities better off. That is our goal. And finally, we also recognize the leading role that provinces and territories play in providing supports and services to Canadians with disabilities. As such, we want to make sure, absolutely sure, this new benefit supplements, does not replace existing provincial and territorial benefits and supports. In sum, Bill C-22 sets out an approach that would establish the benefit in law while we work with the disability community, the provinces, the territories, and the stakeholders, as well as the members of this House, to firm up the details. Mr. Speaker, we've already begun this work. In the summer of 2021, bolstered by funding from Budget 2021, the government launched an engagement process that resulted in valuable input from the disability community, national Indigenous organizations, and provincial and territorial governments. If Bill C-22 becomes law, it would compel Parliament to review it 3 years after it comes into force. That is a shortened timeline for a parliamentary review and would allow for adjustments or course corrections if needed. I hope I've been clear that with Bill C-22, we would enshrine an urgently needed benefit in law and then allow for the time to thoughtfully design it to make a real impact on the financial security of working-age persons living with disabilities. Ultimately, this work we are embarking on could reduce poverty and improve the lives of hundreds of thousands of persons with disabilities. This is a truly landmark piece of legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support Bill C-22 with urgency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, and Chilliwack Hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with interest to the debate today. And I wanted to get the Parliamentary Secretary to comment on something that my colleague from the NDP in British Columbia brought up about people who are experiencing disabilities who have such despair at not being able to find adequate housing, not being able to find adequate supports, not being able to find a family doctor in many cases in British Columbia. They are turning to MAID, medical aid in dying, for what is not a terminal disease, for what is not what that legislation was promised to be. So I'm wondering if this member can address whether he is concerned about that trend, where people with disabilities have been considering MAID because they can't get the supports that they need from their governments at all levels, and if he thinks that this legislation will have an impact on that, and whether there is a whole of government approach being focused on this issue, which should concern all Canadians and certainly all members of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do share my honourable colleague's concerns. I thank him for voicing those important concerns here in this House. This legislation will lift hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty. This is legislation that will help make life more affordable for hundreds of thousands of Canadians living with disabilities here in Canada. And at the same time, this process provides an avenue, provides a platform for Canadians with disabilities to have their voices heard, to be able to design this benefit as well. And so those two elements are critically important about Bill C-22, and I thank my honourable colleague for raising those critical issues.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the debate this morning, I think it's very important to deal with the poverty problems of people living with disabilities in Canada. We have a problem, though, that when the federal government talks about negotiating with the provinces, well, in Quebec, we're a bit allergic to this approach because it never works. For years, we've been calling for health transfers to be increased, but all the feds do is attach strings to those transfers. So we've been spending money for years to deal with the needs, awaiting those transfers and around housing too. So given that this is super urgent, let's not goof around and let the federal government take the credit for dealing with poverty among people with disabilities. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for raising the issues. Absolutely, we look forward to working with all of our provincial and territorial partners. We look forward to working with all the members of this House together on passing Bill C-22, and we share the urgency that I hear in the members' voice as well too. This is the reason why on the very first day of the sitting of this House for the fall Parliament that we are debating Bill C-22 as the very first piece of legislation. It really highlights the urgency that is shared on this House, on this side of the House, and we know and we hear that urgency is also reflected and being voiced on all sides of the House as well too. So thank you.
It's the only commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. You know, the Liberals have been promising help for people with disabilities ever since I was elected here 7 years ago when they were first elected as a government. And during COVID, the Liberals treated people with disabilities more or less as an afterthought, and when they did get a benefit, only a third of the people who should have got that benefit actually received it. And I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can, through you, tell me, will all the people who need this benefit get it? Will it be adequate? And will it be prompt? Will we have to wait 3 years, as the Minister has suggested?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, about 30 seconds.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly that is the objective of this legislation and of this government. And I can tell you that when Bill C-22 passes, this legislation or the Canada Disability Benefit will be enshrined in legislation, secure it, anchor it. And I can tell you that with this legislation, the train is firmly on the track, and it is up to us as members of this House
to see how fast and how far this legislation goes. I thank the member for his question.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important debate. Since the beginning of our mandate, the Prime Minister has made it clear many times that disability inclusion and accessibility are a key priority. Since 2015, we've committed $1.1 billion in funding to ensure greater accessibility and supports for Canadians with disabilities. And we've made huge strides in breaking down barriers. This includes appointing Canada's first ever Cabinet Minister responsible for persons with disabilities, passing and implementing the historic Accessible Canada Act, and establishing Accessibility Standards Canada. It also includes acceding to the Marrakesh Treaty, which makes the production of and international transfer of accessible books for people with print disabilities easier, and the optional protocol of the United Nations Convention Rights for Persons with Disabilities, strengthening the protection of human rights for persons with disabilities in Canada. In 2019, when the Accessibility Canada Act came into force, the government focused its efforts on identifying, preventing, and helping remove barriers to accessibility and communicating to Canadians how we are shortchanging the economy and ourselves if we exclude people. We have removed barriers to employment, make buildings physically more accessible, making accessibility and inclusion part of the design and the delivery of our services and programs. And then the pandemic hit. It is clearly documented that the COVID-19 pandemic disproportionately affected the health, the social, and the economic well-being of those individuals living with disabilities. But even before the pandemic, persons with disabilities suffered from long-standing inequities, and COVID made these inequities worse. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that we have taken a disability-inclusive approach into our pandemic response by setting up a COVID-19 Disability Advisory Group and providing a one-time payment to persons with disabilities. In 2020, we committed to developing a Disability Inclusion Action Plan, the DIAP, and that work is being finalized. The DIAP is a blueprint for the change to make Canada more inclusive of persons with disabilities, and it has 4 pillars: financial security, employment, accessible and inclusive communities, and a modern approach to disability. At its core, the plan is simple: to improve the lives of Canadians with disabilities. But the work required to accomplish this, to make Canada inclusive, fair, and free of physical, societal, and attitudinal barriers, will be extensive. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, represents bold action on the first pillar of the plan, namely that of reducing poverty and providing financial security to persons with disabilities. Consultations with Canadians on the Disability Inclusion Action Plan showed that poverty and financial security of persons with disabilities are overwhelming priorities, and the proposed benefit, a cornerstone of the action plan, would help respond to these concerns. We recognize that not all persons with disabilities are able to be gainfully employed, and others are not able to work at all. And the objective of the proposed benefit would be to improve the financial security of individuals in these situations. And we are also taking action on the second pillar of the action plan, employment, which is critical to financial security of persons with disabilities. Budget 2022 recently provided more than $270 million towards the employment strategy for persons with disabilities. And that strategy has 3 prongs. 1, to help persons with disabilities gain jobs, advance in their careers, or become entrepreneurs. 2, to support employers as they develop inclusive workplaces. And 3, to aid organizations and individuals who are helping persons with disabilities find employment. Most recently, the Minister launched a call for proposals under the Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities to fund up to 180 projects that will help people find and keep jobs. And that is not all. Mr. Speaker, we've modernized and increased support for the Enabling Accessibility Fund, the EAF. The EAF provides money for projects that make Canadian communities and workplaces more accessible for persons with disabilities. It aims to give persons with disabilities a greater chance to be part of the community activities and to get the services that they need to find work. The EAF provides money for 3 types of projects. 1, youth-led projects of up to $10,000 that help persons with disabilities in their communities. And some supported activities have included the purchase of para-hockey sleds, construction of raised gardens in community gardens, and the creation of an accessible sensory room. 2, grants of up to $100,000 to fund infrastructure and construction projects and information and communication technology projects that improve accessibility in communities or workplaces. The funds have supported building ramps, accessible doors, accessible washrooms, installing screen reader devices and hearing loop systems, and constructing a specially designed office. 3, there are also large contributions up to $3 million to support larger projects. And last year, we added a simpler method for people to apply for funding to pay for single items such as accessible doors, accessible washrooms, ramps, and the like. Mr. Speaker, I know that many of us in this House have had projects funded by the EAF in constituencies, and I know that the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Disability Inclusion, and many of our colleagues have had a chance to visit these projects in our communities. We've heard firsthand how these investments have improved accessibility for Canadians with disabilities. And in Budget 2022, we propose to make new investments in accessible books, including the creation of a new equitable access to reading program that would enable people with print disabilities to better participate in our society and our economy. This is all part of the work that we're doing to include Canadians with disabilities in all aspects of everyday life. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the pandemic, we've also taken significant strides in implementing Accessible Canada Act. The Accessible Canada Act regulations, published in December of 2021, was marking the first steps in operationalizing the Act. These require over 5,000 federally regulated entities to publish plans indicating how they plan and intend to proactively identify, remove, and prevent barriers to accessibility, and outline how they will report their progress, as well as how they will establish feedback mechanisms by which persons with disabilities can provide input. Most recently, we've appointed Stephanie Cadieux as the first ever accessibility officer, and shortly after, Michael Gauthier was named as the first accessibility commissioner within the Canadian Human Rights Commission to enforce compliance with the Accessible Canada Act and its regulations. I believe I'm probably out of time, Mr. Speaker. About a minute to go? Okay. With regards to standards in 2019, we've established the Accessibility Standards Canada, whose board of directors is primarily comprised of persons with disabilities. It's working with disabilities, but communities and the industry and other partners so that they can create a national accessible standards that aim to raise the bar in terms of the requirements and approaches to the 7 priority areas that are set out in the Act, namely transportation, employment, information and communication technologies, or ICT, communications other than ICT, and the built environment. The design and delivery of programs and services, and the procurement of goods and services and facilities. The accessibility standards are a critical part of a barrier-free Canada for persons with disabilities because while they are norms, they are not the law, and they have the power to drive widespread adoption of inclusive design. 20 seconds. Accessible Standards Canada is looking at setting norms for plain language on forms and websites, how we shape our outdoor spaces from sidewalks to parks, emergency egress, how people with disabilities can get out of buildings in a hurry if needed, and removing physical barriers that prevent persons with disabilities from accessing the workplace.
I hate to cut him off because he was doing such a great job there of using up all the time that's available to him. So I want to thank the member for his intervention. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. There have been numerous comments today about how C-22 is missing the eligibility criteria of who will receive the benefit. Yet in Canada, we have many insurance companies that provide disability benefits and have a comprehensive list of, who qualifies for those. Has the government consulted with these people, or would the government consider doing that so that we could include eligibility criteria in C-22?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the questions by member opposite, and I've certainly enjoyed working with her on the HUMA committee. In terms of the criteria that you're inquiring about, as we said earlier, we are going to be developing the criteria through consultation, including persons with disability. I think it was Napoleon who said, "He who sits in the saddle best knows where it pinches." And in this case, I think we should be consulting with the people that are most affected, and we certainly are engaged in the process of doing so.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Montcalm.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the debate since this morning. I believe that most parliamentarians here agree with the principle of the bill, but we're just not getting a lot of details about the criteria, the modalities, how this is going to be launched and deployed, and especially about accountability. So my question to my colleague, what mechanism will enable parliamentarians to measure the effectiveness of the regulation that will be adopted subsequently to ensure that it is in compliance with the lofty principles we're discussing this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had the opportunity to work with the member opposite on the Health Committee, and I certainly appreciate his contributions in those areas as well. In terms of accountability, with 30 years of banking experience, of course, accountability, in my mind, has to be critical. So I think it's important that we set out expected outcomes and that people put together plans and measures against those expected outcomes. I fully expect that the government will do so, and I'm convinced that we will develop a good plan and great criteria once we finish consulting with people who have disabilities and the organizations that represent them. So we'll see what is important to the people who are the beneficiaries of the program, and we will certainly set out to make sure that we satisfy those needs.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the high levels of poverty that people with disabilities face, the fact that they are living often shadow lives of what they should be able to because of the fundamental inequities, I'm very wary about making promises that can't be delivered. My question to the member in terms of this legislation is a credible plan, if we're going to talk legislation, that it will actually get to people, and particularly in my region of Ontario, that it will not be clawed back by the Doug Ford government. We've seen them go after poor people relentlessly, and people are not able to pay their rent. People are not able to live in dignity. What steps can we see in this legislation that will protect people on disability from suffering these provincial clawbacks?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And coming from Ontario, I understand what the member is referring to. And I might add, during the previous campaign in the town of Newmarket, there was one elect this member's side all the way down in Newmarket, Ontario. So I thought that was great to see that. But in terms of the experience of having these clawbacks, there have been extensive discussions with all of the ministers within the provincial areas, and this plan or this program is intended to be incremental, not substitutional, and the negotiations will not go forward until the incremental portion is solidly part of the program.
We have time for a very quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora, I'm very surprised that the bill is basically empty and will await regulations to tell us what we already know. There are already people in Canada on disability tax credit. They need to have those benefits increased substantially. Why would we impose needs-based testing on people who need help now?
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we focus our resources to where the needs are most critical, and there needs to be a process to do so. In order to do that, there needs to be a needs-based testing program. I understand that there's a critical need, and this program is intended to support people who do have critical needs, people who are marginalized, and the people with disabilities certainly are highly represented in that area.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge. We're here today talking about Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit. Now, I'm generally in favor of that and supportive of this draft legislation. We all want to see all Canadian citizens, regardless of their level of ability, to be able to participate fully in our economy and to be active participants in our society. To start off with, I want to give a big shout out to the many great organizations in my riding of Langley Aldergrove that are doing the important work of helping people with disabilities. Organizations like Langley Possibilities Society, which focuses on people's abilities rather than their disabilities. I was a participant in a competition put on by this organization a couple of years ago at a public event in one of our parks, where the contestants had to, one of the tests was to be in a wheelchair, negotiate ourselves around some obstacles, open a door, get through it, put ourselves up a ramp. There was another test that required us to put something very technical together while blindfolded. There was yet another test that I recall that required us to do a simple task like put butter on our toast with our dominant hand tied behind our back. Coming out of that, I had a new respect for people who struggle with these disabilities just in their everyday walk of life, but also for the great organizations that work with them. Now, looking at this Bill 22, I was happy to see that it is premised on the concept of equality, the constitutional concept of equality. So I thought I would look at this draft legislation from a constitutional perspective. The preamble section, which is a very important part of any legislation, talks about the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and that document recognizes the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family. The preamble section also talks about our own Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, specifically Section 15, which of course is our equality section. It says that every person is equal before and under the law and has the right to the equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. And there's a list of enumerated things that cannot be discriminated against, including mental and physical health. And that brings us, of course, to Draft Bill C-22. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms has been with us for 40 years. It's instinctive for us now. It is part of our worldview that shapes our sense of justice and how the government should interact with its citizens. But even though it's instinctive, doesn't mean that it's simple. It's a very complicated question. Anytime we're talking about equality, it opens questions like, how proactive must the government be to ensure that all citizens have equal opportunities or perhaps equal outcomes of their programs? Or does Section 15 simply mean that a law once passed doesn't contravene or breach Section 15? To underline the complexity of this principle, which hasn't just been invented recently, a Nobel Prize winning author from the late 19th century, early 20th century, Anatole France, put it this way, sarcastically, of course, and I quote, "The law in its majestic equality forbids rich and poor alike to sleep under bridges to beg in the streets, and to steal their bread. Now, we have an instinct that says that equal treatment isn't always fair, fairness isn't always equal. There was a British Columbia case that went all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada that really underlined that principle. A young woman, healthy, fully abled, wanted to work for the BC Forest Fire Service and passed all the requirements except for one. She failed the test under the Uniform Minimum Aerobic Standards for firefighters. She simply wasn't strong enough. Now, she challenged this under Section 15 of the Charter. The BC government argued, saying, no, it doesn't contravene 15 at all because it applies equally to men and women. Well, the Supreme Court of Canada saw through that and said, no, it has a disproportionate discriminatory effect on women. That case is important for this proposition that courts should look not only at how a law is applied, but also its effect on individuals. So, Mr. Speaker, with all of this background, I picked up Bill C-22 with a great deal of interest to see how it was going to tackle these complex legal questions. And the answer is it doesn't at all. This bill, dealing with such an important and complex question, is scarcely 6 pages long. 1 page is about the preamble, which I've already mentioned. There's a couple of pages about some technical things. And there's 2 pages, fully 1/3 of this draft legislation, that talks about the regulatory power that this Parliament is being asked to give to the Cabinet. I was very happy to hear the Minister and also the Parliamentary Secretary to say that one of the reasons why they wanted to give Cabinet such broad regulatory power was to ensure that there would be consultation with people affected by that. I completely agree with that. And I might just add, as a side note, that I was very happy to hear that my friend Stephanie Cadieux, formerly an MLA from my neighboring riding, has been appointed to this. I'm somewhat more optimistic that the government is now going to do a good job. However, I'm really puzzled why, wanting to consult with the community that is going to be most affected by this, the government thinks that it's appropriate to bypass the important work that this Parliament does. Mr. Speaker, I said that I'm in support of this legislation. I really am. I will be voting in favor of it together with my colleagues to bring this to committee, voting on second reading. But coming out of committee, I would expect that these important questions are going to be answered. They've been raised by many of the previous speakers. Questions like, how should we define disability? Who qualifies for the disability? How much is the disability benefit going to be in dollars and cents? What is this going to cost the government's coffers? And will there be means testing? Who gets to qualify? We want to help disabled people, but are we going to be helping rich people? Will there be clawbacks? I was talking to my brother just the other day who was disabled by Parkinson's, and I told him that we were going to be talking about this topic this week. He says, whatever you do, make sure that workers are not disincentivized from working. I'm happy to hear Minister say that that's not going to be the case, although the legislation doesn't actually say that. I think she's saying, just trust us that we're going to do it right. Mr. Speaker, Parliament has a very important function to review legislation. So far, it looks like what the government is asking for is a blank check to be able to do their work behind closed doors, and they're just saying, trust us to get it right. Mr. Speaker, we were going to be looking to the committee, having a thorough review of this legislation, and we're going to be looking for answers to these very important questions. I might just add just this one more point, and that is that, like my province, every province, I'm sure, has some sort of a program to help disabled people. We're not hearing anything about how this program, the Canada Disability Benefit Program, is going to mesh with provincial jurisdictions and organizations. Is there going to be a whole new federal bureaucracy to manage this? Mr. Speaker, these are the questions that we need answers to. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just picking up on the last point that the member made with respect to the provincial jurisdiction and other supports that might be coming from provinces, I'm curious if he would agree that it is very important that whatever is rolled out from the federal government is not used as an opportunity to roll back at the provincial level. So we need to safeguard any benefits that would be coming from the federal level to ensure that those aren't just opportunities for the provinces to look for savings, but in fact that this would actually be something that builds upon anything that might exist within a province. Would he agree that that should be important when considering this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, considering that under another part of our Constitution, Section 92(13) of the Constitution Act 1867, property and civil rights come under the exclusive jurisdiction of provinces. I would say that this is exclusively a provincial jurisdiction. The only way that the federal government can get involved in this is to work together with provinces. I would completely agree with the member opposite that whatever the federal government has to do has to be supplemental to what the provinces are doing and not in substitution thereof. The negotiations need to make that as a condition. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
Merci.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, my colleague was saying that the bill's effect was to step around the parliamentary process by using disproportionate regulatory powers, and that it's trying to sidestep the parliamentary process. But given the importance of this topic, given that we all seem to agree on the principle, would my colleague agree to the idea of, given that the bill, that its implementation resides in the regulation, would my colleague agree that we could introduce a provision in the bill to ensure that the regulation is brought back to parliamentarians to ensure that together we can speak to the regulation?
Langley Aldergrove.
Well, it's a very interesting proposition. My understanding of the legislative process is that Parliament gives Cabinet, the Governor and Council, authority to make regulations. Every bill that we pass here, that we review here, has a regulation section. This one is just so broad. That's what's unusual about it. Regulations are usually there, for setting fees and the application form and appeal procedures if somebody is dissatisfied with the decision of a minister. I don't know that it's appropriate for Cabinet to come back to us with their regulations. I think what is appropriate is for the legislation itself to have, for example, a good, thorough definition section that deals with all these things. This is generally what we see in federal legislation. That's what we need to do.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his statements today. I think they're really important, especially the part that I think that's important for many Canadians who are particularly watching is to know that we really want to see this legislation get to committee. I think this House has expressed itself unanimously just before we broke to make sure this actually gets done. It's been nearly 7 years. Canadians have been waiting. Would the member agree that while we look at some of the regulations that are present within there, that we look at some of the programs that the provinces, like the member mentioned, for eligibility, that they be adopted by this legislation to ensure that no one's left behind?
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Yeah, great question. I completely agree with that. That it is this body that should be looking at who qualifies, whether there are going to be clawbacks, how much is it going to cost, what's the dollar amount. These are the sorts of things that should be in the legislation, not in the regulations. Thank you.
And comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Langley Aldergrove for his passionate speech. And, this bill and this debate brings up a couple people within my riding. One, my own daughter who lives with a disability, high functioning, lives with a disability, as well as Jenna Withridge, an indigenous mouth artist who's confined to a wheelchair, who has to crowdfund to try to get her only way of transportation because Mr. Speaker, as many know that have adult children that live with disability, you age out of programs. And so it is so important that this piece of legislation, as with any legislation, the details, the devil's in the details. We have to make sure that it is done correctly out of the gate, so that we know who is eligible for how long, and what the needs-based assessment is for that. This bill is very important, and I just asked my honourable colleague to further expand on that the due diligence is done now and that Parliament has a say in that. Thank you.
Member for Langley Aldergrove in 30 seconds.
Good. Well, thank you for that question. It's a very, very important question. Indeed, it is Parliament's function to look at exactly those questions about what the qualifications are going to be. The regulations should be limited to the more technical aspects of the functioning of the program. As to his example of people who age out, I mean, this is exactly what the people, citizens of this country want. We want to see all people being treated fairly and equally. This is what Section 15 of our Charter is all about. Thank you.
Continuing debate to the Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to debate Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and making consequential amendments to the Income Tax Act. The government is attempting to create a Canada Disability Benefit, which is to supplement existing provincial benefits for low-income persons with disabilities, modeling after the Children's Child Benefit and Guaranteed Income Support. Conservatives, as we've heard, will support the Canada Disability Benefit at this time because we believe in principle that it's the government's intent to reduce poverty among Canadians living with disabilities. Conservatives believe strongly that government must do all that it can to provide the support for the most vulnerable among us. Au Canada, une personne sur...
In Canada, 1 in 5 people live with a disability. These people need our support in order to fully live their lives and fully participate in society, including when it comes to the labour market. Conservatives believe that all Canadians living with disabilities deserve to have rapid and timely access to benefits and services and are not penalised for going to work, as is too often the case today.
Conservatives believe that Canadians living with disabilities deserve timely access to benefits and services and are not penalised for going to work, as is so often the case today. The creation of the Canada Disability Benefit should consider the complex web of programs currently in place, which many Canadians with disabilities can result in actual benefit cuts and higher taxes because they work. And I know different ones on disability that just a little bit of work they're able to do, it helps them financially, but also it helps them psychologically and just their entire well-being. Too often, the Liberal government has pursued an Ottawa knows best approach, leaving many Canadians behind, trying to access federal supports and services. Conservatives believe the federal government should work with the provinces to ensure that federal programs do not impact or hurt Canadians and are working at cross purposes. We are concerned that applying for the Canadian Disability Benefit may result in difficult and bureaucratic processes, and Canadians are at the breaking point with government bureaucracy. There's a Service Canada office in the same block as mine, and every day there's lineups, people waiting for hours oftentimes to be able to get service or not. And this should not be. And so that is a concern that we have, that if we're bringing this new benefit, that there is timely access. The ArriveCan app is another example of just bureaucracy. Bottlenecks in our airports, cutting down tourism and international travel. This is on the Liberal government. As we wait further details on the Canada Disability Benefit, Canadians believe the Liberal government must ensure that Canadians who qualify are able to access their benefits in a timely fashion. Mr. Speaker, have you ever heard of the Potmakin villages? So the Potmakin villages. So the Potmakin villages were actually, it's named after Grigory Potmakin. He's a Russian aristocrat during the Catherine the Great. She's an empress of Russia in the 1700s. What he did was that he built these villages as the empress was going to visit the Crimea for the first time to show people that were living really well. They had nice houses. The only problem was that it was all fake. When they finished, when the empress stopped for the night, they would move this fake village to the next place, on and on. And what is my point in bringing this forward? Is that there are appearances. And my concern is that with our Liberal government is that they have good things, good policies here in place, like we have right now with the Disability Act, and they're giving with one hand and taking away from the other. So much of what they're doing is actually undermining the most vulnerable of Canadians. Today, it was announced that the Consumer Price Index numbers showed the price of food going up 10.8%. It's a 40-year high. Life is getting harder for Canadians. And so I think that there needs to be a little more consistency in the approach of the Liberal government supported by the NDP. A consistency, because we're not seeing that. Cost of goods and services are skyrocketing. Inflation is eating away at what Canadians can afford, what they're putting on their tables. Price of gasoline in Vancouver is $2 a litre, double from what it was a year ago. Compare that to Alberta, where it's 70 cents a litre cheaper. What's the difference? A lot of that's taxes. I have a suspicion that perhaps the Liberals don't really care about how that's impacting because, well, it's dirty fuel. Well, it impacts. I had someone I care about that come over our place just recently, and he's struggling with disabilities. Hard for him to make ends meet. He ran out of gas on the way to my place. Didn't have any money to put any gas on it. It's hurting the most vulnerable. These taxes, the carbon tax. The carbon tax. So it's putting a lot of pressure. And it goes, we see it on our bills, but we also see it's impacting farmers. They are having to pay these taxes. It goes on to the consumers. Everything is going more and more. Conservatives have said, no more new taxes. That's it. We need to be thinking of everybody. These consumption taxes, these taxes on CPP, on the EI, benefits that are just automatically going up. They hurt the most vulnerable. If they care, then they would stop the taxes and they watch their way they're spending the money, because it's really impacting our society. It's not just how much, if you're having an increase in your salary, it's your net income. Net income is your expenditures, after your, it is what you have at the end of the day. After all the payroll taxes come off, after all the other deductions, and the cost of living going up. So we do support. We support the Canada Disability Act. It's important. We're looking forward to bringing about improvements. We don't know the details. As a previous member mentioned, there is a lot of, what is it all about? In theory, it's good. And we want to help along this. But once again, the policies of the Liberals are undermining the Canadians. Give another policy they're doing with agriculture. They're looking at bringing a reduction by 30% of nitrogen in fertilizer. Yeah. So that has a big impact. I was at the Cranberry Days of my riding, and they're saying, it's not like we want to go put in this nitrogen. It is like that's an expensive cost for farmers, but it's important for productivity. So it's going to reduce. It's going to reduce how much they're able to produce, which is going to mean less produce, which is going to raise prices for those that can't afford it, especially. But no. Not to mention that nitrogen is the fourth most common material element in the universe after oxygen, carbon, hydrogen. So these things are important. And also the just being more careful with purchasing and printing money. This printing of money, let's just print more and more money, it is actually devaluing what people have, making it extremely expensive, making rent costs, making housing costs go up. I took this fellow out who is also on disabilities for lunch, and he was saying that he's struggling just to pay for medication. It's hard. There's policies, these lack of control, these taxes impact the poorest among us. So it's great that we're having this act, which I support, which we support, but let's make it comprehensive. Let's look at it all different angles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The legislation that we have before us is in fact of great benefit for the individuals receiving a disability, and I'm encouraged to hear the Conservatives as of late seem to want to support the legislation. What really intrigued me was a member made reference to CPP as a tax. You know, CPP is in many ways a source of income for Canadians that are going to be retiring in the future. And yes, CPP premiums are going to be going up, which will allow for those workers in the future when they retire to retire with more disposable income. Can the member be clear in terms of, does he support CPP increases, or does he believe that it's purely a tax when it's actually ensuring that when seniors retire that they have more disposable income?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not just with CPP, it is also with carbon tax, it's with EI, these automatic increases. I know that in Alberta, and I'm not a member in Alberta, but they have put a hold on the provincial taxes on gasoline. It's made a big difference. I noticed that people, even in my riding, have been moving there because taxes make a difference. People can afford to live. And I think that what the government is doing is making life unaffordable for everyone. Let's turn the dial.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member, I was going to say Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, I recently spoke with a constituent in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith who shared with me that because he was living with a disability, that he felt that he was being treated as disposable. This was heart-wrenching, and it really spoke to me about the importance and reaffirmed the importance of this government doing better today. Will the member agree that it is essential to those living with disabilities that they are not legislated into poverty and are provided with adequate supports through the Canada Disability Benefit today?
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I want to thank the member for her question. And when we were in power, the Conservatives, in 2015, we brought about the Employment Equity Act. And the purpose of this was to achieve equity in the workplace so that no one is denied opportunities for reasons unrelated to ability, and to address workplace disadvantages faced by 4 designated groups, including people with disabilities, women, Aboriginal peoples, and members of visible minorities. Conservatives are concerned about Canadians who are struggling and who have disabilities.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I would be remiss if I first didn't wish my daughter a happy birthday today. Second, this is the anniversary for many of us of our one-year election, and I hope I never take for granted rising in this House. My question, yes, and congratulations to all as well who are marking their one-year anniversary, either first election or re-election. My question to my colleague is this: he spoke about the vulnerable. Does he have a couple of key ways in which he feels that this government has let down the vulnerable, and simple ways that we might address that? Thank you.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you to the member, and I would be remiss if I didn't wish my granddaughter a happy birthday. It's her third birthday, so, you know. But yes, we proposed, our new leader has proposed that every dollar of increased expenditures, we're looking for ways for savings. There's lots of room for savings, Mr. Speaker. Lots of room. My apartment, I look upon these buildings and I haven't seen anybody for 2.5 years. And I found out, their government buildings are empty. Well, let's do something with them. Thank you.
Now we do have time for a quick one. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad to hear that the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge is supportive of the legislation. There's lots of good words this afternoon, but the fact is there's a real sense of urgency for those living in poverty. We took a recess over the summer. Those living in poverty didn't get a recess from that. Can the member speak to what he can do within his party to fast-track this legislation and get emergency supports to people living with disabilities today?
Member for the
Sure, I'm gonna do this for a second. I need to remind everyone, I know it's the first day back after a long break. Just remember to keep your conversations low as we come into the House of Commons, because we still have debate going on. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge.
I think that we would be happy. I know we're happy to move things forward, but we really see an empty shell with this bill. I mean, I think it goes A to T as far as regulations. We don't know what the regulations are. So we need to see those regulations to help move that forward so that we can ensure that those with disabilities are best profit from it. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a pleasure it is to rise and speak on such an important piece of legislation that the Minister has brought forward today. And I will be sharing my time. I know it'll disappoint many members opposite, Mr. Speaker, but I will be sharing my time. Let me get back to the point. Whether it's the Prime Ministers or members of the Liberal caucus, you often hear about us talking about an economy that is going to work for all Canadians. That is a central theme, Mr. Speaker, that's within the Liberal caucus, because we understand and we appreciate the importance of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Recognizing the true value by having a strong and healthy middle class, we will have a healthier economy and a better society, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about an economy that works for all Canadians, it's important, and that's the reason why I'm so glad that the first piece of legislation on the return is on C-22. C-22 will ensure that there's a larger disposable income for those individuals with disabilities, Mr. Speaker. This is something truly unique that's happening here in Canada, where we are recognizing that the national government plays a role, a significant role, in ensuring that people with disability are receiving money coming from government, Mr. Speaker. I hear many of the comments from opposition members talking about, well, we want more detail, we want more detail. Well, this legislation establishes the framework, and no doubt will be interesting discussions that take place in the standing committees. But we need to realize that when you establish a national program, and we speak from experience because we have developed other national programs, that you need to work with the different provinces and stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Because not every province is alike. Different provinces and territories have different structures in place. As a government, the last thing we want to see is here's a payment that goes out and then a province claws back that money from the person that has a disability. There's agreements that have to be achieved. There's negotiations and discussions that have to take place. In Manitoba, for example, there is an income support program for people with disability. We're talking it being relatively new, Mr. Speaker, in the last year. It's been talked about for a while. I'm an optimist. I'm hoping that Premier Heather Stefanson will work with our minister here, and maybe Manitoba and the Government of Canada can come up with an agreement that will ultimately see people with disabilities in Manitoba further ahead in regards to their disposable income. As the minister herself indicated in introducing the legislation, this legislation is going to lift tens of thousands of people potentially out of poverty. And that is something in which, again, we have experience in, Mr. Speaker. As a government, our track record in terms of lifting people out of poverty, it's one of the things that differentiate us with the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. You see, whether it was the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which lifted tens of thousands of people out of poverty, hundreds in Winnipeg North alone, or the Canada Child Benefit, which lifted tens of thousands of people out of poverty, again, hundreds, if not even 1,000 plus in Winnipeg North alone. This particular legislation is going to do...
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back to your important position. I mean, easy come, easy go, little high, little low. It doesn't really matter to me, but I can't hear the question there, the statement, because there's too many people talking. So I'd like to ask to remind people in this political fandango that we should actually take the time to listen to what is being said.
Appreciate that intervention, and I just did it probably 3 minutes ago, but maybe some people didn't hear it as they were coming in to this chamber as well. And everybody say hello quickly to your neighbor, and let's keep the noise down a little bit while we listen to the honourable member for Winnipeg North, as he's only got, I believe, 15, 20 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my feelings are not hurt. They can continue their idle chattel, Mr. Speaker. As from my perspective, we continue to provide policy and budgetary measures that is in a very real and tangible way lifting people out of poverty. C-22 is doing just that, Mr. Speaker. It's legislation that all of us should be supporting and wanting to see to go to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, everybody, for their interventions. We'll move on to statements by members. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent attacks on Hindu temples in Toronto, including BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir and Vishnu Mandir, must be condemned by all as hate crimes. Hindu Canadians arrived here from South Asia, Africa, Caribbean, but mostly from India. They are the most peaceful and hardworking community and keep a low profile, focusing on their families and children's education. The increasingly vocal and well-organized anti-India and anti-Hindu groups in Canada has resulted in increasing anti-Hindu sentiments. Hindu Canadians are legitimately concerned about rising Hindu phobia in Canada. I urge all levels of government to note this and take remedial actions now. Let us all work hard to make sure that people of all religious faiths continue to peacefully coexist in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will once again remind folks to keep the noise down. Statements by members are an important time for all members that have the opportunity to present them. Some of them, of course, are very serious in their nature. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to 6 young people who died on August 27th as a result of a tragic car accident in Barrie. Curtis King, River Wells, Luke West, Haley Morin, Jersey Mitchell, and Jason Ono O'Connor are being remembered as talented athletes and students who are figuring out their paths in life, as you would expect them to be at just 20, 21, and 22 years of age. They were friends, loving friends, loyal friends, amazing young adults taken way too soon. As you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the entire community is mourning this tragedy and this loss, and the pain will be felt for a long time by many. On behalf of the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, and myself, I express our deep and sincere condolences to the family and many friends of Curtis, River, Luke, Haley, Jersey, and Jason. Also, we'd like to extend a sincere thank you to the Barrie Police, firefighters, and Simcoe County paramedics who responded to this horrific incident and are working hard to find answers for the families.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise because I want to honour the memory of a very important friend and a member of the Humber River Black Creek community, Sharon Lustig. It is with profound sadness that I recognize Sharon's passing on September the 5th. She was a devoted mother to Ellen and Joel, a caring grandmother to her grandchildren, and a loving wife of the long-standing Humber River Riding Association President Ernie Lustig, who devotedly served our constituency for 23 years. Sharon's commitment and contribution to our community is profound. She always advocated on issues that mattered most. She was a great support to her family and friends, most of all to her loving husband Ernie for 70 years, and to Sam and I and our family. Sharon will always be remembered and dearly missed by all of us who loved her. Rest in peace, my dear friend Sharon. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the strength, talent, and perseverance of Maude Charron, our weightlifting champion from Rimouski. An Olympic gold medalist in Tokyo in 2021, Maude was named International Athlete of the Year at the Sports Quebec Gala in June. She added to her impressive list of achievements a few weeks ago when she dominated the 64 kg and under weightlifting event at the Commonwealth Games. In addition to her win, she set not one, not two, but 3 records at the Games. But beyond the medals and the records, she's also a fantastic ambassador. Maude inspires a whole new generation to get into sports and, above all, to see that they too can achieve their dreams without having to move to the big city. With your exceptional performances and your genuine personality, Maude, you are the pride not only of the Lower St. Lawrence, but of the whole country too. Keep letting your inspiring energy shine. The honourable member for Alfred Palan. Mr. Speaker, over a summer full of reconnecting with constituents, businesses, and organizations, I was able to hear their needs and to recharge my batteries with the contagious enthusiasm of people here. Our Liberal team listened carefully to people from all 4 corners of the country, which allowed us to redefine our priorities based on the needs of Canadians. We heard the appreciation of business people, community groups, and individuals who described the actions taken over the past 2 years as a lifeline. But we also heard their woes in the face of current challenges. Labor shortages, the need for more affordable housing, global inflation, and gun control are the issues that will take center stage in this new session of Parliament. So, like my colleagues, I'm rolling up my sleeves and getting down to work. Have a great session, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Anna Marguerite Ruff, known as Peggy, born August 7, 1922, passed away September 10th at the young age of 100. Number 9 of 11 kids, mother of 5, grandmother of 14, great-grandmother of 23, and great-great-grandmother of 1. I could easily talk about Grandma for hours, and I have. She's legendary across the Canadian Armed Forces, including Bosnia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. I asked family to give me one word to describe her. Here are some of the words: applesauce, stellar, tender-hearted, honest, funny, strong, feisty, clever, unforgettable, caring, tomato soup, that's world famous, family. Grandma played golf into her 80s and was a huge Toronto Blue Jays fan. She loved cribbage and was a provincial champion just shy of her 95th birthday, even though she was legally blind. Grandma made a huge impact on a lot of different organizations in the community, whether the Ladies Auxiliary, the Legion, different church groups, seniors, and many more. Grandma was respected by all. She was stubborn, a trait she clearly passed on to her children. Thankfully, it skipped a generation, and her grandkids didn't inherit it. However, I can attest firsthand that her great-grandchildren did. Grandma, I love you. The whole family loves you. You'll be missed.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker,
First, I would like to take a moment to welcome my colleagues back to the House of Commons. I rise today to congratulate the Canadian Cable Public Affairs Channel for celebrating its 30th anniversary. CPAC a été fondé.
CPAC was founded in 1992 by an association of cable companies with the goal of preserving an independent voice for Canadian democracy and our democratic process.
CPAC is broadcasted into the homes of nearly 11 million Canadians and available for streaming worldwide. Every day, Canadians tune into CPAC to get direct access to parliamentary debates, provides an opportunity to learn about the work that MPs do every day, and broadens their understanding of the relevant issues as they unfold. CPAC takes Canadians far beyond the headlines and provides us with compelling coverage of historically breaking events. On behalf of all MPs, I wish CPAC a very happy 30th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great honor that I rise in the House today to speak about one of Whitby's finest, our very own Mike Shoreman. Despite being diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome and being told that it would leave him disabled and unable to continue his lifelong passion for paddleboarding, Mike decided to take on a monumental challenge of paddleboarding across all 5 Great Lakes. Not only did Mike not let his diagnosis deter him from continuing his life's passion, instead he persevered and dedicated himself to a worthy cause. He launched the Canada Great Lakes Crossing to raise awareness and to provide funding for youth mental health resources. And this summer, on August 20th, Mike completed the final leg of his journey by paddleboarding across Lake Ontario, becoming the first person with a disability to paddleboard across the Great Lakes. His story reminds us of just how crucial access to mental health resources are, and that there is no limit to what individuals living with disabilities can accomplish. Mike Shoreman not only inspires our community in Whitby, but he is a role model for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that everyone please join me in congratulating Mike Shoreman on his impressive achievement.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what is wokeism? In the beginning, the term woke was used to identify a person who was aware of and offended by the injustices and discrimination suffered by minority groups. But today, it's a movement that's been appropriated. It's a movement that has appropriated a positive concept and uses it for their own political purposes. Today, wokeism is cancel or call-out culture, ostracizing anyone who dares disagree with the self-righteous. Was I wrong when I said at the start of the pandemic that planes from China should be stopped from coming to Canada? Was I wrong when I said migrants should not be allowed to enter Canada randomly at Roxham Road? For these 2 things, I'm called a racist. But Quebecers are defending their heritage, their culture, and their language, and they make no apologies for it. The Quebec nation stands up to wokeism, and we will do the same thing here. The new Conservative leader will put people, their pensions, their paychecks, their homes, and their country first. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, on this first fall sitting day of Parliament, I'd like to give a shout-out to all the students of Madawaska-Restigouche who have just gone back to school. Whether it's school, college, or university, we wish them all the greatest success this year.
All students going back to school, college, or university will be faced with choices, challenges, and frustrations along the way. They will discover subject matters they love and struggle with others.
But, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is for them to find their voice and their way in the process.
They are one day teachers, doctors, farmers, or hairdressers. Someday in the future, Canada will need them. The process of finding their inspiration starts in those classrooms.
Absolutely every door is open to you, and Canada will need your passion and skills.
School, I urge you explore a range of interests and find your passion. Canada will need you to develop it to its full potential. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to the next person, I just want to remind everyone that there are statements being made. And it's great to see everyone talking to each other. I know we've missed each other. Just if you want to cross over and whisper as opposed to talking across the aisle, that would be great. The Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha.
The new Conservative leader will put people first, their retirement, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. We will bring hope to doctors, nurses, and engineers and others who are immigrants to this country but are blocked from working in their professions for no other reason than that they come from another country. We'll team up with provinces to guarantee that within 60 days, an immigrant applying to work in their profession will get a yes or no based on their tested abilities, not based on where they come from. We will back up 30,000 small study loans for those in need of time of work off to study up to Canadian standards. The current labour challenge felt in my riding of Peterborough Kawartha and across our nation is substantial, and increased immigration is key for getting through it. Enough talking. Remove the gatekeepers to get more doctors, more nurses, more engineers, and more inflation-proof paychecks for newcomers to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first. Their retirement, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. We need to restore home ownership right now.
Order. Order.
Start again. Start again. From the top. Start again. From the top.
Now, I just want to make sure everybody's listening to each other, not shouting at each other or heckling. Good. If you don't mind, the Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, from the top.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first. Their retirement, paychecks, homes, and country. We need to restore the hope of home ownership. Right now, youth and newcomers can't get a home because local government gatekeepers block housing with heavy fees and long delays for building permits. This leaves us with the fewest houses per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. A Conservative government will require big cities that want federal infrastructure money to speed up and lower the cost of permits, to approve affordable housing around all new transit stations so that our young people can live there and don't even need to afford a car. We will also sell 15% of the underutilized 37,000 federal buildings to turn them into housing and use the proceeds to reduce our deficit. In other words, stop printing money, start building homes for people.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every one of us who has the privilege to sit in this chamber is here because of the hard work, intelligence, and love of the staff who support us every day. This past week, the Liberal family lost one of our most valuable members. At the very young age of 36, Trevor Robert Thomas Harrison died in the presence of his beloved wife, Keisha, his wonderful and devoted parents, Karen and John, and his family. We have lost a colleague and a friend. We are deeply grieved, but we're all the richer for having had him among us for a decade and a half. In this last over 10 years, Trevor has grown and thrived, served and worked, and taught us through his courage and grace as he lived with cancer. Working for members, ministers, and the leader's office with the government House Leader, Trevor was wise and respectful, good-humored and patient, kind, and always optimistic. He was an anchor for his family and friends. He fought the good fight, he finished the race, and kept the faith. He will rest in peace and surely be remembered in love.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today, Canadians went to the polls and they sent political parties of all stripes a very clear message. They're tired of the games. They want us to put the interests of Canadians first. And I promised in that election, if I came back, that we would fight for a national dental care plan, and I'm pleased to see that that is one of the top priorities in Parliament in this session. We're pushing for a doubling of the GST tax credit to help people who are getting gouged relentlessly by the big oil and grocery barons. And we're pushing this government to insist on a low-income tax supplement because times are hard for people. Speaker, democracy is a fragile thing, and we all need to do more in an age of disinformation, conspiracy theory, and the rising threat of political intimidation. We need to rebuild trust with Canadians, and I make it my promise in this session of Parliament to work harder to maintain the trust of the people who sent me here.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, there's no democracy without objective and free sources of information. It can never be said too often, the media play a role as essential as it is valuable. So valuable that the cable companies themselves, 30 years ago, decided they should join forces to create an independent network dedicated entirely to parliamentary affairs. A private service without advertising, without profit, but 100% dedicated to directly transmitting the daily exercise of democracy. A televised service, but also online and free. On behalf of the Bloc, we thank you for being there to broadcast the historic moments, but also the not-so-historic ones, the great and not-so-great speeches, the decisive or a bit disjointed press briefings, the crucial or a little too theatrical question periods. Thank you for offering, without filter, to the public everything that's happening here in the House. Thank you for being a unique window on politics in the name of democracy. Happy 30th anniversary, CPAC.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
The new Conservative leader will put people first. Their retirements, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. Today, people feel like they've lost control of their pocketbooks and of their lives. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. This Liberal government has doubled our national debt, adding more debt than all previous governments combined. It is the most expensive government in history. The more they spend, the more things cost. And the result? Seniors delay their retirement and watch their life savings evaporate. With inflation, 30-year-olds are trapped in 400-square-foot apartments or worse, their parents' basements, because the price of homes has doubled under these Liberals, and single mothers are putting water in their children's milk so that they can try and afford the 10% year-over-year increase in the price of groceries. No wonder that people are worried. Most are lucky to get by. Many are falling behind, and there are people in this country who are just hanging on by a thread. These are citizens of our country. We are their servants. We owe them hope.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts are heavy today as we mourn the tragedy that occurred on and around the James Smith Cree First Nations on September 2nd. A tight-knit Cree community has lost beloved community members, elders, youth, brothers, sisters, mothers. Mr. Speaker, today I stand to remember and offer condolences to the 11 victims and their family members. We mourn as a country the victims from the Burns, Sanderson, Head, and Patterson families. As a First Nations MP who lives on a First Nations reserve, I can only imagine the grief, pain, and overwhelming sense of loss that the community is going through. As a government, we will work with Indigenous leadership to ensure adequate resources to help heal and to help keep Indigenous communities safe in the future. I know the strength and the resilience of First Nations in Canada, but I want the community to know that you're not alone. We are thinking of you, we are praying for you, and we will do what is necessary to help you.
Oral questions, question orale, the honourable leader of the opposition.
Merci beaucoup. Le 1er janvier.
On January 1st, the government increased taxes on government's paychecks. On April 1st, it also planned to increase taxes on gas, heating, and groceries. Now, housing prices have doubled. Grocery prices are at their highest inflation rate in 40 years. Canadians just aren't able to pay. Will the Prime Minister cancel these tax increases on seniors and workers? The Honourable Minister, I'd like to start by congratulating the Honourable Leader of the Opposition on his first question in this role. Throughout this session, you will see two competing visions. Our plan as a government to support Canadians who need it the most, and then the other option, the vision of the Conservative Party and members who don't care about Canadians. We've just seen more money for housing, the dental plan, and an increase in the GST credit, rather. That's money in the pockets of Canadians.
Canadiens.
The minister says we don't care about Canadians, but who really doesn't care? The price of housing has doubled. Previously, Canadians could pay for housing with 32% of their paycheck, but that's gone up to 50%. Food prices are going up at the highest rate in 40 years. Canadians just can't pay for it, but this government wants to increase taxes on heating, on gas. Will this government do something to help Canadians pay their bills? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about how people will be able to pay their bills. Thanks to our new dental care plan, there will be $1,160 for the GST for a single-parent family. For seniors, $701. And for a couple with 2 children, $1,400. Mr. Speaker, we are here with a responsible plan to help Canadians where they are when they need it. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Be vaporized by inflation, which is costing families over $2,000 in extra cost. And that does not include the increased interest rate prices that people are paying on their mortgages. In fact, the average family could pay their housing bill with 32% of their paycheck every month. Now, that's 50% after 7 years of this Prime Minister in power. What's his solution? To raise taxes on paychecks with higher EI and CPP premiums that will shrink paychecks and higher taxes on gas, groceries, and heat. Why won't they cancel these tax hikes so that Canadians can keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister.
It's important to talk about the fact that he's talking about EI and CPP, things that are important for people who've lost their jobs or for seniors when they're planning for retirement. But let's talk about real solutions, Mr. Speaker. We've brought in 13 agreements on childcare across the country. By the end of this year, families will be saving 50%. That's thousands of dollars that are going to help them with the high cost of living. That's real solutions, Mr. Speaker, that are making real differences in the lives of Canadians every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Can't even afford to have a family in the first place because they can't get out of their parents' basements or out of 400 square foot apartments after housing prices have literally doubled in this country under this Prime Minister. And now, with rising interest rates, which this government promised would not happen anytime soon, families have to spend 50% of their income just to keep a roof over their head, the highest in over 3 decades. And the solution from the Liberals? Higher taxes on gas, groceries, and paychecks. Will they follow the Conservative demand and cancel all of these tax hikes on workers and seniors?
The Honourable Minister.
Absolutely focused on the issue of housing affordability in this country. That is why we've put forward real solutions like the Housing Accelerator Fund, which is about increasing more housing supply. It's about also turning more Canadian renters into homeowners. It's about introducing the first-time homebuyer tax credit and putting in place a first-time home buyer savings account to enable more young Canadians and others to access their dream of home ownership. We can't take the leader of the opposition seriously on these issues because on every single tangible solution that we've brought forward that actually works, he's voted against it.
Leader of the opposition.
They work to double the price of housing in this country and give us the second worst housing bubble of any country on planet Earth. Now, Canadians have had the cost they must pay for monthly housing bills go from 32% of their paycheck to 50% of their paycheck. And what's the Prime Minister's solution? To reduce their paychecks by taking a bigger bite out of them with higher payroll taxes. And he wants to raise gas taxes, home heating taxes, and indirectly the price of groceries by tripling the carbon tax. Will the government cancel these tax hikes so that Canadians can afford to eat, heat, and house themselves?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, over the course of this session, you're going to see two competing visions. One, which shows our government doing what needs to be done for Canadians as they are facing higher inflation. And the other vision...
We had started so well. I just want to continue and make sure that everybody knows that when somebody's talking, we normally stay quiet, listen, and then we can ask questions or answer after. The Honourable Minister for Tourism, please, from the top.
Mr. Speaker, throughout this session, you're going to see two competing visions. One, where our government focuses on the needs of Canadians, Conservatives telling the country that they're on their own. Just today, we introduced two pieces of legislation that will add $500 top-up on housing, that will double the GST credit, that will put in place a Canada Dental benefit. Mr. Speaker, these are targeted measures to Canadians who need it the most, when they need it the most, and our hope on this side of the aisle is that the Conservative Party will support us to get these measures to people as soon as they need it.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very happy that we're back here because we really need to talk about guns. In Montreal, we've seen shootings almost every day. Last Tuesday, there were 4 shootings in a single evening. Mayor Valérie Plante has said, I don't control the main factor, that's the guns on our territory. And she asked the federal government a question. What is the government doing to protect us? To prevent these weapons from ending up in the hands of our youth? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are with the families of the victims. This is a very difficult time for Montrealers. We have excellent cooperation with Mayor Plante. I am constantly communicating with her and with my counterpart within the Quebec government. We have a plan on this side. With additional legislation, we will add resources. Since last year, we have invested $321 million to reinforce security at the border. We will continue to collaborate with Quebecers to protect our communities. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, based on what Mayor Plante said, I'm not sure that the cooperation level is so great. And the Minister is talking about legal weapons, but we need to take action against illegal weapons because what we're seeing in our streets is illegal weapons. And it's the federal government that's responsible for monitoring the border. It's all very well to bring more police officers to the streets, but when the guns are just flowing in over the borders, it doesn't really help. We're seeing shootings happen right in the middle of St. Denis Street, in schoolyards. When will this government do something? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why I hope the Bloc Québécois will support Bill C-21. In that bill, we are going to provide more tools to help police services deal with organized crime. And also, we will help police services strengthen the border. We are going to work with Quebec on that. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Living crisis which is hurting people. And the Liberals kept saying that it's not our fault and it's worse in other countries. And then we've got a leader of the opposition who thinks you can magically opt out of the inflation by buying cryptocurrency, which ended up tanking and hurting people. So you got say nothing and do nothing, and New Democrats who force this government to put more money in your pockets. But my question is, what took this government so long to act when people needed respect and support?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is indeed a great day for Canadians. We're talking about helping Canadians with the affordability of the cost of living right now by having a $500 top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, introducing a new Canada Dental Benefit Plan, also making sure that we double the GST credit. Mr. Speaker, if we look at the 20 budget, the 2021 budget, the 2022 budget, this Liberal government has been making life more affordable for Canadians, including childcare, including the Canada Workers Benefit. Mr. Speaker, this government is delivering for Canadians, and that's what Canadians expect.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Les coûts des épiceries ont augmenté.
Grocery prices have gone up 10% on average, but CEOs of big grocery companies have raked in the profits. Their greed has contributed to inflation, and that's hurting families. When will this government force these CEOs to pay their fair share and reinvest to help families, to help people throughout the country? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we have been and will be determined to ensure that everyone pays their fair share of tax. We have increased income tax on corporations by 1.5% for the biggest banks and insurance companies, and we have a recovery dividend of 15% on excess profits made by these corporations during COVID. Mr. Speaker, we have a good tax plan with this government.
The Liberal carbon tax is up 25% to $50 a tonne, and it doesn't just increase the cost of gas, it increases the cost of everything for Canadian families. Many Canadians pay more in carbon taxes than they get in tax rebates. And worse, they miss their targets, and by a lot. Inflation is out of control, and Canadians are struggling, and their plan is to triple the carbon tax. So, Mr. Speaker, will the government cancel its planned tax hikes? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to the Honourable Member, we are fighting climate change and we are delivering on affordability. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member will recall that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed the price and pollution will put more money in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 families will get more back than they pay through the Climate Action Incentive. This year, Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Honourable Member that a family of 4 will receive up to $745 in Ontario, $830 in Manitoba, and $1,100 each in Saskatchewan and Alberta. Mr. Speaker, we're fighting affordability and fostering affordability and fighting climate change.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that 60% of households in Ontario, in Alberta, in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba pay more than they get back. So it started at $30 a tonne, then it was $40 a tonne, now it's $50 a tonne, and they're on track to triple it to $170 a tonne. Emissions have gone up, the price of everything has also gone up, so I'll ask again, when they plan to step out of Fantasyland, join us in the real world and admit that their plan to triple the carbon tax is wrong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we know that climate change and the cost of inaction is absolutely enormous. We've been experiencing climate impacts all over the country, Mr. Speaker, and we have a practical and affordable way to reduce pollution. And while the Conservatives want to make pollution free again, Mr. Speaker, we're reducing pollution, we're putting more money in people's pockets, and we are building the clean economy of the future.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the ever-increasing Liberal carbon tax, I'm receiving messages from Canadians across this country wondering how they're going to heat their homes and eat this winter. And now the Liberals are coming after workers' paychecks with CPP and EI increases. Canadians cannot afford this government taking any more of their money. They are desperate for relief from this high-tax Liberal agenda. Mr. Speaker, it is a simple choice. Will the Liberals continue to punish hard-working Canadians, or will they finally stop inflicting the pain and cancel their tax hikes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've all heard the Leader of the Opposition calls for freedom. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Honourable Member of the Opposition didn't mean the freedom to pollute. And while Conservatives want to make pollution free again, Mr. Speaker, again, we're reducing pollution, we're putting more monies in people's pocket, we're creating the clean economy and good, clean jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, this Prime Minister's policies has been hurting Canadians' pocketbooks. Currently, we're seeing the tax credit for children's sports activities being eliminated. While raising other taxes, he also promised that he would reduce rates on student loans, but now he's going to increase them. Can this Prime Minister promise not to increase taxes? The Honourable Minister of Family. Mr. Speaker, this year we signed 13 agreements with all the provinces and territories to reduce child care costs. That's thousands of dollars that will go back to parents' pockets to ensure that they can provide their children with what they need and to ensure that they can keep up with the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we are focusing on families, and we will continue to do so. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, even before the pandemic, this Prime Minister spent more than any other Prime Minister in the history of Canada. His out-of-control spending has led to roaring inflation, and now Canadians are paying exorbitant prices for goods and services. And now the Prime Minister will make it worse by hiking the carbon tax. This is going to hurt families who dream of buying a house one day. Will the Prime Minister promise to pause tax hikes? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, today in this very House, we tabled 2 bills which will make the cost of living more affordable for Canadians. The dental care plan and an increase in housing benefits, as well as doubling the GST credit. In addition to all the measures in Budget 2022, we are here to support Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what we will continue to do.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are already struggling to keep up with record-high cost of living expenses caused by this government's out-of-control spending, high-risk economic policies, and painful interest rate hikes. Many are forced to use credit cards and take out loans just to pay their bills and feed their families. In fact, new CPI data shows that grocery prices have risen by over 10%. That's a 40-year high. Canadians can't afford these Liberals' risky economic policies. Will the government commit to cancelling their planned tax hikes on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's be really clear. The riskiest advice that anybody in the House of Commons has given Canadians over the last 6 weeks is it putting their money into Bitcoin. Had Canadians done that, they would have lost their shirts. They would have destroyed their own personal finances. So our plan, Mr. Speaker, is a real plan that will help make life more affordable. $1,160 for single mothers, $700 for single seniors, $1,401 for couples with 2 children, and that's just the GST tax increase we're talking about, the credit for Canadians. That side can support us and do right by Canadians.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the day we've been dreading for months is coming up. On September 25th, the temporary EI measures will end. And yet, the Minister has not yet presented her overall reform of the program. We're back to the black hole. We're back to the program that lets 6 out of 10 workers fall through the cracks. We're back to the status quo. That's unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, September 25th is in 5 days. The Minister needs to do something. What will she immediately do? Will she at least extend the temporary measures? The Honourable Minister.
Pandemic, we put in place temporary EI measures to help address the extraordinary economic circumstances at the time, shutdowns, lockdown, job losses. We continue to move forward with our economic policies that's focusing on addressing labor shortages, that's focusing on making sure Canadians have money in their pockets, such as the increase of GST, the one-time GST credit, and the dental care program. Mr. Speaker, workers continue to have access to EI. Workers who are currently on EI are not impacted by anything moving forward. We are winding down COVID measures, but I can assure every worker in Canada that they still have access to EI.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, that is not true. And it's embarrassing that we are forced to ask the Minister to extend the temporary measures because she has not done her work. She needs to do an in-depth reform of EI. In fact, the Prime Minister himself told her so. It's clearly stated in her mandate letter. Not only was she supposed to create a plan, but she was supposed to have implemented it by summer 2022. But summer 2022 is already over. And the Minister has once again come up empty. When will she finally introduce an in-depth reform of EI?
Of the fact that seasonal workers are still struggling, we are extending the seasonal worker pilot to make sure that we address the trou noir. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to modernizing the EI system. We are working very hard through the consultations to make sure stakeholders have a say, workers and union and businesses, everybody is at the table. I have committed to putting forth this vision by the end of this year, and we will do just that.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville.
C'est OK? Easy. Monsieur le Président, qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Mr. Speaker, what is the Minister waiting for before reforming EI? Seriously. We keep meeting workers' groups, and we've had so many consultations. We know what the problems are, and we know what the solutions are. The Minister was told to do this in her mandate letter. What is she waiting for? Why is she abandoning workers?
The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everybody in this House of our commitment to extend EI sickness benefits from 15 to 26 weeks. That will be in place by the end of the year. By the end of this year, workers will have access to 26 weeks of EI sickness benefits.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, energy poverty in Atlantic Canada is nearly 40%, the highest in the country. Newfoundland and Labrador's Liberal Premier is begging the Prime Minister not to put carbon tax on home heating fuel. It will drive up heating costs by 20%. Winter is coming. Seniors will need to choose between food on the table or a warm home. Will the government pledge to cancel its planned tax hikes on my province's workers and seniors? Pledge today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands the affordability concerns faced by Atlantic Canadians, which is why the federal system is designed to put money back in the pockets of families. If the federal system is applied in the province of Newfoundland, of Nova Scotia, we will ensure that they receive the climate action incentive payments via quarterly checks, which, Mr. Speaker, will be in the mail in October. We remain committed to working in a collaborative, productive way with provincial counterparts to fight climate change while making life more affordable for Canadian families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Coast of Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, Corey from Gander and many more like him aren't too impressed with that answer. Does this minister get it? Last year, Corey spent $4,000 on oil to heat his home. The Liberal carbon tax will add $700 to his annual heating bill. Corey considers himself middle class. But with these inflationary tax increases, he's worried about paying his bills. Again, I ask on behalf of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, and many of them voted for this Prime Minister, will he choose not to hurt them and cancel these planned tax hikes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we hear Canadians in Atlantic Canada and the issues that they have raised with respect to the cost of oil heating, which is in fact why just last week we announced a special program for Atlantic Canada in particular to help them transition from oil to renewable energies, to have cleaner, cheaper ways to heat their homes. We're there to support Canadians. We're there to support Atlantic Canadians.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, that minister doesn't know that program only covers 3% of people in Atlantic Canada. What are the other 97% supposed to do? Nova Scotia has surpassed the 2030 carbon reduction emission targets and will reach net zero by 2050 without a carbon tax. Nova Scotia is getting results with technology, not taxes. But why let outcomes drive your policy when you can increase taxes? The carbon tax will add 14 cents more a litre to home heating fuel when 40% of Atlantic Canadians are experiencing energy poverty. Will the Liberals listen to Premier Houston, implement his plan, and commit to not imposing the ineffective carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have been there consistently to support Canadians as we transition to more affordable forms of energy for our homes. And like I mentioned, just last week we had a program that highlighted supports for Atlantic Canada. But more than that, we are working with the provinces, including Nova Scotia, on the Atlantic Loop, ways that we can provide affordable, clean energy. We are there. We will continue working with our provinces, including Atlantic Canada specifically. We are focused on that.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
So obviously the motto of this government is fighting affordability. Atlantic premiers are not being listened to. They are beating your targets. But you won't listen. Why is it you won't listen to government? The government will they listen? Is it because this government just wants more tax revenue, more money in the bank to spend on useless programs? When will they commit to not increasing taxes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member won't believe me, perhaps he'll believe the Parliamentary Budget Officer, perhaps he'll believe the Commissioner on Environment and Sustainable Development. And the reality, Mr. Speaker, is the price on pollution puts more money in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 families will receive more than they pay in through the Climate Action Incentive. Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, there's some folks right around my left ear here that I'm having a hard time hearing. I'm going to have to ask him to repeat. Start from the top, please, so I can hear the whole answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was just repeating what I said before. 8 out of 10 families will be better off. Mr. Speaker, we're fighting climate change. We're delivering on affordability in so many ways, as our Minister of Tourism has highlighted many, many times today. Mr. Speaker, surely the Conservative Party doesn't want to take money out of people's pockets. And Mr. Speaker, a family of 4 once again will receive $745 in Ontario, $830 in Manitoba, and about $1,100 each in Saskatchewan, Manitoba. That's real money, Mr. Speaker, that is going to help with affordability.
For Hamilton Centre.
On Saturday, this Liberal government will change the rules for EI, making it harder for workers to get the benefits that they've earned. Canadian workers are caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side, we have the Liberals punishing workers by cutting EI and keeping their wages at rock bottom. And on the other side, we have Conservatives intent on abandoning workers altogether, who are hardest hit by this economy. In a time when workers are struggling with the rising cost of living, this Liberal government is choosing to make them suffer more. Will this Liberal government immediately stop the changes to EI and finally fix the broken system?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, as our COVID pandemic economic measures wind down, I can assure everyone in this House that we continue to support workers. We continue to be there for workers. We are working very hard to modernize the EI system. EI sickness will be in place to 26 weeks by the end of this year. I'll also remind everyone here that we have recovered 113% of the jobs lost during the pandemic. We have incredibly low unemployment rate. Our economic rebound has been incredibly extraordinary given everything this world is going through at this time.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, people are struggling with the rising cost of living. Things are getting harder. Mr. Speaker, instead of helping, the Liberals are clawing back the Canada Child Benefit. And guess who will be hit the hardest, Mr. Speaker? Single-parent mothers struggling to make ends meet. This is cruel. Families need more support to pay rent and feed their children, not less. Will the Liberals reverse these clawbacks and ensure that families who receive pandemic supports are not unfairly penalized?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Speaker. In fact, we understand the high cost of living, and in fact, when we came into office in 2015, we got rid of the universal child care benefit that the Conservatives were sending to millionaires and instead brought in the Canada Child Benefit that can provide almost up to $7,000 a year for children under the age of 6 for the lowest income families. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we raised the Canada Child Benefit this summer, indexed to inflation, because we understand how much families rely on this money to make sure that they can give their children what they need. Mr. Speaker, we've been there for families and we'll keep being there. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government announced the doubling of the GST credit as one of the measures to help vulnerable Canadians fight inflation. Can the Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance tell us more about this support measure?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Calgary Skyview for his excellent question. Mr. Speaker, just last week we announced the doubling of the GST and we tabled that legislation today. So what does it mean? We're talking about a single mom with one child and $30,000 in net income getting $1,160 through that credit. A single senior with $20,000 in net income will get $701. A couple with two children, $35,000 in take-home pay, $1,401. That is real money in the pockets of real Canadians. That is responsible leadership.
Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should feel confident that when they work hard, they will have a roof over their head and food on their table. But under this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are working harder and harder, but falling further and further behind. This government's uncontrolled spending is driving up the cost of living. And increased taxes like the failed carbon tax is diving deeper and deeper into their pockets. Mr. Speaker, when will this NDP Liberal government stop driving up costs and cutting the paychecks of Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the supports that we announced today are targeted to the Canadians who need it the most, vulnerable Canadians who need this help. And let me just share with you some information from Lindsay Tedds, an economist at the University of Calgary, who has said very clearly that this is targeted to low-income individuals who are probably the ones unable to dip into savings or other things to pay for these increased costs. It is unlikely to increase inflation. Mr. Speaker, they're going to deflect and distract. We're going to keep delivering for Canadians. That's responsible leadership.
The honourable member for Mignon-Éclairable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 600,000 Quebecers use food banks in Quebec to feed themselves because they can't make ends meet. And amongst them, more and more workers, Mr. Speaker. The price increases everywhere cause inflation, and workers cannot deal with this. Groceries have gone up by more than 10%. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to granting more money into people's pockets by ending all these new tax increases, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the supports that we have proposed starting today do exactly what the member opposite is talking about, putting money in the pockets of those who need it the most, whilst at the same time we have been working on inflation. Economists from coast to coast to coast have all said that our measures will not increase inflation. We are fighting for Canadians, supporting those who need it, while being fiscally prudent. The honourable member for Mignon-Éclairable. I would like to explain to my colleague what making ends meet means. It means having enough to survive to the next harvest season. Now it just means living from paycheck to paycheck. That's what it means today. But unfortunately, fewer and fewer Canadians manage to survive from paycheck to paycheck. Inflation, food, taxes, rent, gas, everything's more expensive. Instead of stressing Canadians out, can the Prime Minister at least stop implementing new measures that increase every price everywhere once again? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, generally speaking, the measures that we have mentioned today and the measures in Budget 2022 are targeted to help Canadians who need it the most. With the dental plan, a $70,000 family will receive $650. Youth who are in a family that earns $70,000 to $90,000 will also receive a significant amount. Mr. Speaker, that is real money in Canadians' pockets. The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lille-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Stats Canada has informed us that inflation is still north of 7%. Do you know why, Mr. Speaker? This government's failures and its incomprehension of how economics work. So long as this Liberal NDP coalition exists, Canadians and Quebecers will suffer from this inflation. Will the Liberals at least commit to cancelling tax increases? If not, then why? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, these measures will not increase inflation. It will support those who require it. We are targeting Canadians who are in greatest needs. Trevor Toomby, an economist, clearly stated that global factors and the Government of Canada's incidents will not have a big effect. These are economists saying this. They are saying that our plan is a prudent plan with regards to budgets and fiscality. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's not easy for Quebec's music industry these days. The starving royalties that our musicians receive from streaming music sites, the 2-year pandemic that has prevented festivals and concerts from taking place. And to add to all of this, Francophone artists have lost income due to a calculation error by SOCAN. This is yet another tile falling on the head of Quebec's music industry. In this context, Francophone artists really did not need this. Can the Minister send a clear message to our artists that, in the face of adversity, they can count on the Minister? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank my colleague for all the work he does with regards to Canadian heritage and with regard to our artists. And I would like to clearly state that our artists, be they Anglophone or Francophone, should all be treated in a just and equitable way. This is a principle that should be respected by everyone, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Heritage has no doubt read the article by Thomas Gerbet from Radio-Canada. I quote, Quebec Francophone artists estimate that from 2019 to 2021 they had a 45% shortfall due to a calculation method used by SOCAN. Since the 21st of November 2021, the situation has been corrected, but no compensation has been provided by them to compensate Francophone artists. The Minister has a moral duty at the end of the day to ensure that Francophone artists are treated fairly. What does he intend to do to show his support for artists? The Honourable Minister. What I seek to do, Mr. Speaker, is to be clear, as I have been just a few minutes ago, and to repeat once again, Mr. Speaker, that our artists, be they Anglophone or Francophones, should always, always, always be treated in the same way. And that is a principle that should be respected by everyone. End of discussion.
Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. $500 billion of Liberal inflationary deficits have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. Inflation is running at historic highs and taking a massive bite out of Canadians' ability to pay the bills. Now, if you thought it couldn't get much worse, you'd be wrong, because the Liberals are planning on raising taxes on Canadians' paychecks by hiking CPP and EI premiums. Instead of making the problem worse, will the government commit to cancelling its planned tax hikes and cancel its tripling of the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're a bit hesitant to take advice from that side on EI, considering that the leader of the opposition, when he was in charge of EI in 2015, let's say the current leader, when he was in charge of EI in 2015, workers paid 20% more into EI than they do today, in a system that wasn't as generous as it is today.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the new measures proposed by the government will just get vaporized by continued sustained inflation. It's the cost of government that's driving up the cost of living. Food is up 10% year over year, and 4 out of 10 Canadians are cutting their diets because of rising food costs. Canadians who have never used a food bank in their lives before are being forced to because they simply can't keep up with soaring prices. Canadians are struggling to get by, and the government plans to raise taxes on gas, home heating, groceries, and paychecks. Will the government reverse its planned tax hikes and commit to no new taxes?
The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what was vaporized. Canadian savings when they followed the new Conservative leader's advice to go put money into Bitcoin. Quite frankly, shameful, irresponsible, and reckless.
Member for Regina Capel.
What's been vaporized is Canadians' purchasing power, as this government has caused the record-breaking inflation that is hammering Canadians' abilities to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. The best way to stop inflation is to put an end to the deficits that caused it in the first place. Instead, the Liberals are going to make the problem a whole lot worse. Rising prices have robbed Canadians of the ability to heat their homes and fill their fridges. And in the coming new year, the government is planning on hiking payroll taxes and carbon taxes, meaning Canadians will have to spend more as they take home less. Will the government simply cancel their planned tax hikes?
The Honourable Minister.
Let's go through the numbers through the years. In 2015, when we lowered income taxes on Canadians, that member and that bench voted against. In 2019, when we lowered taxes for Canadians, again, the Conservative leader and that bench voted against. In 2021, when we lowered taxes for working Canadians, that side of the aisle voted against. And even this summer, when we reduced taxes on businesses, once again, the Conservatives in this House voted against taxes. We know who has the record on having Canadians' backs on taxes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chateauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, dental care is often not affordable for families. The Minister announced last week that the first legislative measures from the government this autumn will make life more affordable for Canadians who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Health tell this House how the government is delivering on its promises to Canadians with regards to dental care? The Honourable Minister for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and first of all, congratulations to the member for Chateauguay-Lacolle for her excellent work for her riding. Great news today, a new Canada Dental benefit that will help 500,000 children in low to middle class settings with an amount of $650 a year, $1,300 over 3 years, or over 2 years, to help people who are in low and middle class settings. Also, helping healthcare in general by reducing dental issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years, Liberals are being informed about the dangers of inflation, but according to them, there was nothing to fear. But today, we are in a Liberal inflation maelstrom. Many Canadians are saying that they wouldn't be able to pay a surprise expenditure of $1,000. Many Canadians are scared about their debt level. Many Canadians have to choose between gas and food. Can the Liberals guarantee that they will not increase taxes? The Honourable Minister for Tourism. Mr. Speaker, 4 times over the last 6 years, Conservatives have voted against tax cuts offered by the Liberals. Measures we've implemented our table today are targeted for Canadians who need it the most. These are targeted measures. We will add money for housing. We'll create a Canada Dental plan. We will double the GST tax credit, real money in Canadians' pockets.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses will be among the hardest hit by planned Liberal tax hikes. First, the planned payroll tax increase forces them to pay more taxes on wages. Second, the Liberal plan to triple the carbon tax. While large industrial corporations don't pay the carbon tax at all, small businesses will see their energy costs skyrocket, forcing them to charge more to consumers and pay less to workers. Will the government cancel these new tax hikes so small businesses can survive?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker,
let me outline what we've done for small businesses during the past 2.5 years. We've supported small businesses throughout a pandemic. What we've also done, and a matter I'm sure the member opposite is very concerned about, is support small businesses in their inclusivity with the Women's Entrepreneurship Program. We've launched a Black Entrepreneurship Program. We're supporting Indigenous businesses. The Conservative record on supporting small businesses leaves a little bit to be desired. When we've proposed rebates for small businesses, they've opposed them in their voting record. When small businesses in this city were under siege by an illegal blockade, the man who's now the leader of the opposition supported that blockade and the impediments it caused to those small businesses. That's the Conservatives' record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the 5th largest natural gas producer, but doesn't export any LNG. The world wants Canadian LNG, but these Liberal gatekeepers killed 16 projects, 100,000 jobs, and forced Canada to import. Worse, after this Prime Minister's snub, Germany may do a deal with Saudi Arabia instead. Canada could be the 6th largest LNG exporter if all the projects were built and replace all Russian LNG to Europe, Japan, and South Korea. Why do these Liberals always export Canadian paychecks and projects to foreign dictators?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, last month we welcomed the German Chancellor to Canada. And you know what we are exporting? Hydrogen, critical minerals. And you know what we're creating right here at home? Good paying, sustainable jobs. We had conversations with the Chancellor, we responded to what they need, and we will be there to support our allies while supporting Canadian jobs.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, Don Valley East, many are struggling with increased rent and housing costs, especially working individuals, families, and the most vulnerable. And there is no question, Mr. Speaker, that more help is needed and that our government must continue to act.
I'm sure the minister wants to hear the question. I couldn't. I'll have to ask the honourable member to start from the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. In my riding, Don Valley East, many people are struggling with increased rent and housing costs, especially, Mr. Speaker, families, working individuals, and the most vulnerable. And there is no question, Mr. Speaker, that help is needed and that our government must continue to act. Can the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion please tell this House what new measures our government is putting in place to help families through this difficult time?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Don Valley East for his important question. We know that it's getting harder for many Canadians to afford the increased rent. That is why today we introduced legislation to provide a $500 federal top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit. This will help 1.8 million low-income Canadians, and this will be on top of the already existing, on average, $2,500 of the Canada Housing Benefit. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always have the backs of Canadian renters.
Honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, 21 families a day buried their loved ones because of the toxic drug crisis. This is devastating, but it was foreseeable. The Public Health Agency of Canada warned that this crisis could continue to get worse. This is just weeks after the Liberals and Conservatives both voted against an NDP bill to create a national health-based strategy. So instead of supporting real solutions, the Liberals' inaction has cost lives. When will the Liberals fix their mistakes by creating a national health-based strategy to fight this crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we obviously are devastated by this news of every day so many Canadians dying of mental health issues which can be cared for and prevented with the reasons and examples that the member just gave. So we're investing and very mindful of the need to invest in the mental health of Canadians. My colleague, Minister of Mental Health, is working very hard on that. She's announced many measures, and more will come.
Yeah. No point of orders during question period. Reserve them till after. I know we're all a little bit rusty after all the rules. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Scott Graham, a senior from my riding, is missing. He was last seen in Spain at the Canadian Embassy, visibly injured and without life-saving medication. His daughters feel like they've been left to investigate on their own. Scott reached out for help. but Canada's system to support people in an emergency failed. When Canadians go to their embassy, they expect to get help. When loved ones go missing abroad, they expect real action for families. What is the minister doing to support the family while making sure this never happens again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure the honourable member that we are very concerned for the well-being of Mr. Graham. The consular officials, both here in Ottawa as well as in Spain, have taken this very seriously and will continue to advise us as we continue to search for information about his well-being and be in contact with his friends and family as well. The minister has asked for complete understanding of how the department and how the embassy have dealt with this situation, and we are happy to report back to the House at a later date.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps. I wish to draw the attention, and we'll come to the point of order right after I'm done, I promise. I wish to draw the attention of members to the 30th anniversary of CPAC. The Cable Public Affairs Channel, CPAC, has been broadcasting the debates of the House gavel to gavel for 3 decades.
First established in 1992 by consortium of 27 Canadian cable companies, CPAC's primary mandate was to broadcast the proceedings of the House of Commons to millions of cable households at no cost to the taxpayer.
Since then, CPAC has expanded to provide continued unfiltered coverage of House of Commons proceedings and parliamentary committees, as well as a multitude of other public affairs activities across the country. Despite the rapidly advancing forms of social and digital communications, CPAC continues to play a key role in keeping our fellow citizens informed about the business of Parliament. CPAC has worked in close partnership with us to ensure that Canadians have a front-row view into the very heart of our democracy.
CPAC has become such an important part of Canadian political life that it is truly difficult to imagine that such an essential service did not always exist. Today, we welcome to the gallery the members of the CPAC Board of Directors. On behalf of all members of Parliament, I want to thank them for the invaluable contribution they make to the Canadian democratic process. Thank you very much.
We have a point of order, the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, today in question period, the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Member for Thornhill and others cited a March 2022 report by the Parliamentary Budget Officer that shows the carbon tax will be a net cost of $1,461 to Ontario households, $1,145 to households in Manitoba.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt. I want to remind the honourable member that his light's off and his mic isn't on. I'm afraid that's more debate than it is point of order. I'm sure if he checks things out, he can go through it and find something that is a point of order and then maybe bring it back tomorrow. Orders of the day.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, projet de loi amenant du gouvernement commune, resume consideration at second reading of Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit Act.
I just want to wait till everybody calms down or everybody's finishing. If you can hear my voice, say shh. There we go. resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, who has 5 minutes remaining.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as I had started off just prior to question period, I talked about what it is that the Prime Minister and members of the Liberal caucus talk a great deal about. And that is that in moving forward, as we have in the past, putting so much emphasis on Canada's middle class, emphasizing the importance of ensuring that we have an economy that's working for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is something in which we take very seriously. And that's why when you take a look at Bill 22, and you get an understanding of what is the real purpose behind Bill 22, the principles that I see it is ensuring that all Canadians are having a better, more equal opportunity to participate. This legislation will enhance the disposable income for literally tens of thousands of people with disabilities from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. Members should not be surprised in terms of the progressive nature of this legislation. We have demonstrated virtually from 2015 as a government that we are committed to support Canadians that need to get that additional support. I can recall first in 2015 when we talked about increasing the GIS for the poorest of all seniors. I made reference this morning, or just before question period, to the hundreds of individuals that were lifted out of poverty as a direct result of that of the increase to the GIS. Earlier, I made reference to the hundreds of kids in Winnipeg North that were lifted out of poverty because of the enhancement and the changes we made and brought in the Canada Child Benefit Program. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see yet another progressive piece of legislation that's going to lift tens of thousands of people with disability out of poverty. This is the type of, I believe, government that has made a difference in a very real and tangible way, ensuring that the disposable income of people in many different areas, in all different regions of our country, are being able to see increased, Mr. Speaker. That makes our economy healthier, I would ultimately argue, and it increases and improves the quality of life for those people that need it, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. The legislation itself will set the framework for a national program. And a part of that program means that we have to work with the different provincial entities that are out there. Because depending on the province that you look at, you will find that in many ways it's very much a patchwork of sorts. Disability credits in some areas, possibly. Support programs in others. As the minister in introducing the bill had indicated, we want to make sure that the money that we're giving to people of disability today from Ottawa is not going to be clawbacked, Mr. Speaker, in other types of provincial or territorial supports. This should be top-off money, Mr. Speaker. That's something in which is going to require a great deal of effort. An effort that we have demonstrated to Canadians that we can be very successful in. Exactly. One only needs to take a look at the child care program, the first ever national child care program where we were able to achieve agreements in all of our provinces and territories, Madam Speaker. I think it's that same sort of work ethic, working with Canadians, working with other jurisdictions, that we're going to be able to enable the first ever national disability program, arguably what could be the first national program in the world, Madam Speaker. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for members to be very clear, support the legislation. Let's see this bill go to committee and come back and ultimately become law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this member's intervention. I hope he took a break over the summer, wasn't here speaking the whole time over the summer. Not surprising to hear his voice again in this chamber. But my question is relatively simple. The member claims, as does many of other members in his party, that this will help hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty, which may be true. So I'm asking this member if the Department of Finance has booked any amounts of money for this program, or do we still not know how much this program is going to cost? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, the legislation establishes the framework. There will be budgetary measures, no doubt, and discussions that would have taken place between the different departments. But one of the things that really needs to be highlighted is the fact that there are so many different variances from coast to coast to coast because of other provincial and territorial programs. That at the end of the day, it's going to be having these negotiations to ensure that there's a sense of equity and fairness in the different, no matter where it is that you live in Canada. And I think that's the ultimate goal. Lifting people out of poverty, people that have disabilities, and this legislation is a great step, I would argue, a historical step forward, Madam Speaker, in that direction.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague, the member for Winnipeg North, for his speech. But I need some clarification about something. Just this morning, I was talking to Marie-Christine Hon of my region. She was explaining to me that she has consulted about this bill, and she's been working with persons with disabilities for a long time. She understands the issues. She has read and reread the bill, but she still has a lot of questions. She feels that there are many things which are not clear, not defined in the bill. And as the member for Thérèse de Blainville said so well this morning, the details are not here in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, can the colleague give us more information?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I don't believe that you can provide the type of details in which members of the opposition have been requesting in the last number of hours for this legislation. It will come in the form of regulations. It will come in the form of negotiations between the provinces. What's important here, I believe, is that every member of the House of Commons, whether you're a Bloc, Conservative, NDP, or Green, should be recognizing the principle of this bill by supporting and voting in favor of the legislation. By doing that, you're sending a very powerful message to all Canadians in all regions of this country. And that is that we want, and the desire of the House of Commons is to financially support people in Canada with disabilities. That's what this legislation does, and we can all take great pride in supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yeah, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for his comments. And, you know, I do welcome any support that does lift persons with disability out of poverty. However, you know, they've had 7 years to put in place. This bill has absolutely no protections, in fact, in this bill, that it will lift, in fact, anybody out of poverty. I put forward a bill in support of a guaranteed livable basic income. Bill C-223, supported by disability groups and organizations through the country that will lift people out of poverty, in addition to current and future government programs and support. And I'm wondering if my colleague is so committed to really lifting persons with disabilities out of poverty, if he will be supporting my private member's bill, Bill C-223, a framework to implement a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will in fact review the member's bill, but I think it's important to recognize in Manitoba we've actually seen some movement from the province towards an income support program for people with disabilities. And this is why I say it's so critically important. We are at an opportune time to start looking at what other provinces have and look for willing provinces to sit down and try to negotiate. I would like to say that Manitoba could potentially be the first province to have an agreement, Madam Speaker, dealing with this legislation and some of the measures that the province of Manitoba is taking. But hopefully all provinces and territories will be able to come on board, and that's why it's so critically important that this legislation is in fact timely. Let's get the job done by seeing it ultimately pass through the House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to rise today to express my support of the second reading of Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit Act, which its debate commenced earlier today in this House. We've taken a huge step towards securing the right for every Canadian to fully participate in society through unimpeded access to basic services, in particular opportunities for long-term and adequate employment. This bill, as a framework legislation, will enact a Canada Disability Benefit for working age person with disabilities as a federal income supplement. Elements of the benefit that will establish through regulation include eligibility, application, and payment processes, and many other questions that my colleagues have raised over the morning session of this House. The Canadian Disability Benefit will become an important part of Canada's social safety net, alongside old age security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and the Canada Child Benefit. It has the potential to significantly reduce poverty for hundreds of thousands of Canadians with disabilities. Madam Speaker, among many other benefits, the three most significant advantages of this bill to my constituents in Richmond Hill are as follows. Firstly, the bill will take a concrete step toward eradicating deep-seated poverty for persons with disability through establishment of a comprehensive financial benefit plan. Secondly, it would not disrupt eligibility for other income supplement, thereby supporting persons with disability at no cost to other available benefits. Finally, it would promote an inclusive, dynamic, where the people of all abilities are able to collaborate and contribute in a meaningful way to their economy. The creation of an inclusive community is strongly influenced by the advancement of accessibility, which calls for the mitigation of various obstacles that the 6 million people with disability in Canada may face on a daily basis. These obstacles include, but are not limited to, the loss of benefit as a result of becoming unemployed, the lack of accessible support services, as well as social exclusion in workplace. As such, the Canada Disability Benefit is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to amend the deep-seated social and economic exclusion that is the reality of many persons with disabilities in Canada. Undoubtedly, a central objective in developing a thriving community dynamic is to secure employment in a barrier-free workplace for all Canadians with disabilities. Madam Speaker, despite these facts, workers with disabilities are twice as likely to live in poverty and are disproportionately paid less. Nearly 850,000, or 21% of working-age Canadians with disabilities live in poverty, nearly 3 times the rate of persons without disabilities. The numbers speak for themselves. Working-age persons with disability who live alone and lone parents, many of whom also had more severe disabilities, were even more likely to be living below the poverty line. Among those with disabilities, women, members of the LGBTQ community, racialized Canadian and Indigenous people are more likely to be financially insecure. Madam Speaker, this statistic tells us one important thing, that the immediate action is required to secure the financial well-being of persons with disabilities in Canada. As Canadians struggle with affordability issues, they continue to face serious financial and social barriers to obtaining long-term employment. The prosperity of our community is reliant on the social and economic inclusion of all persons with disabilities. It is essential that Canadians with disabilities can afford the food, rent, medication that they need to live a meaningful, dignified, and quality life. Our government has always stood by Canadians with disabilities and ensured that the necessary investments have been made to provide them with essential support that they need. For instance, the Enable Accessibility Fund, a $64 million investment, was launched by our government earlier this year to support infrastructure projects across Canada that improve the accessibility, safety, and inclusion of persons with disability across communities and the labor market. Madam Speaker, noting the many unprecedented hardships that the Canadians continue to endure, it's important to ensure that no one with disability is left behind. Madam Speaker, the active integration and inclusion of persons with disability into our community is vital to my riding of Richmond Hill and myself. Throughout the year, I've had the pleasure of meeting and collaborating with a variety of groups and organizations that dedicate themselves to the well-being of persons with disabilities. L'Arche Daybreak and MS Society of Canada are among the groups that we have had the privilege of closely working with. L'Arche Daybreak is a long-standing nonprofit in Richmond Hill and an admirable example of how people of different intellectual disabilities can live, work, and learn together. Madam Speaker, in commemoration of National Accessibility Week in June of 2022, I visited L'Arche Daybreak to extend my heartfelt gratitude for all their tireless efforts toward making our community more just, compassionate, and vibrant as a whole. And today, I'm confidently affirming that the Bill C-22 has paved the path to provide L'Arche Daybreak members with the financial resources necessary to pursue diverse employment and educational opportunities. As a country with the highest rate of MS, I wholeheartedly advocate for the interests of MS Society of Canada. The volunteers and staff at this organization raise awareness and offer support for people with MS and their families. I've observed their hard work firsthand through my attendance at numerous events, including MS Awareness Day and our York Region MS Charity Car Show. Madam Speaker, by ensuring that Canadians living with MS and other disabilities have adequate income support, we promote their participation in all aspects of life, bringing us closer toward a barrier-free world. This is why the introduction of Bill C-22 would without a doubt benefit organizations such as L'Arche Daybreak and MS Society of Canada by promoting equality of opportunity for persons with disabilities. At this moment, I'd like to acknowledge and extend my sincere thanks for the commitment displayed and the long-standing advocacy demonstrated by the individual working for these groups. I assure you, our government will work tirelessly to see that your organization and members are supported through the introduction of new benefits for persons with disabilities. Madam Speaker, as I stand here today in support of this important piece of legislation, I strongly believe that expediting the Canada Disability Bill into law would put an end to the deep-rooted poverty faced by our friends, families, and neighbors, and allow them to meet their basic needs throughout their lives. This legislation means more investment to make our communities and workplaces barrier-free for persons with disabilities. For my community, it means a stronger and a more inclusive Richmond Hill. Today, I invite all my honorable colleagues to join me in supporting this important piece of legislation so together we can continue to have Canadians back and create a Canada that includes everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sonia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. And certainly everyone will support the need for a disability benefit. I just want to be sure I understand the situation. So this bill has been introduced, and we don't know who is eligible to collect it, and we don't know how much it is, and we don't know when it will be implemented. Is that accurate?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank my colleague. What this bill, as I indicated in my speech, provides the framework. And if I want to draw a parallel, I would say, think of a railroad, laying out the groundwork for all the rails to be drawn for the locomotive to come. So as we go through the 13 provinces and territories, and as we work with all the organizations and individuals who are impacted, and as we work with those territories and provinces to make sure that not only it's exclusive, but it doesn't have any unintended consequences. So yes, there might be some ambiguity at this point, but if we pass this bill, get it to the committee, and let's start calling witnesses from across Canada, from across organization, when working with the provinces to ensure that we have a very pragmatic program and regulation that we can roll out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we all agree on the fact that there are good intentions here. This is good in principle. This is not new as a bill. It's been tabled in similar form. But beyond the principles, we need to flesh things out. There are some gray areas that will need to be clarified when the committee studies the bill. We agree with the bill in principle, so we will vote for it in principle, but it's really lacking some bare bones elements. We have nothing about the modalities. For example, a very simple question, will the benefits be paid directly or will they be sent to Quebec, which will handle paying out the benefits?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again through you to the honourable member. First of all, thank you very much for supporting this bill. It is important because, as I said, it lays the groundwork. And we're very, as you said, let's expedite this, let's get it to the committee, and let's work with all provinces and territories. I'm sure you have a member for Bloc who's going to be there, and I'm sure there are members from all parties, from all sides, that they will be representing not only the interests of Quebec, but also the interests of all Canadians who are dealing with disabilities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And the honourable member to ask us questions or respond to the speaker and not directly to the member. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
House, when I say that any measure that will help people living with diverse needs or disabilities is a positive measure, but again, has been pointed out repeatedly, this is a framework only that doesn't identify who will receive disability benefits, how much they'll get, or when. And the fact that this is unnecessary is proved by legislation that will be introduced by this government, driven by the NDP in a few days, which is to establish a dental benefit. And I can tell you how much you're going to get, $1,300 per child. I can tell you when, starting December 1. And I can tell you that it's going to be given to children under 12. So why is it that this government can't specify the benefits to people living with disabilities in this legislation when we can do it in other legislation? And by the way, we know that nobody in this country is suffering more from the current inflation and difficult economic times than people living with diverse needs. So why can't this government get these benefits to people right now?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill, just 50 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and once again through you to my honourable colleague who I have the pleasure of working with in the HESA Health Committee, and looking forward potentially receiving this bill in that committee. Madam Speaker, as I've said repeatedly, and many of my colleagues in the House have said, this is a framework that we are putting in place. It was introduced in the House on June the 2nd. Now, as soon as we came back, this is the first item on the agenda. We look forward to an expedited debate so we can get it into the committee and we can have that substantive conversation that needed to be had to ensure that the solution that we're going to develop and the regulation that's going to be developed has the recommendation from the committee and from all the organizations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind members when they're speaking not to kind of bang around a little bit because it affects the interpreters. If you've got paper near the speaker as well, same thing that happened earlier today. So it's just very hard on the interpreters to hear and on their ears as well. So resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be careful for the interpreters' ears not to bang the microphones here. I've been listening to this debate since this morning when the minister rose to introduce basically the bill and explain what it would do. I think many members have now spoken explaining many of the shortcomings of this legislation. While this is a framework, so-called, this has taken, as some members have said, over 7 years to get to this point, over 1 year now by the minister's own admission of working on it. And there are other pieces of legislation, like a new Democratic member had just reminded the House, that is coming before here with far more details involved in it than this particular piece of legislation. And I have worked on income tax legislation affecting the disability tax credit for persons with disabilities. So I have an interest in this particular area. And although I support the legislation, I have deep misgivings about it. I'm also disappointed that the government could not provide more clarity for this House when approving it, because obviously it would help us greatly decide on the costs of this legislation when we turn around and explain it to our constituents. There are 21 regulations in Section 11 that itemize every single component that actually should be truthfully in statutory legislation. The minister this morning said and referred to the guaranteed income supplement, which actually mirrors comments she made reported by the CBC back on June 2nd, where she said, and I'm going to be quoting from this article, she did say that Bill C-22 has been designed to lift recipients to an income level similar to that provided by the guaranteed income supplement, which ensures someone receiving the benefit gets around $19,000 in benefits a year. Now, that is not very difficult. That $19,000, therefore, if that is the target, should be in the legislation. They had over a year. Justice Canada has probably thousands of lawyers who could help draft this piece of legislation to ensure that all the potential unique opportunities for provinces to either claw back a benefit or change something, that could be captured in it. I understand the government is saying that this is to be determined in the future at some point and somehow, but if this House is going to approve it, things like criteria and eligibility and who would be eligible to get it, we would like to know, and it shouldn't be left up to regulations. I have a Yiddish proverb, as I always do. I notice that some clerks are looking at me and waiting for it. If you don't want to do something, any excuse is as good as another. And it sounds way better in Yiddish when you hear it. But this is exactly the point that the government has said, well, we had a year to do this. It actually had 7 years. It's been a long-term promise that they have made. But persons with disabilities will continue to wait to hear whether actually in their particular situation, whether they will meet the criteria, whether they will meet the eligibility requirements, how this will be paid out. And I want to go into the regulations now, because I think there's areas of concern that many members have when this will go to committee, that this should be changed. I do want to say I'm also splitting my time with the member for King Vaughan as well. In Section 11 of the regulations, there's a Section C, respecting the amount of a benefit or the method for determining the amount is left up to the Cabinet to decide into the future. I don't quite understand why that's necessary. The minister just this morning repeated that she's aiming for a GIS similar amount, which is $19,000. That should be there. You actually don't need to leave that up to Cabinet to decide. Section D, respecting the manner in which a benefit is to be indexed to inflation. Now, why? We've just spent most of the question period talking about the rising cost of inflation, the cost of living. It should be nothing less than 100% cost of living adjustment. It's called a COLA. It's done already. If there was an issue about it being only done once a year, this is the opportunity to legislate it perhaps twice a year, 4 times a year, use StatScan, use CPI, use core inflation. Whatever that number is, the government has the opportunity now to put it into legislation. That should not be in regulation. Section E, respecting payment periods and the amount to be paid each period. Now, in the GIS legislation, when I was going through it, it actually lays it out in legislation. So if we're going to mimic the guaranteed income supplement, and I don't see why it's not a bad idea, I think it makes a lot of sense. If we're going to follow the format, why not just copy the GIS legislation, it's a copy and paste, and put it into this one and move forward and not leave it up to Cabinet. And then the next one, respecting the amendments or rescission of decisions made by the minister. This is section 11G. This will be set by the Cabinet. So a Cabinet minister will be sitting at the table to make decisions on whether he or she made the wrong decision, and will then determine whether that decision should be rescinded. I don't believe this is a wise way of organizing this legislation. Section 11I, respecting of appeals, the Cabinet will be able to decide how appeals will be dealt with, and on and on and on it goes. Now, some of these regulations make sense for administrative penalties on the back end, for summary conviction provisions on the back end. I think there is some wisdom in this. It actually is a reference to the Old Age Security Act, a very specific section, section 44.2, in order to ensure that there is some type of collaboration between the two programs. Again, if the issue is that we're still unsure of what some provinces will do, and my home province of Alberta has two programs. They're known by their acronyms as AISH and PDD. That I think will be impacted by this. Again, if there is concern that some provinces will decide to claw back the benefits, then just write it into the legislation so that a person will not lose out in it. You know, I've supported in the past looking at the disability tax credit, perhaps through the Income Tax Act, whether it should be done into a refundable tax credit, because that would use the tax code instead of setting up an entirely new benefit in order to reach people who actually can't use a DTC right now because they don't earn enough income. I've had a lot of constituents write to me on this, so I want to make sure I read their names into the records. I did read their emails. So Patty Phillips, Penny Clipperton, Pamela Cowan, Daryl Howard, Sharon Leahy, Jennifer Doby, Margaret Lima, Loretta Wall, and Loretta Wall, she sent me 2 emails on this, and then Mackenzie emailed me as well. So I want to recognize the fact that they have written to me on this subject, that they are interested by ensuring that persons with disabilities have a benefit that works for them, that takes them out of poverty. I'm not opposed to the idea, like many members have said already, like the idea behind it, we can all get behind. But too much of this legislation is left up to Cabinet to decide. And we've seen now during the pandemic these opportunities where I think Cabinet has gotten it wrong on certain transport regulations, where they're still holding on to pandemic restrictions like the wearing of a mask on an aircraft, where I don't think any other Western country forces us to do so. But I don't think that wisdom comes from on high from the Cabinet. I think wisdom comes from the people deciding what is best for them. And the representatives of the people are in the House of Commons. So let us actually vote on constructive, meaty legislation that sets it out. And if there's disagreements in it, when those are matters of law, they're not matters of policy to be decided through a government regulation later on. Things that can be changed much faster than pieces of legislation. I would much rather see disagreements in the future whether the disability benefit reaches enough Canadians, for example, to come back to the House of Commons for a fulsome debate about the benefit, the cost, the eligibility criteria. But those aren't things we're able to debate. Actually, probably the only time we'll be able to debate them will be at the standing committee that this is being sent to. I do want to also say that the Guaranteed Income Supplement in the Old Age Security Act is very, very, very detailed in how much money are you eligible for, what is the criteria, how is the criteria determined. It's all set out into law. Much less of it is set out in regulations. And I will draw attention of the House to Section 12 in Part 1 of the legislation, which a lot of that could be applied into this legislation. And again, it's a copy and paste job. For the amount that we've been debating so far to ensure that no person with a disability is left in poverty, I want to draw the House's attention to the LICO calculation that Statistics Canada does. In 2020, it said a household of 1 person in a population area of 500,000 people. The LICO is $22,060. If we're just aiming for the GIS as a target, so about 19,000, give or take, I guess, up or down a few $100s, if that's the target that the minister, she's implied both in June and today in the House, will not reach that amount for the vast majority of Canadians. But I've had repeat backbenchers on the government caucus side say that it will reach a whole bunch of different people. I see, Madam Speaker, you've given me the notice that my time is drawing to a close. So although I will be supporting the legislation, I think I've tried to expound on some of the issues I have with these most of it being left up to regulations. I hope in committee we can fix the legislation to provide both Canadians better certainty whether they will be eligible, how much will they be eligible for, when will they be getting it, whether it will be 100% inflation adjusted always, so it's not eaten into over time. I don't think it makes much sense to set up a benefit that over time will lose its real value and people won't be able to buy groceries, they won't be able to buy the medication they need, they won't be able to do all types of things as its true value disappears over time. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the questions and comments, and thank you for the time being given to me.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually encouraging to hear members of the Conservative Party stand in their place and say that they'll be supporting the legislation. From what I witnessed in terms of listening to the debate, as the member has been listening to the debate, is there's concerns in regards to the depth and the details or the lack thereof that's being implied by the opposition parties. I've indicated that it is, in fact, a framework. The minister responsible for the legislation indicated that she is open to thoughts and ideas in regards to improving the legislation. Based on the members' comments, is it safe to assume that the Conservative Party will be bringing forward amendments, one specifically to ensure that there's cost of living annual increases to the program? Is that what the member would actually be advocating for?
Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So yeah, of course, it's Section 11 in the regulations. Right now, what the government is proposing is that the indexation to inflation will be determined by cabinet, both the day, whether it will happen, whether the amount would happen. So it seems infinitely reasonable when we're talking about a cost of living crisis in Canada that we would protect the most vulnerable for which we're trying to extend the benefit to. And I think the member and others on the government caucus benches have said that this is about legislating a principle into law. Well, principles are not legislated. Those are government motions they could put forward. There's a lot to fix in this legislation, and I'm sure we'll have many amendments at committee to propose.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Calgary for the speech. It's clear and specific. It's the framework, in fact, as my other colleague indicated. It's a small framework, and it's a bit difficult seeing the final details, although in principle we agree with what we see on paper. This is my question, though. How can my colleague explain the fact that consultations will follow? We're talking about 3 years of consultations. In his opinion, is this a reasonable time period?
The Honourable Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is correct. It seems that we have heard people for years before this proposed bill has been debated in the House. The framework is indeed small. There's no details. And they're letting the Federation and the provinces and the federal government negotiate the details. And this means that people won't get these benefits for all those years that they'll have to wait. So I think that this gives them some false hope. And that's what we can't do in this House. We need to ensure that any benefit that is proposed in this House, when it is proposed and passed by the House and by the Senate, that people will, within the following year, the year after, have a benefit they can actually count on.
Then comments? The Honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
My honourable colleague for his intervention and also his acknowledgement of my private member's bill, Bill C-223, to put in place a guaranteed livable basic income. And I share many of his concerns. Certainly the fact of the very clear lack of detail in the bill, the fact that there's no protections in the bill that will actually lift anyone out of poverty, and the fact that the minister has in fact stated that it'll take 3 years before a first person will even receive the benefit when people are struggling now. This is deeply concerning. And I'm wondering if the member seems to really be compassionate in his understanding of human rights and the need to lift people out of poverty. And I'm wondering if he does support, in fact, a guaranteed livable basic income for individuals who currently do not have it. We know that a significant amount of those with disabilities live in abject poverty with lack of response for consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments. We can change a page on that. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague supports Bill C-223 to put in place a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I think debate on C-224 is outside the scope of this legislation. I approach legislation like this as a father of a young daughter who had a disability when she was born and she passed away from her disability. So I've met a lot of parents over this time who have taken care of their children till the age of maturity, and the biggest fear that they always had is that their children wouldn't be able to provide for themselves. And the parents would save on the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the RDSP, which was one of the great contributions, I think, to the parental system in Canada, to looking after your children, that was introduced by the late Jim Flaherty when he was Minister of Finance. And a lot of parents would come to my office and tell me how good it was, giving them that certainty that when they had passed away, there would be a way to look after their children. But also, nowadays, a lot of parents are looking for, like, how can my child who has a disability both work and have that confidence that comes from work? And for those who are unable to work, is there a benefit out there, or is there a way that they can get government support for them as well?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-22. However, before I do so, I would like to begin by saying that working alongside Canadians with disabilities and helping parents with children who have disabilities has been a passion of mine my entire life before I entered politics. For the past 8 years, I have volunteered with the Township of King, the municipality I live in, as part of their Accessibility Advisory Committee. As a member of the committee, I have worked together with the Mayor and Council and made recommendations to the Township to ensure the community parks, buildings, and facilities are accessible to all residents, regardless of their abilities. This way, everyone may feel a sense of belonging in their own communities and fully enjoy the facilities provided for them. I also spent 10 years volunteering with Creating Alternatives, a non-for-profit organization that supports young adults with developmental disabilities by helping them practice literacy, social, and work skills as they transition into adulthood. During my time there, I worked with individuals with a wide range of disabilities to create an environment where they felt safe, accepted, and confident. As a Member of Parliament for King Vaughan, I have many constituents in my riding who have children with disabilities or struggle with disabilities themselves, who take the time to share their personal stories of hardship with me. Because of the rising cost of living, a resident in my riding with a disability cannot afford to drive and is forced to commute using public transit. Her commute now takes 6 hours in order to get to her specialist appointment. Let me repeat that, 6 hours. Let me share yet another prime example of a hardcore effect inflation has had on people with disabilities. One man's son had benefited from participating in the activities offered by a local organization 5 days a week. However, due to just inflation, these same programs have doubled in cost, making them no longer affordable. This father, who I spoke with just a few short days ago, also shared with me that his wife has since had to leave her job to stay home to care for their son with disabilities, while the father has now had to take on a second job. As a result, this has taken a serious toll on his mental health and physical well-being. Madam Speaker, this is only one example of the heartbreaking challenges this government has put on Canadians. According to Statistics Canada, 1 in 4 Canadians are currently living with disabilities. 90% of them who are living below the poverty line and earning less than $18,000 a year. So let me be clear when I say that I completely understand how important it is that we take care of Canadians with disabilities. We must be there to support our country's most vulnerable residents, but we must do it with an effective plan that will really and truly help them. We cannot do it with rushed bills. We need to consider important factors when introducing a national disability benefit. We need clear examples and guidelines on how this benefit will impact provincial programs. Canada is a country with many provinces and territories that all have their own set of rules, but Bill C-22 does not account for any of them. We must ensure that Canadians with disabilities and their families can feel confident that their financial security will not be put at risk when applying for this benefit. In my home province of Ontario, over 600,000 Canadians with disabilities receive benefits from the Ontario Support Program known as ODSP. These Canadians rely on programs like ODSP to make ends meet. How will the new Canadian disability benefit impact how much money they receive as part of their ODSP? Or what about other federal programs like the Registered Disability Plan? The lack of information on Bill C-22 does not provide how this will impact any provincial program. If the federal program provides additional funds for our constituents, how will this affect any current benefits received at all levels of government? Because this government has completely failed to truly consider how this benefit will impact Canadians with disabilities across this country. Madam Speaker, let me remind this House, we have all seen this movie before. This is exactly what happened to millions of seniors after they applied for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. This government did what it does best. It printed cash and asked questions later. And then what happened? Millions of seniors who collected CERB could no longer qualify for the Guaranteed Income Supplement. So once they stopped collecting CERB, they couldn't receive GIS. Seniors across Canada were forced to foot the bill. Why? Because this government's short-sighted legislation. We need more benefits and services for Canadians living with disabilities. People are struggling now more than ever to pay their bills and keep up with inflation. And parents are doing everything they can to provide a life of dignity and happiness for their children living with disability. But Bill C-22 will not be able to help them unless it is carefully considered and works with other provinces and territories. The Canadian Disability Benefit will be of no use if it gives money to Canadians with disabilities while reducing the funds they receive from other programs. We need to do our vulnerable communities justice while providing them with assistance they so desperately need through an effective and well thought out plan. But as of right now, Bill C-22 does not provide these details to ensure current programs are in place. Through the eyes of the international community, Canada is a compassionate and caring country that acts as a force for good. In today's uncertain world, other countries look to us for aid, assistance, and hope. But, Madam Speaker, as we are instructed on an airplane, you must put your own oxygen mask on first before we can help others. Therefore, before we consider ourselves with helping abroad, we need to focus on helping the most vulnerable Canadians here at home first. But we cannot do that with a vague, unfinished plan like Plan C-22, Bill 22. I want to end my speech here by one very famous lady who lived with disabilities her whole entire life. I'm sure everybody will recognize Helen Keller. We are never really happy until we try to brighten the lives of others. The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or ever touched. They must be felt with heart. I lost a sister who lived with disabilities to no fault of her own by an accident when she was 4.5 years old, hit by a drunk driver. Her disability benefits did not cover the basic needs that she required. Thank God for family support, or she would have ended up in the streets. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the intervention from my colleague from King Vaughan, and in particular her talking about her own personal examples as she did at the beginning and towards the end of her speech. Although I must say, Madam Speaker, I was quite surprised with the manner in which she aggressively attacked the rolling out of CERB. CERB was a program that was intended to get money into the hands of people as absolutely quickly as possible. Over 5 million people had money in their bank accounts within 5 weeks of the World Health Organization declaring a global pandemic. Indeed, the intent was to take care of Canadians as quickly as possible. Canadians were relying on their government at the time to do exactly that. So my question to her would be, would she have preferred to see the CERB program roll out much slower back in March and April of 2020? Would she think that it would have been better for the money to not arrive at the beginning of April, but rather perhaps in June and July, if it meant that we could meet the standards that she's proposing?
Vaughan.
Thank you for the question from my colleague. All I'm saying is that CERB was a program that had to be implemented given the circumstances, but the program didn't stipulate the conditions. Unless we can provide clarity on any funds that are delivered to individuals, we can't administer programs and expect individuals to pay the consequences after it's over.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from King Vaughan for her speech and for her personal story. Myself, I had an uncle who had a motorcycle accident at the age of 19, and he became a person with a disability for the rest of his days. These are experiences that leave a mark. But to get back to Bill C-22, I'd like to hear her on that important aspect that she quickly went over, because in Quebec, we really have a significant social safety net. And so for this to complement what already exists rather than substitute what already exists, and respecting the jurisdiction of the federal government and Quebec and the provinces. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about those two important aspects that need to be fleshed out in Bill C-22.
Thank you for the question to my honourable colleague. If I understand it correctly, what we need to do is we need to ensure that the program that's going to be implemented at the federal level needs to be able to offset or coordinate with the provinces. You can't give money in one hand and expect to take it back in another. It's not going to help. In our province alone, we have programs for individuals with disabilities. Unfortunately, due to the cost of inflation, those programs are not affordable to everyone. So we need to ensure that we're going to increase that money without affecting the provincial programs.
The questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way for what she has said and fighting for people living with disabilities. It's so incredibly important, as we've heard in this House about the rise of inflation and how that's hitting those living with disabilities particularly difficult or harder. What I wanted to ask is, uniquely, some of the members in our province of Ontario, the provincial members of Parliament, have put themselves actually on what they call a welfare budget, where they're trying to live off what people receiving Ontario Disability Support Program or Ontario Works receive, and I think they're trying to live off $47.60 for groceries each week to try and show how incredibly important it is for them to receive increases. Now, the government provincially has only given 5%, and they're calling for that to be doubled, so I'm wondering if she supports initiatives like that, as she's been so positive about ensuring that people living with disabilities have the income that they need to survive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for King Vaughan has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you for the question. I recently visited last week an organization in our community called RENA. And what they do is they provide housing for people with disabilities. They have created an environment where people with disabilities can share with their experiences. They have staff there that will help them and assist them. One of the things that they do is they have programs where they're able to assist with the funding. the funding isn't always enough because some of these programs cost money. And I agree, we need to include an increase so that they can at least buy the minimum. Right now, out of the $895 that one recipient is receiving at REMA, $500 of that goes to housing. There's not much left over afterwards, so we do need to do better. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member from Malpak. It's a privilege to be part of this debate today. And today, I'd like to start by talking about poverty reduction. Simply put, the legislation before us today will reduce poverty for hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. And we're working to implement Canada's first poverty reduction strategy. And that strategy includes concrete poverty reduction targets on top of establishing Canada's official poverty line to track progress. One of these targets was a 20% reduction in poverty relative to 2015 levels by 2020. And I'm proud to say that we reached this objective ahead of schedule. We did so because the actions we've taken and the investments we've made since 2015. And those investments include the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, the Strengthened Guaranteed Income Supplement, and Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan. But we all know that more needs to be done. Poverty has many faces, and we know that underrepresented groups are among the most affected. And poverty impacts vulnerable groups like single-parent families, older single adults, and persons with disabilities. And I'm proud that Canada's first poverty reduction strategy recognizes that vulnerable groups of Canadians are more at risk of poverty. Canadians with disabilities have historically been affected by economic disparities. And according to a 2017 Canadian Survey on Disability, working-age Canadians with disabilities are twice as likely to live in poverty as working-age persons without disabilities. And a third of people with severe disabilities were living below the poverty line. And that's why we've been working more to build a more accessible and inclusive Canada. And in 2015, Canada got its first ever minister responsible for persons with disabilities. And in 2019, Accessible Canada Act came into force, followed by the Accessible Canada Regulations in 2021. These help to remove and prevent barriers to accessibility. And most recently, we made two key appointments to advance accessibility and disability inclusion as Canada's first Chief Accessibility Officer and first Accessibility Commissioner assumed their duties. Over the past 2 years, global pandemic highlighted and deepened the entrenched inequities faced by Canadians with disabilities. Persons with disabilities already face higher costs of living. Because of the pandemic, these additional costs have been exacerbated. They're facing increased costs for medical supplies, medication, transportation, and assistive services. And as part of Canada's COVID-19 Economic Response Plan, we provided a one-time payment for up to $600 per person with disabilities to help face the increased cost during the pandemic. And after further consultations with stakeholders, we expanded that one-time payment to include nearly 2 million Canadians with disabilities who are receiving federal disability benefits. But today we're talking about Bill C-22, and we know that can help us do even more. Establishing the new Canada Disability Benefit will create a more accessible and inclusive Canada, while also addressing long-standing financial hardship. It's a proactive approach in its creation and its delivery. This legislation can help reduce poverty and benefit thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. And this new benefit would help lift working-age persons with disabilities out of poverty and bring long-term financial security. Its aim is to supplement, not replace, existing federal, provincial, and territorial supports. And this benefit can make it easier for persons with disabilities to access federal benefits, programs, and services, and help to foster a culture of inclusion. The Canada Disability Benefit would help working-age persons with disabilities to fully participate in our society and our economy. It's an investment in the realization of a fully inclusive society. And for many people with disabilities, and for those who care for them, daily life may not be easy. Disabilities affect the entire family. Meeting complex needs of a person with a disability can put families under a great deal of stress, emotional, financial, and sometimes even physical. Only a few days ago, I spoke to a mom in my community, Angela, and her son Lucas, who is living with cerebral palsy. She, like any parent, is concerned for Lucas and his ability to live independently. Angela is hoping Bill C-22 can assist with the transition and living expenses of Lucas when he begins to live independently. For her and for Lucas to take the time to meet with me at the Woolwich Memorial Center, where I set up a remote office for the day, that told me how much she cares about Lucas. And she told me of many others in our community who are focused on helping those who need more support. And by the way, Madam Speaker, Lucas was very at home in the hockey rink where we met. He's a defenseman for the Woolwich Thrashers sledge hockey team. And with the nickname of being Bulldozer, I'm glad we met off the ice instead of on it. I've also recently spoke to another couple, parents Grant and Carol, on a number of occasions, at a local town hall on affordability and also at a sit-down meeting in Elmira. They're caring for their son, who's working as a paralegal living with cerebral palsy as well. And at some point, caring parents like Grant and Carol know that they might not be around to care for their son. They want to ensure that he has the best chance at success. It's stories like this, Madam Speaker, and others that I've heard in my community that motivate and drive me. People with disabilities need health care and health programs for the same reasons as everyone else, to stay well, active, and a part of our community. Having a disability does not mean a person is not healthy or that they cannot be healthy. Being healthy means the same thing for everyone, staying well so we can lead full, active lives. To be able to enjoy a full life and have the support you need to fully engage in society. We want to build a community where everyone can and does belong. So there are things we can do to reduce poverty. There are policies that can make a difference, and as we know, we're already seeing results. As policymakers, we're responsible for improving the lives of all Canadians, especially marginalized and vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities. And as policymakers, our responsibility today is to support Bill C-22 and move forward together with the Canada Disability Act. I look forward to questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Sonia Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. There has been discussion today about how we were going to work with the provinces and territories to make sure that they weren't clawing back benefits. My question for the member is, how is the government going to harmonize all the other federal disability benefit programs that exist to ensure that people are supported but that there's not overlap?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question. One of the themes that we're hearing today is making sure that we are protecting our most vulnerable, protecting people with disabilities, and we want to make sure that this benefit is supplementing what we're doing, and it's not going to claw back. We heard those words. We don't want that to happen, and I'm encouraged to hear that that's all parties looking out for people. We want to make sure that we can work together with the provinces, and it's going to be different between each province. We're going to have to get there in negotiating, but I think we all are on the same side in this one, and I think that it's encouraging to hear that we want to make sure that this benefit is a supplement to other benefits that already exist, as opposed to being a replacement to it. Thank you.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for his speech and for the week he spent in Quebec this week to perfect his French. I hope to hear perhaps part of his answer in French. I've heard a lot about Bill C-22. People say it's a canvas that we need to work on. There's a lot that's not there. In C-22, we hear a lot of good intentions, and we fully support the principle of participating in including people living with a disability. We need to improve their lives, of course. Nobody can be against such a good thing. But what I see, Madam Speaker, is that not only are members doing the government's work in writing offices, but now we're going to have to do the government's work in committee, because the bill as it is insufficient. And we need to work on this bill to improve it. That's what the Bloc intends to do. But my question to my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga is, why present a bill with so little content when it's so important? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Merci.
Thank you. Now I am nervous. My colleague and my French teacher, well, I know how to speak French a little bit. It's important to me to understand all Canadians and to work together to work with provinces and territories.
Because that's the most I've done. I'm more nervous. I think we left room because we need to work together, because different provinces look different, and some are more advanced than others. Quebec is set a strong standard for what we can do together, and I think we can learn from each other. So I'm not afraid of that work, and leaving space especially encouraged because it feels like everyone's on the same side. So we can work on details and we can make sure this works across Canada, but I have every confidence we can do it. Merci.
Brief question, the honourable member for Hamilton's Centre.
Thank you very much. People with disabilities have been suffering from higher bills, but big corporations are making gross profits on the backs of vulnerable people. Since 2015, the Liberals have wanted to look like they care about people with disability, but these empty bills will offer no concrete help and risk delaying help to those people desperately in need of it for another 3 years. They promised to deliver this without delay, Madam Speaker, and yet here we are. So instead of helping people now, why are the Liberals delaying this support for people with disabilities?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was so engrossed in the question, I forgot I was the one that had to answer it. You know, as soon as, and it was before my time, as soon as the Liberals took government in 2015, the Canada Child Benefit was one of the things that we did. That was targeted support, guaranteed income supplement, targeted support, Canada's Worker Benefit, targeted support, and raising taxes on the wealthiest Canadians, and then lowering taxes for the middle class. It's that targeted support that we've been working. It's slow progress, and we're working on it. We're going to keep going there. But I would disagree that we've done nothing. I think that we can work together, and I believe that we can get more done as we're working together. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much passion, Madam Speaker, coming from all sides of the House on a very important issue is extremely nice to hear. I'm pleased to rise today and participate in this debate on Bill C-22. I listened with great care to the remarks of the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Since her appointment in 2015 as Canada's first ever Cabinet Minister responsible for persons with disabilities and accessibility, she has worked tirelessly to ensure that persons with disabilities can fully participate in all aspects of society and economy. Madam Speaker, she lives it. Let's be absolutely clear. Bill C-22 is groundbreaking legislation. It proposes the establishment of a new Canada Disability Benefit, which would help reduce poverty for hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities. Madam Speaker, in my previous life, I had the opportunity to work and advocate alongside several organizations representing those living with disabilities. The challenges are real, and we all know the pandemic has been especially hard for persons with disabilities. It has brought into a clear focus the financial hardships experienced by some of our most vulnerable citizens. In 2020 speech from the throne, we promised to bring forward a Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which is being finalized, and a new Canadian Disability Benefit. We are fulfilling that promise today. As with any legislation, the preamble should clearly articulate the principles that will guide and enable legislation all the way through to implementation. The preamble in Bill C-22 meets the test and then some. It leaves no doubt that our intention with Canada Disability Benefit is to reduce poverty. Madam Speaker, we know that far too many Canadians with disabilities live below the poverty line. We also know that persons with disabilities face the real and troubling prospect of losing their basic financial support and other benefits once they are employed and on a payroll. So the question then becomes, how do we design a new benefit that will respond to this challenge, to find the balance, to thread the needle? Should members support this legislation, it will be referred to our colleagues on the Standing Committee on Human Resource Skills and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. And by the discussions here today, I'm ensuring that will happen, Madam Speaker, and the appropriate outcome will be obtained. I have no doubt that their review will be considerable interest to stakeholders, including Canadians with disabilities whose lived experiences can inform us on how the new benefit ought to be designed. Madam Speaker, that's why a key principle in the preamble specifically refers to nothing without us, which specifies that persons with disabilities must be involved in the development and design of laws, policies, programs, services, and structures. I would not be surprised if members want to see this bill become law next week or the week after, but we need to get it right. Madam Speaker, I would remind my colleagues that members of this chamber and the other chamber were able to review the Accessible Canada Act in a timely and responsible manner. It should also be noted that the Accessible Canada Act was developed following one of the most inclusive consultations in our country's history. More than 6,000 Canadians and 100 organizations shared their views and ideas on what an accessible Canada meant to them. The Accessible Canada Act was an historic achievement. It was arguably the most significant piece of legislation on the disability rights in Canada since the Charter, and it became law on June 21, 2019. The Act represents a seismic shift which brings a new accessibility lens to everything we do, challenging us to think differently and to do things very differently. It reaffirms our commitment to making Canada barrier-free and accessible for everyone. Instead of having to fight for basic access and inclusion after the fact, the new law requires more than 5,000 federally regulated entities, including government departments, crown corporations, and private sector companies, to publish their plans for identifying, removing, and preventing barriers to accessibility and inclusion, to report on their progress in implementing these plans to all Canadians. At its core, the Accessible Canada Act is about ensuring all persons with disabilities are treated with dignity and have equal opportunity, autonomy, and involvement in their communities. We are making progress, Madam Speaker. In April, we appointed Stephanie Cadeau as the first ever Chief Accessibility Officer. Shortly afterwards, Michael Gothiel was named as the first Accessibility Commissioner to the Human Rights Commission. These appointments represent two important milestones in implementing Accessible Canada Act. Another good example of our progress is to work and create accessibility standards. The Accessible Canada Act established a new organization, Accessibility Standards Canada, which is now developing standards for federally regulated spaces with input from the disability community. Priority standards include the built environment, emergency egress, and wayfinding. That is a technology that helps visually impaired persons know where they are and how to get from one location to another. And the built environment procurement. While the standards developed by Accessibility Standards Canada are voluntary in nature, they are a critical component of realizing a barrier-free country by 2040, as they have the power to support widespread adoption of an inclusive design mindset. Those standards will first be applied to federally regulated spaces, and it is our hope that they will contribute to an undeniable culture shift across Canada towards disability inclusion. The public service is not waiting for the standards, however. The federal departments and agencies are busy developing their accessibility plans and working to implement a whole of government approach under the Public Service Widespread Accessibility Strategy. On the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, the third pillar of the plan relates directly to the objectives of the Accessible Canada Act. In fact, it focuses on accessible and inclusive communities. Actions under this pillar will include not only ways to address physical barriers in our communities and workplaces, but also the barriers that prevent persons from disabilities from fully participating in their communities and the economy. For example, Budget 22 proposed to make new investments in accessible books, including the creation of a new equitable access to reading program. This new program would help create more accessible books for Canadians with print disabilities, enabling them to better participate in society and our economy. Madam Speaker, as we look ahead to the world after the pandemic, it is critical that we do so with the idea that makes the recovery as inclusive as possible. This brings me back to the bill before us today. If passed, the Canadian Disability Benefit would reduce poverty and better support persons with disabilities to fully participate in our economy and our society. Madam Speaker, Canadians with disabilities live in every corner of our great country, in every constituency of every member of this House. Today, we have a real opportunity to make a real difference and help our most vulnerable citizens. It's time that they receive the support that they need. So let's do the right thing. Let's build a more inclusive Canada and a better future for Canadians with disabilities. Let's give all the people in Canada a real and fair chance to succeed. Madam Speaker, I was told once by an individual who had a severe disability that all of us are only one accident away from having a disability. Madam Speaker, I ask my honourable colleagues to join me in supporting this much-needed legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to first say welcome back to everyone. But one of the things I've seen today is there's been a lot of great focus on individual persons with disabilities and their stories. I think that's tremendously important. I think it's also, though, we as parliamentarians sometimes gloss past and not speak specifically to the details enough. I want to thank the member from LPAC. His work on Finance Committee with me has been very meaningful. I know he's a very intelligent member, and I want to see if he is concerned like I am that there are no numbers in this particular bill, that while the goal of reducing poverty for persons with disability is obviously front and center in government's communications, it doesn't actually give a number as to what level of support that we would expect across the country. Now, I know that this is a challenging country, Madam Speaker, but the other part is the minister can change that amount, or a new government can come in and change that amount at any time. Is the member concerned we are giving too much power to one individual and one government to tell people what they believe the level of support they should get?
The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you to my honourable colleague on Finance Committee, and I'm certainly hoping that we reconvene tomorrow at our first meeting. It's always always concerning when there are no numbers in it. But I think the bill that before us today is such an important and broad bill. Sending it to committee and evaluating it at that level, I think, is most appropriately, and dealing with the provinces on an individual basis on how we negotiate the certain different kinds of issues that may be relevant in their funding agreements within their provinces is most appropriate. But I will also add that it will likely cross the table of the Finance Committee as well.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Abitibi-Bay James.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavut EU. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Persons with disabilities are already suffering given their disability, but we never know when we might have an accident. We could lose a limb. We could be born with a disability. So here's my question. What about eligibility? Mr. Parent of the Autonomy Organization says that that is a priority issue to deal with. So what does the government wish to do about eligibility or ineligibility?
Thank you for the question. I believe the government, the evaluation process that this bill has to go through is broad and it has to be inclusive. And I think that we've got to get this right. And we must ensure that, this is a one-shot deal to some extent. And I believe that with all the endorsements from all sides and all parties in this House, I think we will get it right when it's sent to committee and the policy and regulations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. More than 5.3 million Canadians live with some form of disability, and over 1 million Canadians live with disability, live in deep poverty. Yet this Liberal government wasted a year of this Parliament before retabling this empty shell of a Canadian Disability Benefit Act that excludes far too many details. Who will be eligible for this benefit? How much will this benefit be? And when will persons with disabilities start to finally see this benefit?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, honourable member. I believe sincerely in our minister. I think she's lived the experience. I've heard her speak on Prince Edward Island to several groups pertaining to disabilities and organizations, and I can tell you that she wears her heart on her sleeve, and I appreciate everything she's done. My past honourable member has come from advocating on behalf of persons with disabilities and developing programs for accessibility across the country, mainly in Atlantic Canada and the Caribbean. And I certainly see this as a real benefit to Canada as a whole and persons living with disabilities.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I too would like to add my support or my speech. I'll have a speech on this today. I think what would sum this bill up the best is we're the government, just trust us. And that's essentially what this bill is all about. It is a empty shell of a bill, and in some ways, I think it is lacking in courage on the part of the government. Why, you might ask me why I say that. Well, Madam Chair, I think that governing is hard work. I think that it takes effort. And I would say that this bill hasn't put in the hard work and has not taken the effort to do what it says it's supposed to do. So on the face of it, it says this is a disability benefit bill. Those are nice words at the top of an empty piece of paper because we don't know what the benefit is. We don't know who's eligible for it. We don't know how is it going to affect things across disability benefits that are already in place across the country. We just don't know a lot of things. So essentially, it is a blank piece of paper with 3 words on the top: disability, Canadian disability benefit on the top of it, and that. In my case, or to my thinking, is not governing the country. That is not providing a leadership in this country. And when you are the government, you get the privilege of providing leadership. You get the privilege of putting forward ideas. You get the privilege of drafting the legislation and putting it forward and opening it up to critique and opening it up. But Madam Chair, this is an extremely hard bill to critique. As the official opposition, it's our job to oppose legislation. It is our job to, as iron sharpens iron, as the Bible talks about. It is our job to sharpen to fix the holes. But all of these things, Madam Chair, are not in this bill. It's very difficult to say, hey, you know what? This bill is going to impact people living in my riding in this particular way because we literally don't know. The bill doesn't say. It's an empty bill. And I would note that the member from Hamilton Centre, for which I disagree with on a lot of things, in this respect, calling this bill an empty bill, we're both saying the same thing, and I would say that that's a unifying thing perhaps in this House. But it also just brings the fact that the Liberals are not willing to put forward the details of this, in many ways seems like a cop-out. It seems like, you know, we're gonna put forward this bill, but we risk opening ourselves up to some criticism around it, and so therefore we're going to let a minister at some point in the future detail out all of the things. Now, Madam Chair, that is a challenge. I don't deny that, but that is the luxury of being the government, is that you get to put forward the bill, you get to propose the bill. And in this particular instance, I don't feel at all that the government has actually proposed the bill. They just said, this is our notions about what we want to do, and you should support us in that. And we are going to support it to committee, and we are hoping that as this bill goes through the process, some of these things will be fleshed out. But it's awfully hard to vote on something that the government is saying, trust us. Why should we trust them, Madam Chair? We've watched this government operate this country for 7 years, and we've learned things. We've learned things that we shouldn't trust the government. Is that when it comes to running basic programs in this country's falling apart. Try to get a passport currently. Over the last number of years, that has been an immense challenge. Try to immigrate to this country. My office is inundated with immigration cases, and I imagine that my office is not the worst in this country in terms of being inundated. And so that is a reality. Is that I don't trust the government. When they say just trust us, I want to see what they're actually proposing, and I want to know the things that I'm voting on in specific details. So, moving on from there, I also this idea. I just want to talk a little bit, Madam Chair, about the idea of subsidiarity. This is probably a more Catholic idea than I'm a Reform guy, but more of a Catholic idea. The idea that those closest to the individual bear the first responsibility. And in that respect, I just want to recognize the organizations, the institutions, the people, because that's what this all comes down, is the people that take care of, that help with, that employ folks that live with disabilities. And so I start with the family. For everyone that I know that lives with a disability, they are an integral part of a family, and in many cases become a defining feature of a particular family. I know that I have a good friend who has a severely disabled son, and that their son, who's known by his name, James, is a defining feature of that family. The particular house that they live in, the particular vehicle that they drive. Many of the vacations that they go on are determined by and function around that particular individual. And so I just want to thank the families that do this hard work. This is hard work, and families are generally the most well-positioned to take care of individuals with disabilities. That's the laws of nature, that's the laws of reality, and in many cases we see that function amazingly. The broader community, I know many people are a part of a church community. I know that my particular friend relies heavily on his church community for help in taking care of their son. I know that that's a big part of how they function is through folks that come in to help out with during the week. So that they can go grocery shopping or these kinds of things. Their church community is a big part of taking care of a person with disability. And then we've got employers that reach out. I know before I was elected, I worked at an auto mechanic shop, and we have an organization in town called the Blue Heron Services. They run daycare for folks with disability, and part of that program was a job for each one of these individuals. And the auto mechanic shop that I worked at, the Chrysler dealer I worked at, they had one of these employees from this particular program. His name was Wayne. I got to know Wayne very well, and it was his job to help out with a whole bunch of tasks. But that gave Wayne a job. And so when people asked him what he did for a living, he told everybody he worked at the local mechanic shop, and it was a big fulfilling part of his life, and caused all of us to interact with Wayne on a daily basis, and that was a rewarding experience for all of us. And so I want to thank places like Stefani Motors who helped sponsor Wayne in this place, and Blue Heron Services, who are doing amazing work, making sure that these people have a standard of living, are happy and fulfilled in what they do, and those are some amazing work that they do. So Blue Heron Services and Stefani Motors from my hometown. I also recognize the work that Echo Society in Whitecourt does as a similar program as well, and that all of those things wrap around to ensure that folks living with disabilities can get jobs, folks that are living with disabilities have a place to live, have folks that have an engaging, often there's a big recreational component to those programs as well, have an engaging life, and to ensure that they are part of the community, And that comes back a little bit, I just want to mention as well, is this come away from the utilitarian idea of humanity, is that we are only as valuable as your utility, and I reject that. I think that we are endowed with dignity because we are human, not because of our utility. I want to mention that for sure. And then we want to just talk about the broader civil society organizations across this country, of which disability rights advocacy groups and things like that come and meet with me often. I want to recognize them for their work as well. But I guess I just want to talk a little bit more, or focus a little bit on a resilient community. Is that they often say it takes a village to raise a young person or so, and that in many respects that is the case. Is that. And so my experience, I talked about Wayne already as well, is that how the business community is involved in that, how the church communities are involved with it, how the local families are involved with it. Those kinds of things all wrap around to ensure that these people are part of our community. And I want to just say that's the feeling the minister talked about at the beginning with her speech. She talked about this feeling of being valued. I think that's an important aspect of whatever we do in this disability space, is that to ensure that folks remain feeling valued in our society, and that comes back. Now, shifting gears a little bit, Madam Chair, I just want to talk a little bit about this whole idea of poverty and a disability benefit being money being put out. I have heard over the last number of years around how it is getting more and more difficult to survive on the benefits the government puts out. That in Alberta we have a system called AISH. I think it's generous enough. There's some issues around if you make money, you get a $1-to-1 clawback, which is a challenge for many people. But the inflation that is currently happening, of which the provincial government has really no control over. The provincial government is responsible for the benefit, but they have no control over the inflation. We're watching things like food, housing, heating, all of these kinds of things go up in price dramatically, and the government benefits not being able to keep up to it. And the inflation is driven entirely by the federal government. The federal government is responsible for our monetary policy. They're the ones responsible for the printing of money in this country. And so while the provincial government is often responsible for the outlay of services, the federal government is responsible for how much those services kind of cost, given the fact that they've been driving the inflation. And so on the one hand, we see the government doing things that are raising the price of other things, and then saying, oh, we've got to fix this problem, and then just hand out more money on the other side. And that's going to be a ping-pong effect of where as there is less of the resource and more money, they get more expensive, so then we have to hand out more money. It just seems to me that the government should be focusing on reducing the cost of some of the things that the cost of living, the food, clothing, shelter, that kind of stuff. Work on ensuring that folks that are living on a fixed income can continue to live on that fixed income rather than have inflation eat it away and have their housing cost 50% of what when it used to cost only 30% of what they're taking in. So this inflation piece is a big part of this disability discussion, and perhaps that's the reason why the government hasn't laid out a number, because in this dramatically inflationary time, had they laid out a number a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, that number may have looked fine given 2.5 years ago. But then today we'd be debating the same number and it wouldn't look nearly as good, given the fact that housing costs have doubled over the last 2 years. And so maybe that's why they've left this as an empty bill. Perhaps one of the reasons why we see that. The last point I want to just talk about, Madam Chair, is just about this. I want to go back to what the minister was talking about with this whole feeling valued, ensuring that folks with disabilities are feeling valued. And I would say that as the time, so I got elected in 2015, and as the time since I've been elected has gone along, there's been a change in the disability groups' requests and the things that they come bring to talk to me about. And I just want to talk about the euthanasia regime in this country and how the disability community is coming to realize that the euthanasia regime that has been put in this place starting in 2017 and then significant overhauls in 2020 as well, how that has changed their sense of value in our Canadian society. And I would hope that the minister and the government would recognize that changes that they have made to the euthanasia regime in this country has led to that. And I just have a number of headlines that have come up across the country. Is choosing death too easy in Canada? Are Canadians being driven to assisted suicide by poverty or healthcare crisis? Why is Canada euthanizing the poor? These are headlines that have come up in my news feed over the last few years. So this is from the New York Times, The Guardian, and The Spectator. Interestingly, all newspapers that are outside of Canada, it is noted that, particularly in the one that was in The Spectator, it's noted that it's interesting that the CBC has an article that says there's no link between poverty and choosing medically assisted death. Interesting that the CBC would choose to report that, given that other countries around the world have been reporting the opposite in Canada. We've got cases of a veteran with PTSD being offered by his caseworker, offered euthanasia. That is not how the Canada I want to represent should be dealing with folks that are living with disabilities. That is not how we want it. And so it's a challenge to me to say that the government is really concerned about folks living with disabilities when they have been the architects of a euthanasia regime of which people living with disabilities are feeling less and less valued in our society and pushed more and more towards euthanasia. We've got the Euthanasia Coalition, Prevention Coalition has got a series of cases that they have been highlighting of things that are, of cases that I don't think was ever anticipated when the euthanasia regime was brought in. So an Alberta man, these are headlines from news articles that they have found as well. Alberta man requests euthanasia based on poverty. Veterans Affairs worker advocates euthanasia for PTSD. Shopping for Dr. Death in Canada. Gwen is seeking euthanasia because she can't access medical treatment. Euthanasia for disability and poverty. Euthanasia for long COVID and poverty. Canada's MAID law is the most permissive in the world. These are continuing, these are cases that keep getting highlighted to me by the disabilities community where they're very concerned about feeling the value that we place on folks that live with disabilities in this country. We want to ensure that that they are valued in this country, that they're not feeling like they need to pursue euthanasia rather than the healthcare treatment that they need or the housing that they need. These are documented cases across the country that I think warrants some care and attention, given the fact that we are here discussing the plight of disabled people across the country. Now, so to sum up, Madam Chair, I just want to talk about, want to recognize that this bill, I call on the Liberal government to start governing. This bill is an empty bill. It has some nice words on the top of it, but it fails to outline the details of what we're trying to pursue here with this bill. I want to recognize the hard work of organizations, the idea of subsidiarity, the idea of family, church, civil society, and then the government getting involved to help folks that are in dire straits. I want to recognize the good work of organizations like the Echo Society, the Blue Heron Community Services, many organizations across my riding that do good work on this. I wanted to also recognize that the deep impacts that inflation is having on folks that live with on a fixed income, and how that they are struggling more and more given the out of control inflation that the government has caused in this country. I want to recognize the impacts of the carbon tax in particular, how the carbon tax and the increase on groceries and home heating really do affect our folks living on a fixed income. And finally, I want to recognize that how the euthanasia regime that has been put in place in this country, how it is causing folks that live with a disability in our country, causing them to not feel valued and causing them to consider being euthanized rather than getting the supports that they need across this country. So for anybody who is in that situation, I say reach out to your local community members, reach out to your local organizations, and reach out to your local member of parliament if need be, that they can help you hook you up with the supports that you need so that nobody in this country feels undervalued. With that, Madam Chair, I would like to cede my time. Thank you.
Before I go to questions and comments, à l'ordre, conformément.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore, the economy.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, government policies, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, Indigenous Affairs. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, first I must say I disagree with the member's conclusions on economic policies with respect to inflation. To imply that provinces and even municipalities don't play a role in inflation is just outright wrong. It does, in fact, have an impact. One only needs to look at provincial variances, even within provinces. And he used the example of housing, and that's something in which I would additionally expand upon. But that's not what my question's about. My question is about the legislation. Everyone inside this chamber supports Bill C-22, Madam Speaker. That's been very clear. Yes, there are some issues surrounding the details that are within the legislation, but there seems to be a general feeling that those issues could be dealt with in standing committee. My friend knows how busy the chamber can get and how limited time we have in here. We have, whether it's the GST tax credit legislation that's no doubt going to be coming up, opposition days, we have the dental care legislation. We have a good opportunity to try to pass this legislation so it at least goes into committee and we can have all sorts of debate come third reading. Would the member not agree, given that everyone seems to be supporting the legislation, that it would be in the best interest of Canadians, people with disabilities, to actually see the legislation go to committee? Because it seems to me the principle of the legislation is universally accepted and supported inside the House, so why not get it to committee?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the member from Winnipeg Centre for his thoughts. I always appreciate them, though we get to hear a lot of them. Nonetheless, the sentiment of the bill, a benefit for the disability community in this country is, it sounds like, universally supported in this place. The devil's in the details, and that's why we're here to debate things and see it. And I point out again to the beginning of my speech is how the lack of governance that the Liberals are providing by not providing details to how much will the benefit be, who's eligible, how is it going to be rolled out. All of these things would be and should be in a bill. I think that those are the prerogatives of governing, and I would point out again, or criticize the government again for bringing forward a vacuous bill when they've been promising something like this for over 3 years, Madam Chair.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Peace River Westlock for his speech, and I want to tell him that my values as a Quebecer are to die with dignity and for the nonpartisan work be done in Quebec. And the intellectual shortcut that he made between Bill C-22 and euthanasia is more than dangerous. That said, my question to the honourable colleague is this. C-22, C-35 have been stopped a year ago by the election call. And I would celebrate my first year as being re-elected as a member for my riding. There were 3 years of consultations that will be set out for this C-22, and that's a long time for people who are handicapped and who need help now. They're affected now by inflation. And I would tell my colleague that I, too, am very committed with organizations. My spouse and I have worked with as volunteers, and I have somebody in my own family who has died.
I want to thank the honourable member for her work here as well, and it sounds like we are in agreement around how this bill is lacking in details. I was very much looking forward to having the details on this bill. I would, as she noted as well, as this bill has been in the works before, prior to an election that nobody asked for, nobody needed, and so I'm hoping that. Like her, that the Liberals will be able to put some details in the window, and we'll see what we get at committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments. And, you know, I agree with him. This bill is lacking, and, you know, the Liberals have had 7 years put in place, no details. And there always seems to be quick solutions. I'll give you a couple of examples. Pipelines. $2.2 billion in fossil fuels, something that the Conservatives support. The Conservatives were in power forever. They had years to do something, yet there's all this money for corporations, all this money for corporate bailouts, yet those with disabilities and organizations have to beg for tuppence. Now the minister's saying that people have to wait for 3 years. I've offered a tangible solution. I put forward a bill, Bill C-223, in support of a guaranteed livable basic income that would lift people out of poverty in addition to current and future government supports. Now, the Conservatives talk about government waste. I'll tell you, they have lots of corporate waste that they continually support. I'm wondering if the member supports my bill, if he's so worried about lifting people out of poverty. Bill C-223, a framework for a guaranteed livable basic income. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honour for Peace River Westlock.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I must say that very few bills have elicited such a response as Bill 223 or 233 to my constituency office. I have had thousands of people communicate with me around that particular bill. I will not be supporting that particular bill. However, I would, no, not contrary at all, actually. Most of the emails were calling for me to very much not support that particular bill. However, I would just point out that that it is within the NDP's power to change this Parliament, and they have put it together a confidence agreement with the particular government. And so while they seem to share my disappointment in this particular bill, I would just point out that they are continuing to support the government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member for Peace River Westlock points out, Canadians with disabilities need more than a message. They need funds in the bank. And yes, I share his concern that the text of the bill is the exact same as it was, whatever, June of 2021. And so, given his support for moving this ahead, can he share, does he also support getting emergency funds to Canadians with disabilities who need it now, recognizing that this bill isn't going to see the light of day for quite some time?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not entirely sure what he means by emergency funds, but I would just say again, point out that I'm very disappointed that this is such an empty bill, such a vacuous bill. The prerogative of being the government is that you get to propose things, and this is hardly a proposal. This is three words on the top of a blank page, for which I'm not even exactly sure how committee will. They keep saying send it to committee. I'm not exactly sure how the committee will flesh some of these things out. I'm sure we'll hear from thousands of Canadians on what they think the government ought to do, but how this bill gets fleshed out at committee. Given my experience with committee, I'm not exactly sure what to expect out of that process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Some comments, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Peace River Westlock for his intervention. I think he brought up a lot of the shortfalls of this bill. The government over the last few years has been promising that they would bring this through, and we see that most of it is being left up to Cabinet to decide the details. And so I just want to put it to him. There are 21 regulations that will be created through this piece of legislation, leaving it up to Cabinet to decide very simple things like when would the benefit be paid, what will be the rules for a rescission, which means how do you pay it back. And the one that's most concerning to me is Section 11D, respecting the manner in which a benefit is to be indexed to inflation. We have a cost of living crisis in this country. It's becoming more and more unaffordable. When you go to the grocery store, you can see it right there. It's sticker shock for most people. And those people on a fixed income, like the member was saying, are the ones who are hurt the worst at the grocery store especially, but also on their rent. Month after month, it's being more difficult to pay those bills. And now we're leaving it up to Cabinet to decide how this will be fixed in the future for a future benefit. I wonder if the member could perhaps weigh his opinion on this, whether this is a particular area that should be amended in order to provide certainty for persons with disabilities.
Honourable member for Peace River Westlock, just under a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's the bulk of the bill is in the so-called regulations side of things, and again, it's not very. I don't know what if we can determine in the regulation that the minister should tie it to a particular percentage point or something like that around inflation. I would note that inflation is probably the number one reason why folks are communicating from the disability community are communicating with me, just saying that it's getting harder and harder to live on what they receive, and it just seems that it's interesting that it's not. They wouldn't just put it in there that this would be indexed to inflation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I begin, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sackville, Preston, Shetikook. It gives me great pleasure today to rise in the House to speak to a piece of legislation that I think is essential to supporting Canadians, reducing poverty, making life more affordable, and building a more inclusive and accessible Canada. Bill C-22 is another step forward on the path to reducing poverty in Canada. And our government has been focusing on uplifting Canadians and identifying the barriers that limit people and communities from economic advancement and participation, which is why in 2018, Canada's first ever Opportunity for All poverty reduction strategy was launched. Opportunity for All focused on government action to reduce poverty through dignity, opportunity and inclusion, resilience, and security. These are the pillars that have guided our government's work in identifying how to better serve Canadians while also measuring the progress of our efforts in tackling poverty. Poverty is a long-standing problem in this country and has persisted for much too long, and it can and must come to an end. As a government, we've been strong in implementing measures to serve all Canadians in the pursuit of poverty reduction. We've seen significant improvement in the lives of Canadians and their families through the increases to the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. By listening to seniors, we provided increases to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, which has lifted many thousands of seniors out of poverty, as well as the creation recently of the Canada Workers Benefit, which provides tax credits to low-income workers across Canada. All of these benefits help to build up our middle class and support people who are most at risk of living in poverty. What all these measures have in common is that they are necessary in reducing the risk of Canadians' finances receding below the poverty line. What this also demonstrates is that we have a real track record of taking sizable and tangible steps forward on tackling the income gaps that exist in Canada, and we are committed to continuing to bridge those gaps. And this is why, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-22, an act to reduce poverty and to support the financial security of persons with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit. Madam Speaker, as a part of our government's poverty reduction strategy, persons with disabilities were identified as one of numerous groups at risk of living in poverty. As we know, over 6 million Canadians have been identified as persons with disabilities. 6 million is by no means a small segment of the population. Many of our family members and neighbors are persons living with one or more disabilities, which is exactly why this bill is a crucial measure in improving the financial security of the Canadians who need it most. The Canada Disability Benefit will build upon the groundwork that has been established by this government to ensure the rightful inclusion of persons with disabilities. This is directly in line with not just our government's commitment to poverty reduction, but to another important piece of legislation called the Accessible Canada Act, which came into force in 2019. That mandates that Canada must improve and move towards a barrier-free Canada by 2040. Building upon the work that our government has done for Canadians with disabilities is of the utmost importance to this government, which is why we've initiated consultations with the disability community and other equity-seeking groups as part of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan to ensure our government continues to develop policy that is reflective of the needs of Canadians. This bill will be a cornerstone of our Disability Action Plan. The Canada Disability Benefit will greatly impact the lives of many Canadians as this legislation seeks to reduce poverty and support the financial security of working-age persons with disabilities. The Canada Disability Benefit will become another crucial part of Canada's social security net, as it will address the long-standing financial hardships felt by persons with disabilities. Supporting the financial security of persons of working age with disabilities is at the heart of this bill, as approximately 1 in 5 Canadians are living with a disability. Madam Speaker, as we know from the Canadian Survey on Disability in 2017, approximately 22% of working-age Canadians with disabilities were living in poverty in 2017. Furthermore, persons with severe disabilities, that's 26% of those, and very severe disabilities, 31%, are particularly vulnerable and experience high rates of poverty, nearly 3 times the rate persons without disabilities experience, which is roughly at 11% in 2017. Let me repeat that. Living with a severe disability makes you 3 times more likely to live in poverty. That's a social injustice that needs to be rectified as soon as possible. And the income supplement that is proposed in this legislation will help provide additional needed income assistance over and above those offered by provincial and territorial governments. In addition to the vulnerability of individuals living with severe and very severe disabilities, those who also identify as members of the BIPOC community and or as LGBTQ2S+ have also been reported to have a greater likelihood of facing income insecurity. We must also not forget the strain that the pandemic has put on these communities as well. And of course, the inflationary pressures we are seeing caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the supply chain disruptions that resulted, not to mention Russia's unjust war on Ukraine and China's zero COVID policy, which have continued to exacerbate an already challenging increase to the cost of living. It is a priority of our government to create legislation that enhances the lives of persons with disabilities, which is exactly why implementing the Canada Disability Benefit to strengthen the financial security of working-age persons living with disabilities will do just that. By working with the provinces and territories, the implementation of the Canada Disability Benefit will serve as an income supplement to ensure those who qualify for the benefit do not experience clawbacks in their finances from other income supports that they currently receive. We will make sure that people are better off as a result. Through an inclusive consultation process centered on the disability community and stakeholders across the country that serve them, provinces and territories included, the development of the disability benefit will be designed to work for the people it is intended to help. This legislation provides a framework for enacting this important support while creating the room for details to be formulated through regulation. We've all heard of the principle of nothing about us without us, and this legislation provides the framework for staying true to this principle. This legislation allows us to do this now and delay no further. The Conservatives seem to fail to understand the concept of a framework legislation and consultation process that will help determine more specifics as we move forward. Now, I've heard firsthand from people in my community that face or live with disabilities of the financial strains and hardships that they deal with on a day-to-day basis. I want to highlight a story from a man named David that I spoke to last week in my riding who has several disabilities and whose wife also lives with a disability. David and his wife have 4 children with an annual income that puts them well below the poverty line. David's family receives the Canada Child Benefit, thankfully, which provides them with much-needed extra funds to support their family. In David's case, the Canada Disability Benefit would provide further financial security to his family, and many Canadians, I think, share a very similar experience to David. I also spoke recently with a woman named Mary in my riding, who is a former school teacher who has suffered from a stroke and now faces challenges with mobility and communications. Her husband has taken on the role of a caregiver in her home, and Mary requires the use of a wheelchair and remains on the first floor of her home. The couple are living well below the poverty line and reached out to me to get advice on how they could raise funds so they could widen a doorway, just so Mary could get out to her backyard and experience some fresh air. These stories are heartbreaking to hear, but it's not uncommon, and I know Mary and her family, as well as David, will benefit greatly from the Canada Disability Benefit. We must continue the work of adequately addressing the financial insecurity that millions of persons with disabilities experience. Like in Mary and David's case, the need for special equipment, customized supports for cars or homes, medical procedures can really add up and increase the financial burdens that they experience. I am confident that the Canada Disability Benefit will greatly benefit many low-income working-age Canadians with disabilities. As a government, we will continue to work diligently to reduce the risk of poverty for those individuals. Madam Speaker, I fully support Bill C-22, as I know this benefit will improve lives and lift Canadians out of poverty, and I encourage all opposition members to do so as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Shepard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to the member, in the paragraph he was reading about persons with disabilities represent about 1 in 5 Canadians, there was a section there when he was reading discussing the potential benefits and who might be getting this. Is he implying that the government believes that up to 1 in 5 Canadians would therefore be eligible for this benefit? And is that the government's goal? Because it's not in the legislation, so all we have to go on is just making assumptions based on the 21 regulations. So I'm putting it to the member, are 1 in 5 Canadians all going to get this benefit? Thank you.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for, I think, a good faith question. And from my perspective, I don't think that 1 in 5 Canadians will receive or be eligible for the Canada Disability Benefit. I believe that it will be targeted for working age individuals living with a disability who need supplemental income in addition to the income benefits that they already get. So really, it's got to be very targeted. That's why I think the consultation process across the country with provinces and territories, assessing the cost of living, looking at the basket of goods that Canadian families need to purchase, is very important in terms of really designing this benefit so that it works for all individuals who are of working age and who couldn't work because of their disability. Thank you.
And comments, Honorable Député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we've said many times, the framework of the bill is good. No one can be against virtue, but there are many elements that are missing. My concern is the following. They're talking about disabilities. Could my colleague reassure me that we won't get into the jurisdiction of the provinces because this bill covers health, among other things? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Député de Whitby.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the good faith question. I do think that the consultation process that's engaging provinces and territories in designing this benefit is essential for ensuring that this really is a supplemental income benefit that individuals living with disabilities will be able to get. And I think there's no intention from my perspective to overstep into provincial jurisdiction, but to really work collaboratively with both stakeholders that serve individuals living with disabilities, but also with the families and individuals that live with those disabilities and the provincial counterparts that we have to ensure that this benefit really leaves people better off. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. And I agree, poverty for those with disabilities is a crisis in this country. And the Liberals have had 7 years to address this crisis. This is my second time being elected. This crisis still has not been addressed. And then I read that it's going to take 3 years for anybody to even receive this benefit. This is deeply concerning. This is deeply concerning because we know, according to Disability Without Poverty, that 41% of people impacted by poverty are those with disabilities. And we've had solutions on the table. I'll give you an example. PEI has put forth a proposal for guaranteed livable basic income, just waiting for support from the federal government. I put forward a private member's bill, Bill C-223, in support of a guaranteed or framework for a guaranteed livable basic income that would lift, and supported by disability groups across the country, to lift people out of poverty now. I'm wondering if the honourable member supports a guaranteed livable basic income, especially for those persons with disabilities.
The honourable member for Whitby has less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for her question and for her incredible work and advocacy for individuals who lack the income to live a full life. And I think, I've always been a vocal advocate for a guaranteed basic income, and I've never hidden that from anybody. I think the patchwork of benefits that we offer today could be greatly enhanced by a guaranteed basic income. So thank you very much.
Resuming debate. the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to take the floor on this bill, C-22.
Benefit Act. And I must say it's long in waiting, and I'm very proud of our government that is moving forward on this important legislation. I'm also very proud of our minister, who's been a strong leader since 2015 in this area. I call her the ace in the hole that we have, and that leadership will benefit us as we move forward in this important area. Now, our government has created a strong environment where all Canadians can succeed. And it's extremely important that we have an economy, of course, an economy where people, all Canadians and individuals, have opportunities to participate and to contribute, of course, to that economy. Now, I want to bring you back to 1967 when, again, a Liberal government under the leadership of the Right Honourable Lester Pearson, who at the time stood up in this House and said that no seniors should live in poverty. And Madam Speaker, that's where we see the creation of the Guaranteed Income Supplement. As well, Madam Speaker, in 2016, our government stood up and said that no child should live in poverty. And that's where we brought forward the Canada Child Benefit, which lifted hundreds of thousands of young people and Canadians out of poverty. And today, we stand before you and we're saying that no people with disabilities should live in poverty. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we're coming forward with this very important bill to support people with disabilities in our country. Madam Speaker, it is evident, clearly evident, that people with disabilities face unique barriers in many areas, in particular, health, social well-being, and financial security. And Madam Speaker, we've seen that during the challenges of COVID. It became very evident, more evident if you want. And I had many calls in my office from people with disabilities. It's also important to note that people with disabilities are twice as likely, if you want, to be living in poverty than Canadians. Twice as much, Madam Speaker. And I would also say that 6 million people above the age of 15 have identified themselves as living with disabilities. That's 22% of our population, and 59% of those individuals living with disabilities are working, whereas 80% of other Canadians are working. So, Madam Speaker, those numbers are clear evidence that the reason we're bringing this bill today is it's time, it's a must, and we need to continue that leadership today. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the process here. There's consultation that has been started over a year ago with various organizations representing people with disabilities. We've been talking with people with disabilities right across the country, and that process needs to continue because we can't finish the work without having their feedback, without understanding fully the challenges that they face, and also without understanding what solutions can be brought to the table. The second part of consultation that's extremely important is with the provinces and territories, Madam Speaker, because as we know, and some members might make reference to it, but people with disabilities is under the jurisdiction of the provincial government. But once again, the federal government must step up and support people with disabilities as we did with healthcare, with education, etc., and etc. But what's important in these discussions with the provinces and territories is that this funding is a supplement and not a replacement of funds. No clawbacks. That is crucial, and that's why the consultation is so important, that we find ways of making this work so that the people with disabilities and having those challenges and living in poverty, we can eliminate some of those challenges, and it's not by bringing clawbacks that's going to do this. Now, I want a little quote I want to share with the House from Rick Hansen, of course, who says, the Canadian disability benefit is precisely the tool that is required at this time to address poverty among peoples with disabilities and the hardship that they face every day. The Canadian disability benefit will enable access to the workforce for some and an increased participation in Canadian culture for so many others. Madam Speaker, now I want to bring you a little bit to some of the programs out there, nationally and locally, if you want. One is the Ready, Willing and Able, which is a partnership between the Canadian Association of Community Living and the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorder Alliance and its partners. This organization, Madam Speaker, has had conversation and partnerships with over 10,000 businesses in this country, 4,000 of which are active discussions taking place as we speak, if you want. And 3,000 people with disabilities are working because of the partnership built with these businesses across the country. And that's a success story, and that our government has been working and funding this program. Also, in my riding of Sagamore Preston Chesapeake, Building Futures, an organization which is, I've had the opportunity, if you want, to visit on many occasions. They have if you understand, 4 social enterprises that they've built and have people with disabilities working and controlling all 4, if you want. One is Assembly Plus, which is assembling various electronics and equipment and manufacturing parts for businesses, which is a very important piece of the process of the product finishing at the end. They also have another one, which is Future Birds, which is a custom artwork, which is, again, another business that creates jobs and opportunities. A third one is the Future Copy Shop, which is a printing shop. It's been over 30 years. It's been successful ever since. And I, at times, is able to get some of my printing done in that area as well. And of course, when I go to visit the Future Cafe that started in 2015, I enjoy the great meal that is provided by them and continue to support the great work that they do. Those are the type of things that are important. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, I only have a few minutes left, but I want to just explain to Canadians very quickly the process. We're in second reading debate. This will be followed by a vote. If the vote is successful, it will go in committee, and I'm expecting all members to support it. It goes to committee, UMA committee, which will come back with a report, debate, and then a vote, and it's successful, and it should be. It will go to the Senate. Same process will take place. And then, of course, royal assent. Madam Speaker, I want to finish with a last quote from Audrey Picard, who says, Canada has a remarkable opportunity to lift hundreds of thousands of Canadians, perhaps even millions of people out of poverty, and this legislation would also help in that area. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello to my honourable colleague. Happy to be back with him here in Ottawa and not in Edmonton. Now, my colleague is a very thorough MP. So when we vote for this bill, we are voting in principle. But when you vote on principle, when it comes to persons with disabilities or who are functionally limited, now, of course, we all support this principle, but this bill isn't very thorough. It's not detailed. Who will the benefit be for? Who's eligible? Is this a patchwork of solutions, Band-Aid solutions, or is this an attempt at solving problems long-term? How are we going to, in the long term, support Canadians and Quebecers living with disabilities? We have the responsibility of improving their quality of life permanently. This bill lacks long-term vision. Is the government thinking long-term? I'd like more explanations. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. I spent a few days with my colleague in Edmonton for the Francophone Parliamentary Assembly. We worked together on Francophonie projects. Yes, we are thorough, but we need to consult. There's a difference with our government. I mentioned consultations. We have consulted. We need to consult key stakeholders on the ground, provinces, territories, and that's how we will be successful.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I welcome him back to the House. Now, of course, Canadians living with disabilities suffer, and they have been suffering even more throughout the pandemic these past few years. They deserve support quickly. There are a lot of nice intentions here, a lot of promises, but there's nothing tangible, nothing precise. Who's it for? How much will they receive? When will they receive it? One of my colleagues' cabinet colleagues said that it could take 3 years. Can Canadians with disabilities wait another 3 years? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend. I hope that he had a nice summer in his riding. It's always a pleasure to work with him. Listen, those who live in poverty, those are the people we are talking about, a specific group of Canadians living in poverty who we wish to support. I hope that parliamentarians in this place will work together so that we can finish this debate, send it to committee, get back here for a third reading, and send this to the Senate as quickly as possible. And then there can be royal assent. That's what's important. Teamwork. We need to work on this together to accomplish this sooner rather than later.
And the Honourable Member for Kitchener Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary, I can tell, has good intentions from his speech, but good intentions on their own don't pay the bills. I know he's aware that the text of this bill is the exact same as the text from back in 2021, while Canadians with disabilities are still living in poverty. Can he share evidence that demonstrates that the governing party is serious about funding this benefit with the urgency that the disability community deserves?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my colleague for his important question, and I can tell him that we're definitely serious about bringing this quickly across the finish line. And the best example I can give him is the first legislation that we bring. Today is our first day that we return to the House of Commons, and this is the first debate of our government. That's a clear sign that we want this done. We want it done quickly. Thank you.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak to Bill C-22 today. I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, my dear colleague, the member for Shefford. C-22 seeks to reduce poverty and strengthen the financial security of Canadians with disabilities by establishing the Canada Disability Benefit and by making a consequential amendment to the Income Tax Act. If you'll allow Madam Speaker. I would like to begin by greeting all the folks in my big, beautiful riding of Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. I would also like to commend the exceptional work of all organizations in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and specifically those in the regional county municipality of Vallée de l'Or, those who help or support, offer services to persons with disabilities. I would also like to mention Rémi Mayou, who has been leading his organization for 25 years. I'd also like to mention the Centre La Mésange de Sainte-Terre, the Centre d'intégration physique de l'Enval-Val d'Or, and the Club des handicapés de Val d'Or. Let's truly think about those living with disabilities. Their condition is permanent. They must live with it until the end of their days. And think about it. The rest of us, we complain when we need to use crutches for a sprained back or a sprain or a break. And that's just temporary, those conditions. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. Unfortunately, these individuals are too often forgotten by society and by governments. And as I often say, one gesture can make a big difference. This bill can too. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that in Quebec, 37% of persons with disabilities have to live on an income of less than $15,000? Yes, federally, there is a benefit for minors with disabilities. There's the Canada Child Benefit, and for seniors, we have the Old Age Security. But there's a gap. C-22 seeks to fill that gap. That is, the gap of helping those who are of working age, adults. Some measures have already been implemented to lighten the financial burden of Canadians with disabilities, but they are inadequate to guarantee an acceptable quality of life for these individuals. Madam Speaker, according to Statistics Canada's Canadian Survey on Disability, approximately 1,053,350 Canadians 15 and up live with one or more disabilities. That's a lot. That makes up 16.1% of Quebecers 15 and up. These disabilities can be related to vision, hearing, mobility, flexibility, dexterity, pain, learning, development, mental health, or memory. Many who live with one or more disabilities might be able to work and might want to work. They might want to be financially independent, but unfortunately, when it comes to finding a job, many face discrimination. Yes, it's true, Madam Speaker. In Quebec, 8.8% of people believe that they were not granted an interview because of their condition over the past 5 years. And also over the past 5 years, 14.1% of people feel that they were not hired because of their condition. And what of the percentage of those who feel that they were not given a promotion due to their condition these past 5 years? 11%. This discrimination does nothing to improve the financial health or quality of life for these individuals. They need support. C-22 has a noble goal. It seeks to financially support Quebecers and Canadians living with disabilities, and more specifically, to improve the financial situation of working-age Canadians living with a disability. C-22 would address some gaps in the social safety net in Canada, which currently includes OAS, GIS, and the CCB. There's a problem in Quebec, though. Many do not identify as having a disability and thus do not claim supports for persons with disabilities. There are many reasons for this, Madam Speaker. For example, people who have never had a health problem all of a sudden have a health problem. They don't know where to find support, or they don't want any. Others might not know that their condition is considered a disability. Others might feel that the processes and steps to get support are too complex. Also, since tax credits are non-refundable, some don't have a high enough income to claim them. And also, another important point to be made, Madam Speaker, is that in French, the words handicap and invalidité or for disability or handicap don't have the same meaning. There is some confusion about the definition of the term among French-speaking Canadians. Mr. Guillaume Parent, he's the director of the Finance and Disability Expertise Center, and he's thrilled by C-22, but has expressed some concerns about the bill. He says that there's a cultural and linguistic difference between Quebecers and Canadians, which could lead to some confusion in the implementation and application of the bill. As for the procedures and terms of the bill, of the benefit, which haven't yet been defined, Mr. Parent has a lot of questions. He published an open letter in the newspaper La Presse. He says, and I quote, "Who is this benefit for? It's important, it's a priority to define eligibility. Linguistically and culturally, for French-speaking Canadians, disability isn't defined and seen in the same way, which explains the low amount of Quebecers who self-identify as having a disability. Quebecers, in fact, claim 2 times less federal disability tax credits than residents of other provinces." End quote. He's also criticized the fact that the federal government will lead consultations for 3 years in order to determine the conditions and processes of the bill. He feels that needs on the ground are crying and immediate, and that the consultations should not be so long. Mr. Parent's not the only one to raise this issue. In 2021, the Developmental Disabilities and Autism Spectrum Disorder Organizations Group published a statement. They, like Mr. Parent, welcome the bill, but have mentioned their concerns and the concerns of the disability community. They feel that Canadians have mixed opinions about a new benefit for persons with disabilities. They are mostly enthusiastic about it. They support the initiative, but they doubt that it'll actually happen as planned. They think it will take too long for this to become a reality. The House of Commons was not active during the summer, which means that those who are eligible for the benefit won't get it before the fall. And some are worried that this is too late, that it's coming too late, especially given the financial hardships experienced by persons with disabilities during the ongoing pandemic and as a result of the pandemic. Unions in Canada and many disability advocacy groups are also skeptical about the effectiveness of such a benefit because there is a total lack of detail about timing and other aspects of the bill. But they agree that there should be financial support for persons with disabilities in the workforce. There are other problems in the bill. For example, we don't actually know anything about the amounts. It will be decided by departmental regulation. So some say that we have no detailed ideas about the bill. It will be for working-age Canadians and will also be considered an income supplement.
Ne spécifie pas si c'est Ottawa qui versera la prestation ou le fédéral, qui prévoit transférer les sommes vers le Québec et les autres provinces pour que celles-ci les versent. Cette modalité résulte.
Decisions will be made by regulation. It's not.
This will be done by regulation and is therefore not provided for in the legislation. Basically, it's not clear under what constitutional authority this benefit is created. There are also other gaps in C-22 when it comes to the terms and conditions for sending the check. The bill does not give us the answers to the following questions. What are the eligibility criteria? What are the conditions for payment? What is the amount of the benefit? How is the amount calculated? What are the payment periods? How can we avoid the clawbacks of benefits currently being paid to people with disabilities? In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we can say that C-22 contributes to the realization of the Canada Accessibility Act, which provides for the elimination of barriers experienced by persons with disabilities in the following sectors: employment, the built environment, communications, information and communication technologies, the purchase of goods, services, and facilities, the development and delivery of programs and services, and transportation. Since Quebec has a social safety net that is the envy of many nations, it goes without saying that the Bloc Québécois supports all efforts to improve the conditions of people living with disabilities. I will vote in favor of the bill so it can be studied in committee in order to improve it and make certain clarifications. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and as I indicated in the question I posed to my Conservative friend, was given the fact that the bill would...
There is no interpretation.
The interpretation working now? Is it working now? Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, previously I had asked the previous Conservative Speaker about the possibility of recognizing the fact that there seems to be universal support. All political entities inside the House are supporting Bill 22. When you talk about the principle of the legislation, it seems everyone's going to be voting in favor of it. A legislative agenda, things get fairly busy, whether it's the GST, the dental plan, opposition days. Here we have a wonderful opportunity to try to pass the legislation, given everyone's in favor of it, the principle of it. Why not allow it to go to committee where it could actually be thoroughly discussed in the details and look at the possible amendments, and then maybe a greater debate in third reading. Would she support, does the bloc support its quick passage?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut EU. I thank my colleague, Madam Speaker, for his question. Obviously, at present, the bill is interesting, but there are gaps in it, as I said in my speech. There's the delay for eligibility. The amount of the benefit should be monthly. So it's important for the bill to go quickly to committee so we can look at this situation, and I hope the government will support that request.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petit Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I think she's touched on a very important point, because principles are all fine and well, intentions are good, but to use a quote, it's falls a little bit short. There's not much that's concrete when it comes to people living with a handicap. They're extremely vulnerable, living very difficult situations. We don't know if it's going to be a guaranteed minimum income or targeted benefits, when it will happen, who's included, who will be excluded. Somebody living in that situation is waiting for federal government assistance will live in a great deal of uncertainty, and we could have put more flesh on the bone, as it were. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut EU. It's very interesting what he's just said. In fact, these people do need help and support. So for a number of years, they've been waiting already, and we need to take action. Now is the right time to take action, to provide money to help them on a monthly basis. Benefits can be provided to these people to help them avoid poverty as a result of the pandemic we've just experienced. They're facing huge difficulties, so we need to really think of these people who need a lot of help. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very proud that my colleague talked about the work of our friend Remy Maillot, because if only through the telethon, there are thousands of dollars that have been raised to help additional services for the people of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. But the federal government has made commitments to persons with handicaps in order to ensure accommodations for them at home so they can remain at home. Does he not feel that this bill, instead of being improvised and saying we're going to reflect and consult, should be done now, because inflation is hitting people hard and we need to help people stay at home? It should be much clearer than it's currently set out in the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Nunavut, Bay James, EU. My colleague is very close to me in terms of in this House and also in terms of our ridings. He is, I would say that we talked with people and we saw the needs of people with disabilities, what they're doing, how they live. We need to take action very quickly when it comes to this bill and to support persons with disability. And we need to make sure the bill is clear and not vague.
Resuming debate. Prise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak
on Bill C-22 with many questions. Bill C-22 would provide financial support to Canadians with disabilities as proposed by the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and the Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities in June 2022. My uncle Dennis had a serious motorcycle accident at the age of 19, and he became a person with a disability. And I take a moment to remember him now. He passed away last year in September 2021. So I am all the more sensitive to the experiences of persons with handicaps and those of their caregivers. My family has been affected. My spouse also works for a community organization, the Association des Personnes Handicapées Physiques de Brome-Missisquoi, which works for universal accessibility, because as stated in the slogan created by the University of Montreal students for people with disabilities, we don't ask for much. And this was confirmed by another association, Les Dynamiques des Handicapés de Granby and Region, and its director, Marie-Christine Hun. She confirmed this, and she told me that far too many disabled people live in great poverty and are very vulnerable. They need more than just window dressing. My speech will therefore be divided into 3 parts: a summary of the bill, some interesting statistics, and a few clarifications. First, on September 23, 2020, the government committed in the throne speech to establish Canada's first disability inclusion plan, which includes, in particular, the creation of a new Canada Disability Benefit similar to the Guaranteed Income Supplement for seniors, as well as the adoption of a robust employment strategy for Canadians with disabilities that focuses on training, employment supports, the removal of barriers, case studies on disability inclusion, and a new inclusive process reflecting a modern understanding of disability for determining eligibility for federal disability benefits and programs. It's nice on paper, but there is still no concrete plan. The goal of C-22 is to improve the financial situation of working-age Canadians with disabilities and seeks to address some of the gaps in Canada's social safety net, which includes old age security, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, and I speak a lot about that as the spokesperson for seniors, and the Canada Child Benefit. C-22 also contributes to Canada's international obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and helps to establish Canada as a leader in terms of disability protection. But again, it's great on paper, but much work remains to be done to achieve this. But let's remember that back in June 2021, in the 43rd Parliament, the Liberals proposed Bill C-35. C-22 is the reintroduction of C-35, which was scrapped after the Liberals called the election. A year ago, the Liberals called that election themselves. C-35 only had made it to first reading at that point. Nonetheless, in order to create a disability benefit to meet the objectives of C-35, and more importantly, to define the terms and conditions, the government provided $11.9 million to lay the groundwork for reforming eligibility processes for federal benefits and programs for persons with disabilities. Roundtables were held with various organizations and representatives of the disability community. An online survey was released to solicit input from the interested public, and there were community groups in my region that told me they weren't informed about this process. In Canada, there's already a benefit in place to assist disabled minors, the Canada Child Tax Benefit, and seniors, old age security. C-22 seeks to fill the gap that persons with disabilities find themselves when they reach the age of majority, that is the age of entry into the workforce as well, until they retire. Some measures are already in place to ease the financial burden of people with disabilities. These measures are insufficient to ensure a meaningful quality of life, and there is too much gray areas that need to be cleaned up when it comes to working age persons with disabilities. And I heard about it again this morning when I spoke to constituents on the phone. The disability tax credit is a non-refundable tax credit that allows the recipient to reduce income taxes. The problem in Quebec is that many people in Quebec don't see themselves as disabled, and therefore they don't claim the disability tax credit. There are a number of reasons for this. And we know that people who've never had a health problem in their lives might find themselves sick overnight, don't know where to look for help, don't want it. Some don't know that their condition is recognized as a disability. Some people find the process too complex since tax credits are non-refundable, and some aren't entitled to them because they don't have sufficient income to claim them. And this situation was denounced by Ms. Han when I spoke to her about it. Let's also remember that there was only one automatic payment of $600 made in 2020 during the pandemic, while persons with disabilities have disproportionately experienced the effects of the health crisis. In short, programs exist but are not well known to the public, especially in Quebec. Second, here are some facts. 22% of Canadians have a disability. In Quebec, we're talking about 30% of disabled people who live on an annual income of less than $15,000. You can't go very far on that. In Canada, 1 in 4 people with disabilities lives below the poverty line. 41% of Canadians living in poverty have a disability. 89% of Canadians support a disability benefit in Quebec. 91% of Quebecers support a disability benefit. 59% of Canadians feel that the various supports available to persons with disabilities are insufficient to provide them with adequate quality of life. 59% of Canadians with disabilities aged 25 to 64 are employed, compared to 80% of Canadians without disabilities. Canadians with disabilities aged 25 to 64 earn less than Canadians without disabilities. 12% less for Canadians with mild disabilities, 51% less for Canadians with more severe disabilities. All of these numbers speak clearly on their own. And as the critic for the status of women, I would say that there are organizations that work to help offer jobs to persons with disabilities. And I am already well aware that for women, Indigenous peoples, cultural minority communities, disability is experienced with added difficulties. It's urgent to ensure financial security for these people, especially since the increase in the cost of living, inflation, and the shortage of housing have added to the challenges that people with disabilities face on a daily basis. My colleague already mentioned him, but in Quebec, Guillaume Parent, director of the Centre d'Expertise Finance et Handicap, is pleased with the announcement of C-22, but has some concerns about the bill. In particular, he underlines the cultural and linguistic differences between Quebec and Canada, which threatens to create confusion in the application of the bill. My colleague from Thérèse de Bainville explained it well this morning. In relation to the terms and conditions that have yet to be defined regarding the application of benefit, in particular, the Quebec population claims half as much of the federal disability tax credit as in other provinces. This means that Canadians have mixed feelings about the promise of a new disability benefit. The majority of Canadians, even if they're enthusiastic about the idea and approve of the initiative, are skeptical as to when it will happen. Many feel that the time frame for the initiative, the 3 years, is too long because the previous bill was delayed because the government sabotaged its own bill by sending itself into an election, and now it's proposing 3-year consultations. Due to the inactivity of the House of Commons over the summer, those eligible for the benefit will not receive it until the fall. This has led to concerns that it may be too late, particularly for those facing financial hardship as a result of the post-pandemic period. Canadian unions in Canada and many disability rights groups are also skeptical about the effectiveness of the benefit due to the lack of specificity in the legislation and the delay in its implementation, the too long delay. Nevertheless, we can say in conclusion that we will vote for the principle of the bill, but the bill is still problematic. We want to support people with handicaps, but we need to be more concrete. In a recent survey, many Canadians felt that this kind of benefit was the right thing to do and that the country should do more to reduce poverty tied to handicap or being handicapped in Quebec. And this is my political commitment. I sincerely believe in equal opportunity. And one final thing, let's allow people with handicaps to live decently, and let's work to ensure that they have a decent income so that they can live with dignity and take their rightful place in society. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that the member really emphasizes from my perspective is just how important it is that as a government we continue to work with the stakeholders, in particular our provinces. Because today it's patchwork in terms of support. You don't know what type of support you're getting for people with disabilities, because at the end of the day we have one system in one area of the country or in another in a different region of the country. One of the objectives of bringing in a truly national program is not only to lift people with disabilities, people with disabilities out of poverty, but to also, as much as possible, ensure that there's a sense of fairness and equity. And I wonder if my colleague can provide her thoughts in regards to the role that Ottawa does have to play in working with the provinces to ensure that there's that sense of equity and support for people with disabilities.
Une très courte réponse de l'honorable député de
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for his question. Once again, I will remind him, like my colleague from Terrain de Blainville, but in this bill, it's important to respect the area of jurisdiction of each and every level. We have to work together and not take away anything. The federal government must respect the fact that Quebec has a lot of skills and qualifications in this area and expertise as well. Thank you.
It being 6 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the... Pardon? Oh, some orders of the day. Sorry.
Private members' business consideration at report stage of Bill C-242, Reuniting Families Act, standing in the name of Mr. Seaback.
Go to him first, or do I read this? There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Howland, moves that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary resident visas for parents and grandparents, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The Honourable... Put the question to the members for the concurrence. Okay. Avec des silences? Okay. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Well, please say it then. So I therefore declare the motion carried on division. When shall the bill be read a third time? Right now. Now, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon. No. Je dois? Oh, I apologize. I really were a bit rusty. I have to propose the third reading of the bill. Monsieur Seaback, appuyé par...
Mr. Seaback, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, temporary resident visas for parents and grandparents, be read a third time and do pass. Debate.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Okay. Here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Some will say that imitation is the finest form of flattery. And so I feel exceptionally flattered that the government decided to take 2 sections of my bill and issue ministerial instructions, which is going to be, of course, of enormous benefit to those who are seeking to reunite their families under the super visa. What they didn't do, though, is adopt the part with respect to producing a report to reduce the LICO, the low-income cutoff. And that's actually a very significant and important part of my bill. It's wonderful that we're going to extend the time that someone can stay under a super visa. That's been done through ministerial instruction. It's also wonderful that they're now going to look at ways to allow foreign insurance companies provide the health insurance coverage to lower the cost to families that qualify for the visa. Those are all wonderful things. They are, however, ministerial instruction. The great thing about ministerial instruction is it can happen quickly, which it did. They criticized my bill for a long period of time, had it going through committee, and then suddenly said they saw the light. They went, these 2 parts of the bill are fantastic, we're going to grab them and we're going to do them through ministerial instruction. The downside of ministerial instruction is this: just as easily as it can be done, it can just as easily be taken away. So this is one of the reasons why I'm continuing to move forward with this piece of legislation, because if it's actually in legislation, if a government wants to change it, this government, a subsequent government, they will actually have to do it through legislation. So if we want to ensure that families can continue to access these fantastic improvements that I put forward with respect to the super visa, we should actually pass this legislation so that it's enshrined in law, and future governments can't choose to make those changes. But what I do want to go back to is the part that they have omitted, and that is having a report produced to reduce the low-income cutoff. And why that's so important is because reducing the low-income cutoff, which is the amount of income a family in Canada has to have to support a parent or grandparent coming here, it will allow more families to actually qualify for a super visa. And in particular, it's going to help newer families to Canada, when the challenges are actually a little bit tougher. If you've been here for 20 years, you're well established, you meet the low income cutoff, and you want your parent or grandparent to come and stay with your family, that's wonderful. You want them there, but you may not necessarily need them there. If you're a new family here in Canada, you've been here only a certain, a few years, you might not have been working a high-paying job, and you could actually use your parent or grandparent to be here. They're not going to qualify because they don't have the income to qualify. What we heard repeatedly at committee, both the study of this bill and when this was studied in 2017, is that the low-income cutoff should be dramatically reduced or eliminated in its entirety. My bill is only proposing to lower the low-income cutoff. And there's a fundamental misunderstanding by the government on this. And they were actually told to study the economics of this in 2017, to look into the economic benefits of having more families bring their parent or grandparent here. They've never done that study. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. What the evidence is clear, both in the study in 2017 at committee and through the study on this bill, is that bringing a parent or a grandparent here to the country is an economic boon to the family. It doesn't cost the family anything. What are you providing for that parent or grandparent? They're staying in your home, maybe they're consuming some food, but there's no real cost. And in fact, what they do is they allow someone in the family, one parent, maybe both, to pick up an extra shift at work to increase their income. They also, in a lot of communities, they provide childcare, which is a cost saving for families, which allows them to, again, improve their economic standing. So there's a fundamental misunderstanding by the government of the importance of lowering the low-income cutoff to allow more families to access the super visa. And I urge the government, they can pass this bill. Let's get it passed quickly. Let's get that report done. Let's get the low income lowered so that more families can access the super visa. this will actually add to the economic productivity of the country, which is a good thing. It's going to help the affordability crisis that Canadians are going through right now. We all know it. Inflation is high. The cost of living is increasingly going up. It's getting even tougher for families to make ends meet. The government here thinks, well, if you brought your parent over, that's going to cause this further economic burden, and therefore you shouldn't do it. It's absolutely the wrong mindset, and they should actually do something about it. So, we are going to be voting on this bill shortly to have it moved to the Senate, and I'm going to urge the members of the government to support this bill. They didn't support it at committee. They tried to kill it at committee. They took two parts of it, claimed it as their own, and then tried to kill the bill in committee. They did not succeed, thankfully, with the support of the Bloc Québécois and the NDP, and I thank both of those parties for that support because they do recognize the importance of A, making sure that this is actually legislation, not ministerial instruction, and B, how beneficial it will be to have the low-income cutoff reduced. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to take up more time. I've debated this extensively. I do urge the government, support this legislation. Let's get that report done, a report that should have been done in 2017. Let's get it done so that we can actually expand the super visa to far more families all across the country, help them with the affordability crisis that's going on in this country. And not only that, parents and grandparents provide so much other support for families. So if families are suffering economically now, they're going to be helped by that. But also, when you're new to a country and you're building your life, parents provide a great source of stability, transfer of culture, all these kinds of things. More Canadians should have access to that, not less. Please vote for this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of my constituents over the years requiring that super visa, one of the obligations is in fact the insurance. And as much as the member likes to talk about his initiative, I think you'll find that there are members on all sides of the House, myself included, that have been arguing that the insurance cost was very prohibitive in terms of allowing and facilitating more parents and grandparents from being able to come to Canada. So there has been a strong advocacy on this area that predates the last summer. And I was actually quite pleased that we finally had a ministry that had investigated the situation, done their homework, and recognized the value of opening it up to foreign insurance companies. My question to the member is, does he believe that there is any sort of due diligence required by the federal government to ensure the credibility of some of these foreign insurance companies?
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
I thank the member for the question. Sure, to say that the government was working on this, sure, I guess, except nobody heard a peep about it until I passed my bill. So I'm going to take the credit for it. The government's been the government since 2015. They've done nothing to enhance the super visa, but suddenly, once an opposition member's bill is working its way through, they've seen the light. Hallelujah. And now it's something they've been working on for a long time. Yes, look, right now, you have to have a clean bill of health if you're going to come under a super visa as a parent or grandparent. And the government selects certain doctors in foreign countries to say your medical wellness certificate is accepted. If you can do that for the myriad of doctors in the myriad, all countries around the world, you can certainly do it for a few large international insurance companies or one or two insurance companies in the world. I think the government's more than capable of doing the due diligence. It's one of the arguments I made at committee as to why that part of the bill shouldn't be struck, because it seemed to me that the government wanted to strike it. So yes, I think even this Liberal government can handle that.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for his speech and for his efforts and his work on this bill. He's been working on this for a long time. He can be proud of that. Now I'll be the devil's advocate to allow him to speak out, because there are some criticisms today on C-242, and one of those criticisms is to say, if there are ministerial directives that were set out that reflect C-242, what's the point of going forward with C-242? I'd like to give him the opportunity to comment on that criticism today.
Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
That's a great question by the member, and I briefly touched on that in my speech. The problem with the great thing about ministerial instructions is how they can be quickly done and nimbly done, which is what happened. Actually, it happened when we were about to debate my bill at committee and vote on it clause by clause. So yes, that's wonderful. But the problem with that is the same thing can happen. The government could get cold feet and say, oh, you know what? We actually don't think this is a good idea anymore. And guess what? Ministerial instructions get done and the enhancements to the super visa are gone. And I think that would be a massive shame to Canadians. So proceeding with the bill, it becomes legislation, it becomes law, much more difficult to change. And I think these enhancements are so important that we should actually legislate them, not go with ministerial instructions.
Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to say thank you to the member for tabling this private member's bill. I think it brings to the forefront the importance of parents and grandparents in this country. Now, with that being said, one of the issues that I raised at committee was around the appeal process, or lack thereof. In fact, there isn't an appeal process for super visas that are being rejected. The only option for people to go through is to go to judicial review. I wonder if the member could speak to the issue of ensuring that there is a process to evaluate an appeal that would save money and not through a judicial review process, and so that we can actually have the opportunity for applicants to table concerns of the rejection and for that to be reconsidered.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, I know the member is very passionate about that and spoke very eloquently at committee about this. Someone in her riding who had gone on maternity leave and therefore in the 3-year requirement for the income missed the income requirement for the low income cutoff. I think an appeal process would have been something that would have been great for the bill. I know the member tried to have that added into the bill. It's something that I had wanted. Unfortunately, it didn't make it through committee. Look, I think we can address that in another way, which is by actually moving forward with this bill to get that low-income cutoff lowered substantially, because that will address most of the concerns. Maybe that's something in the appeal process is something we can look at down the road.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an issue in which I'm quite familiar with. In fact, I can go back a number of years in the days in which I was the critic of immigration, when there was a number of actions that were taken by Stephen Harper. You see, we within the Liberal Party have always recognized the true value of parents and grandparents. Even when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and he literally canceled the sponsorship of parents and grandparents. He's shut the door to Canada for parents and grandparents. And then he established a program to try to compensate by saying that we're now going to have the super visa. Some of the concerns that the member has made reference of are concerns in which I raised many years ago, even when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister. The Conservatives didn't do anything in regards to it. Yes, they eventually opened the program for sponsorship, but it was this government back in 2015 that not only recognized it, but we showed it in our actions by more than doubling the number of sponsorships coming into Canada. More than doubling. And we continue to increase the number of sponsorships. Madam Speaker, the demand for parents and grandparents continues to increase. We in the Liberal caucus are very much aware of that. We have caucus groups that have dialogue and try to come up with alternatives and ideas and policy changes that would have a positive impact on immigration. We have seen record number of changes in immigration over the last number of years. Dramatic increases in a whole spectrum of different streams. We've seen new streams created, unique, such as the Ukraine issue, immigrants coming to Canada, or Afghanistan, not to mention Syria, not to mention the many different other streams that are there year in, year out. What about the provincial nominee program? All of these changes And the numbers are very impressive as we continue to land record number of immigrants coming here. So we as a caucus in particular, many of my colleagues that spend so much time on the immigration file understand the true value of the super visa. And that's why there was a great deal of advocacy. And we were all pleased with the Minister of Immigration when he came out before the summer to announce some of the changes that many of us were wanting to be able to see, Madam Speaker. We understand the role that parents and grandparents play today and yesterday in our communities. They support society in many different ways, whether it's that foundational rock in homes, supports for, in particular, young families that are growing. We understand that many of those seniors, some of my uncles, and I say that in terms of, as something in which I'm greatly proud of in terms of how communities identify with families, and they associate the word uncle to someone that might be a little older that continues to contribute. Not only for families, but they're often there to support businesses, small businesses in our community. I know this because I see it every day. Madam Speaker, the idea of the super visa is a good idea. There were some issues, and the minister brought forward some changes are two of the biggest ones. I have always been concerned about the cost of insurance. If you want your mom and dad to be able to come to Canada and you have to pay the insurance, keep in mind that we might have, let's say, 30,000 applicants coming in. You might have 100,000 plus that want to come in to be sponsored. That's why the super visa is such a good idea. It enables more families to be reunited. And as a government, two measures were taken to support and enhance the strength of this particular program. One, by extending the number of years that one could stay in Canada without having to leave, because initially that was put at 2 years. So you get a 10-year multiple entry visa, in essence, as a parent. You come to Canada for a visit, but you have to leave Canada within 2 years. Well, that has been extended, Madam Speaker. That is a very strong positive. The other issue is one that really bothered me because it really affected, in my opinion, the number of people that would be able to come to Canada. And I want and I encourage constituents where they can to be reunited with their parents. And I know I'm not alone amongst my caucus colleagues. As I say, if there's one issue that gets a great deal of debate, whether it's in caucus or in our side rooms or in the mini caucus on immigration, it is just that, immigration. And the issue of the insurance, by opening it up to say that, look, we're going to have foreign insurance companies participate in this process, I genuinely believe that it will make it more affordable, Madam Speaker. And that is something in which we will all benefit by. I do believe, given the workload that immigration and citizenship has had over the last number of years, where they've accomplished a great deal, and yes, maybe I too would have liked to have seen us a little bit earlier than we have, but we have it, Madam Speaker. And that's a good thing. The member made reference to the low-income cutoff. The low-income cutoff is an issue that goes beyond just the super visa. If the member, for example, was to have introduced a motion or a bill that has maybe the Standing Committee of Immigration taking a look at the principles of low-income cutoff, not only on the super visa, but on other aspects of immigration, I think it would be something in which would be worthy of us taking a serious look at with the idea of Standing Committee of Immigration. I used to be on that Standing Committee. In fact, if I was on the Standing Committee today, that would likely be one of the recommendations that I would support in terms of bringing it forward, and let's do a study so that it can maybe assist the policymakers and all members of Parliament on all sides of the House to get engaged on that particular issue, Madam Speaker. The issue of visiting visas is of critical importance to Canada as a nation. We get millions of people that come here every year, Madam Speaker. I believe it's, I don't know what it is in the last year or so, but I know at one point it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 26 million people will enter into Canada internationally. Well, that's a lot, contrary to what the member might try to imply. Many of those people coming to visit Canada are coming because they want to visit family, Madam Speaker, and they're coming internationally from countries like India, Philippines, Pakistan, and many other countries around the world where a visa is required. I write letters of support. Likely at pre-pandemic, we were talking about hundreds every month. I think we're getting close to that same number today, Madam Speaker. It is coming back. The number of people that want to be able to come to Canada is high. And I do believe that we continue to look at ways in which we can enhance that. Make sure that those that want to be able to come to Canada, and we are confident that they meet those basic criteria, that they're able to come to Canada. That's what I know colleagues within the Liberal caucus want to see. We constantly advocate for it. And nothing frustrates me more as a parliamentarian when I get some of these visas that are rejected, that someone wants to be able to come for a funeral or a graduation or a special family event. What that tells me, Madam Speaker, is that we need to continue to push and work on this file, as I know many, if not virtually all of my caucus colleagues want to do, Madam Speaker, because we recognize the importance of families. We recognize the importance of visitors have on our economy and our society as a whole. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I'm very happy to see you again. I hope that you had a beautiful summer, and I hope that you and all those participating in debate tonight were able to spend a lot of time with their constituents and their ridings. Now, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether the member for Saint-Jean is tuning in to debate tonight, but I would like to highlight her very hard work in a previous reading of this bill. She made a remarkable speech, which I have drawn inspiration from for my speech tonight. I'd also like to commend the patience of the member for Dufferin-Caledon, who has been waiting for many months for his bill to move forward. Now, first, I'd like to very quickly explain for those who are tuning in tonight what a super visa is. It's a visa, a travel document for parents and grandparents. With a super visa, you cannot work in Canada. What you can do is you can have an entry into Canada for a maximum of 2 years, many times. There are some requirements. The two most important requirements are, first, you need medical health insurance from a Canadian insurance company, and second, the child or grandchild welcoming a parent or grandparent needs to be able to demonstrate a minimum income, the financial capacity to support the parent or grandparent. And there is a minimum income that children or grandchildren need to demonstrate in order for parents or grandparents to get the visa. Now, I'm going to spoil the punchline here, Madam Speaker, but I'd like to tell you that I support this bill. There are many families who want to bring their parents and grandparents to Canada, but the logistics, the endless paperwork, the wait times are so excruciating, so difficult to deal with. And what these families really want often is to sponsor their parents or grandparents so that they can come to Canada permanently. Now, the super visa, as envisioned in this bill, would give people the ability to have their parents or grandparents in Canada while the sponsorship and permanent residency application is being processed. And it also offers an alternative, this bill, for those who are not selected in the lottery. But the system currently is very restrictive. Very few people are approved for sponsorship of parents or grandparents. And I'd like to add something currently, Madam Speaker. All immigration programs have a lot of backlogs. Now, we're all members of Parliament, and 80 to 85% of the most complicated cases we handle in our riding offices are immigration cases. This is the situation in many immigration programs. So it seems to me that it would be a good idea to speed up and simplify the process for those who, let's be honest, are probably going to be approved anyway. It seems to me that that would be a decent idea. This bill would make minor changes, very specific changes to the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. We know that this is a very tiny proportion of temporary residency visas granted annually. And we know that because these people have temporary status, these immigrants won't generate any fees to the federal government or to the provinces. Now, we know that the couple thousand people who get super visas currently are usually people of substantial financial means. So these applicants, they have proof of income. These parents and grandparents, they have health insurance ahead of time. So they are not a risk for anyone. Now, when we talk about super visas, what are we really talking about? What do we want to modify here? Well, C-242 would do four things. First, it would accept private health insurance from companies outside of Canada. Currently, eligibility criteria restrict this to Canadian insurance companies. Just yesterday, I was talking about supply and demand. We talked about supply and demand. Well, this is the same thing of supply and demand. It would increase, broaden the pool of insurance companies that are available, so it would decrease insurance costs for super visa applicants. My colleague from Saint-Jean mentioned that if you do a quick Google research, you see just how expensive this insurance is. A young person, about 40 years old, no known health problems, it's $1,000 to $1,500 a year. But if you're a little bit older or you have a known health condition, then your coverage annually can cost up to $6,000, $7,000. Imagine this for a parent couple or grandparent couple, $10,000 a year for insurance. And this is just part of the cost of the immigration process. Now, I did mention that these are generally people with solid financial means, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't have the right to get a better deal or look for a good deal on their insurance. This bill also requires foreign insurance companies to be approved by the department. So this ensures that the companies are legitimate and that their insurance coverage is compatible with our healthcare systems and coverage systems. We would allow more competition among insurance companies, so Canadian insurance companies would not have a monopoly on granting health insurance to applicants. Now, I'm no economist, but it seems to me that this is a pretty obvious way to decrease insurance coverage costs. This would also allow foreign nationals to link this health insurance to other insurance that they have for their residence or for their vehicle. They would be able to save money, and that money would allow them to consume, to purchase. The money would go back into our economy. The second thing that C-42 would do is to increase the length of stay in Canada from 2 years to 5 years without having to renew one's documents, which would solve a lot of issues that exist under the current system. A super visa is a multiple entry visa for a maximum of 10 years currently. So there's a lot of travel that parents and grandparents do between Canada and their country of origin, and that, of course, comes with a lot of flight costs. This would decrease costs if it was increased to 5 years, and also people wouldn't have to undergo medical assessments again every 2 years. So over 10 years, for grandparents especially, it's likely that they'll have a health condition or a change in their health condition, so their premium would increase, and this would decrease the predictability of their costs and the cost of their insurance and application process. So we need to help them because these people, they don't actually represent any financial risk for taxpayers, so we should make their lives easier. We should make everyone's lives easier in this process. C-42 wouldn't decrease the minimum income requirements. It just proposes that the minister study the income requirements to see if it should be changed or if it even needs to exist at all. And according to my colleague from Saint-Jean, many people are actually talking about scrapping the requirement. This bill actually doesn't require parliamentarians to do much. It just requires the study of whether the minimum income is necessary, and it's to study, to review whether it's important. Now, it's not so complicated. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports this bill. It's good. It's positive. Now, there were ministerial instructions, Madam Speaker. This would guarantee the permanency and long-term duration of the ministerial instructions. And the colleague from Carleton, from Dufferin-Caledon, my friend from Dufferin-Caledon did some great work. He has the support of the Bloc and the NDP, I believe. I think this bill will move forward one way or another, even if on the other side of the House it is not supported. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to rise to speak about Bill 242. Now, of course, at the heart of the issue around Bill 242 is about reuniting families. It is about ensuring that parents, grandparents can come to Canada and be with their loved ones. And we know the value of all of that, and we cherish it as individuals, people with children, myself with children. I value the very moments that my daughter and my son could spend with their grandmother and their grandfather. Now, of course, my parents are immigrants here, so they get to enjoy that. So many newcomers, so many immigrants who come to this country are not in that fortunate situation. They don't bring their parents and grandparents here to Canada. They cannot enjoy those moments. So what Bill 242 is trying to do is to facilitate a process so that those families can reunite through the super visa process. Now, we know that the super visa process was one that was already in place, and this bill seeks to enhance it, addressing the high cost of the issue with respect to insurance coverage, most particularly, and then also extending the period to which parents, grandparents could come to Canada under a super visa. Interestingly, and it's petty politics in my view, because what happened was after the bill was tabled that we saw the government through committee literally in the 9th hour bring forward ministerial instructions to try to kill the bill. That is exactly what happened. So despite government members will say they have advocated for this for a very long time, the reality is this: they did not act on it. I remember because back in 2015, as a new member of parliament, this was one of the issues that we studied, parents, grandparents reunification. And there were a whole host of recommendations that were tabled. And then it just sat on a shelf. Nothing happened. So congratulations to the member for actually pushing the government in this regard in getting this done. Now, with that being said, I do think that there are flaws within the bill. I prefer, of course, the first choice is for the government to lift the cap on parents, grandparents reunification so that all those family members can seek permanent resident status here in Canada and for them to be able to do so in an expeditious way. Now, that did not happen. And with this bill, the issue that I have with it is that I was hoping through the bill to get an amendment through which the member actually did support. However, I did not get the government support to amend the bill so that there would be an appeal process for rejections of super visas. And it did not go through. And to me, that is very unfortunate. Because if you can just imagine a person whose application has been turned down, they would actually have to go through judicial review. It is a very onerous and expensive process that should not be required, in my view. There should be a simple appeal process for the review officer and for the government, for the minister to take into consideration extenuating circumstances, why an application has been rejected, and then to make compassionate decisions. I cited an example of one family where the application was rejected because they missed the income requirement in the final stages, because their child came early and they had to go on mat leave. And as a result, their income dipped ever so slightly for a short period of time. And then after the child was born, they went right back up to their income. But then it was already too late because they have already failed the program. And then they were rejected in their application. And that to me is a shame. Now, of course, one will say, and the government will say, they can reapply. It's true. But why make a family reapply? That is costly for the family. It delays the process. And equally important, it actually jams up IRCC with their staff because they have to reprocess the same application yet again. Why go through that process where you can save the administrative costs on the government side? So that amendment, unfortunately, did not go through, but it is required, though, with this bill, where the minister has to report on it and to review the issue around the review process, along with the report back on the income cutoff. I do think that reunification should not be based on your ability to pay. Family reunification should be valued for what it is. And so therefore, we should actually have a fulsome review of the cost that the government's imposing with respect to that, and to really examine whether or not we should be imposing it. One of the things, Madam Speaker, that people often have a misconception on is this. The reality is that family reunifications, parents, grandparents, when they come to Canada, they contribute to our economy. They support the family. So, for example, so that both parents could actually get out into the workforce, as an example, because they could help with childcare. They actually help with the growth of the children in terms of teaching them their cultural history and family history, language, and so on. All of that are contributors to building a multicultural Canada, one to which we're very proud of. So when we put up these barriers that blocks people with their family reunification, that only says about their income, that if, for example, your income dips ever so slightly, you somehow disqualify. And that we're sending a clear message to say, family reunification needs to be bought. Just imagine that for 1 minute. If any one of us sitting in this chamber, you're told that you have to buy your ability to see your parents or your grandparents, what would you say to that? I don't think that's who we are as a country and as a nation. I don't think that's who we are as peoples. Humanitarian actions, acting on the basis of humanity, means that we cherish and value what we have, and we want to expand that to other people as well. And when it comes to family, I wish all families would be able to reunite. I wish that people would be able to have that opportunity to be with their loved ones, to create those memories, and then to preserve those memories. The only way you can do that is for people to be able to reunite with each other. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that the government will take this to heart. I hope the minister will take this to heart and examine the program, both on the parents, grandparents sponsorship program in lifting the cap, and then to honor reunification in that way. And then in the interim, enhance the super visa program with the appeal process to ensure that there is an appeal process in place, and then to also lower the cost requirements. Because when you do that, you're respecting the families. And that's ultimately, I think, what we all want to see, Madam Speaker. So I want to just finally close by saying congratulations to the member for bringing this bill forward. I do think that it is better to have legislation than in ministerial instructions. I think it's petty for the government to play petty politics, to bring in ministerial instructions in the last moment to upsert this bill. And, you know, in the life of politics, at the end of the day, though, what we all want to see, no matter which side we're from, which bench we're from, is to make sure that the policies that are brought in support the community, benefits the community. And there's no doubt in the minds of New Democrats that ensuring family reunifications on parents, grandparents reunification, it is a laudable goal. It's a goal that we support, and we want to see this measure come to fruition, at least in the interim, as a super visa, to reduce the cost of it for families, and to say that reuniting with your loved ones is not something that you need to buy, but rather it should be something that we should all honor and respect, Madam Speaker. New Democrats is happy to support this bill, and I look forward to seeing its full passage through the Senate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today in support of my colleague's bill. And first and foremost, I want to congratulate my colleague from Dufferin-Caledon for bringing forward such a compassionate, empathetic, and common sense bill that will help many new immigrants to this country and help our economy at the same time. And I find it quite funny, and actually before I get into the speech, I would also like to thank my NDP and Bloc colleagues for helping support and make all kinds of great recommendations all the way along through and helping getting it through our Immigration Committee without the support of the Liberals, of course. And I find it quite funny that the government loved the bill so much that they ended up taking it from my colleague and then claiming it as their own. And I find it even more interesting and ironic that in the second reading of the bill, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration said in this place, and I quote, "The government does not support the member's proposal to allow applicants to purchase private health insurance from foreign companies," end quote. It's interesting enough that when they were taking the bill from my colleague, that they also took that part of it. And one of the most common sense parts of the bill that would help low-income families, that would help the ones that need the help the most, they didn't support that part. They still don't support that part. So I find it quite ironic and interesting that this government, this woke government that claims to be there for Canadians and have their backs, they're not there. They're not there for low-income families, especially newcomers, that need the support from their parents and grandparents. We know how important it is to have grandparents and parents here. We saw that throughout the entire pandemic. People needed help. People were struggling through mental health and all sorts of problems. In my own office, I see all sorts of troubles being caused by the Liberal-made backlog in immigration. This is, like my Bloc colleague said, 80 to 90% of the cases that come through our offices are immigration cases. And the immigration system today is broken under this Liberal government. And this common sense bill, Bill C-242, would help, in my opinion, to reduce that backlog. And these are the common sense solutions that our party is putting forward because the government is not addressing the Liberal-made backlogs that they've created themselves. So I'll keep it short because we've debated enough. And I know that all my colleagues have put great points forward. And I urge the government, support this bill. Let's get the help that people need now, right away. Let's put it into legislation, and let's get the job done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dorval-Lachine. Slassal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to be here once again. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon for the time he has dedicated to this legislation. As you know, Madam Speaker, our government has made a strong commitment to bring newcomers with their family members from overseas. Maintaining the bonds of family is not only essential to our immigration system, it is paramount to the well-being of Canadian society in general. And perhaps most importantly, family reunification is a fundamental Canadian value. For myself, I was also raised by my grandparents. I would not be who I am without them as I stand here today. Canada has one of the most generous family reunification programs in the world. We strive to keep families connected wherever possible. With families by their side, newcomers can better integrate into Canadian society and contribute to the success of communities from coast to coast to coast. The last 2 years have been tough for everyone. After the uncertainty and isolation of the pandemic, people are especially keen to reconnect with their loved ones. The love and support of parents and grandparents in particular is a factor in the success of newcomers and those who are well established here as permanent residents and Canadian citizens. Madam Speaker, this is why Canada has a special class of visa available for parents and grandparents who wish to visit their family for longer periods of time. The parents and grandparents super visa is a multiple entry visa valid for up to 10 years. In June of this year, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship announced that the visa would be enhanced to allow for stays of up to 5 years at a time. That's an increase from 2 years at a time. the Super Visa also holds the possibility of multiple extensions. So now a parent or grandparent can stay up to 7 consecutive years. A long-term flexible visa means that applicants and their family might be subject to additional criteria before their application is approved. This includes undergoing an immigration medical exam, purchasing private medical insurance, and making sure that the applicant will receive minimum financial support from their Canadian or permanent resident child or grandchild. As previously mentioned, the Minister announced enhancements to the Super Visa in June of 2022, and as part of those changes, the Minister is now able to designate foreign medical insurance providers to provide the insurance coverage for Super Visa applications. It is important to ensure that these visitors who are more at risk of changing health circumstances are protected with reliable and secure emergency medical coverage while visiting Canada for a long period of time, so they aren't denied medical treatment or asked to pay hospital bills right out of their pocket. The Minister made this change to provide more flexibility to Super Visa holders, while also ensuring that these parents and grandparents have adequate coverage whilst in Canada. I am confident that any foreign insurance companies designated by the Minister will undergo a robust verification process to ensure that Super Visa holders are adequately protected. Bill C-242 also requires the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship to table a report on reducing the income requirement that the child or grandchild must meet for the parent or grandparent to qualify for a Super Visa. Madam Speaker, as we affirmed during debate in the last stage of the bill, the government supports these changes, and as I've already said, the necessary steps to implement them were taken in June of 2022 through ministerial instructions, which came into force in July. Along with many other members here, I would be glad to see a report tabled in Parliament on the income requirements for the Super Visa. The minimum necessary income requirement is in place to ensure that the host child or grandchild is able to provide for the basic requirements of their visiting parents or grandparents while they are in Canada. That said, we must always be willing to look for opportunities that may lead to greater program flexibility and ultimately more families being able to reunite with one another. What needs to be clarified, Madam Speaker, is the fact that Bill C-242 proposes to amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, effectively enshrining these changes to the Super Visa in law. We continue to believe that entrenching changes in the Immigration Refugee Protection Act would hamper the ability to be responsive to potentially different needs of parents and grandparents in the future. Any further enhancement to the Super Visa could potentially take years to go through a legislative process. The changes that were made in June 2022 exemplify how effective and rapid this instrument is when an improvement is needed. Setting things in stone in IRPA would completely negate this expediency. Ministerial instructions allow the government to respond rapidly to the needs of clients as opposed to a slow-moving legislative procedure. In closing, Madam Speaker, the government strongly recognizes family reunification as an integral part of our immigration system. Helping families reunite with loved ones is a priority for our government. Canadians have asked for this, and we have responded. Thanks to the changes brought into force last June, parents and grandparents may now stay in Canada for many, many years without having to leave the country. With approximately 17,000 Super Visas issued every year, the Super Visa is an accessible option for the parents and grandparents of Canadian citizens and permanent residents to reunite in Canada. I remain confident that the Super Visa in its current form maximizes benefits to families. For this reason, while the Government of Canada supports many of the principles outlined in Private Member's Bill C-242, we recommend that the authorities remain under ministerial instruction and not in legislation. This will preserve our ability to best serve our current clients and those who are to come in the future. I thank you very much.
Oh, but the supervisor, she's done? Okay. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to see you back in the chair as well, and to see all of my colleagues in this wonderful place. It is, of course, an honor to rise on behalf of the residents of Fredericton to join in our voice in this debate this evening. I would like to just begin with my wish for this fall session on behalf of our colleagues here in this place. I hope for a session of collaboration, a session of collegiality, dare I say, kindness and compassion. I know that's what Canadians want to see from us on all issues, even difficult ones, even ones where we may disagree. I think there's a place for us to show our respect for one another. Really, they want us to work together, and I hope to see rhetoric toned down. I hope to see a little less polarization, and hopefully that our behaviors, or an understanding that our behaviors in this place are reflected in our communities. So, Madam Speaker, this evening we are discussing Bill C-242, which is the Reuniting Families Act. And I must say that in Fredericton, inquiries regarding immigration, refugee status, visa inquiries are of the highest number that we have as far as constituency files. I would like to thank my incredible staff for the work that they do on behalf of our residents as well. And it's difficult work, and we hear a lot about the need for family reunification. None of us can imagine the difficulty of being separated from our loved ones for long periods of time, but it certainly continues to happen, and I'm really happy to see that there are measures being taken to address these long absences. So the super visa is extremely popular, and our government recognizes that having parents and grandparents able to visit Canada for longer periods of time will bring substantial benefits for families living in Canada, and by extension, of course, the Canadian economy as well. After extensive consultation with caucus, stakeholders, and experts, it was determined that the fundamental program changes sought in this bill would be in the best interest of Canadians and Canadian permanent residents. For this reason, in June 2022, the Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship used his authority under ministerial instructions to make changes to the lengthy stay for a super visa holder and committed to designate certain international medical insurance companies as authorized to provide coverage to super visa applicants. These changes will strengthen family reunification in Canada, which is, of course, a priority for our government. I think what this shows is a demonstration of working together with opposition members and some of the issues that they also see in their constituencies. It also shows a willingness to listen to what Canadians are telling us, to what other members in this House are telling us, and again, this commitment to work together to solve these problems. It may not be exactly what we saw in the private member's bill. Again, it shows kind of a tweaking of the message there, but again, our minister has been doing an excellent job in really responding to the high needs that we see in each different constituency. So again, Madam Speaker, it's an honor to rise. I didn't realize I would be participating in tonight's debate, so I'm happy to have my voice on the record. It is a complicated issue that, again, we've kind of found the best pieces to work together on. I'm sure there's still places we can improve, but again, the goal is to focus on family reunification and ensuring that those long absences don't add to the stress that families are feeling, don't add to the mental health issues that we are seeing with those who are separated from loved ones for long periods of time. So it's something that we're going to be continuing to work on, and again, listening to Canadians and hoping to deliver. So thank you, Madam Speaker. That's my conversation for this evening.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And today I rise for the first time after our summer break, so I'd like to thank my constituents for a wonderful summer of meetings, Canada Day celebrations once again, and really just reconnecting with constituents. It felt really good to be back out and about. I also want to thank my constituency team that worked really hard throughout the summer. We're talking about TRVs, we're talking about immigration, and my casework team has been incredible. They've been there for families, hoping to reunite. When we're talking about the super visa program, it's extremely popular in my riding. We have a lot of first-generation immigrants that have family back home, whether that's in India or in the region. When we talk about super visa programs, we talk about the minister's changes that he made back in June 2022 and how extremely important that was. We heard from constituents coming back to us and saying, well, it's hard for my grandparents to travel back home every couple of years so they can come back again to the country. And so when we took this back to the minister, it was nice that he heard us out and made a change to the system where they wouldn't have to go back and they're able to stay for several years in this country. It also helps families. We have now this child care program. But, before we had this child care program, a lot of the families in my riding really relied on their grandparents and the parents that stayed home to take care of their children so they can participate in our economy, give back, and learn from their careers. And so I think when we talk about TRVs, we talk about family reunification. It's very important for our government, as I know, and it's very promising that the processing times are starting to come down as well, whether we're talking about spousal sponsorships, we're talking about super visas, or even TRVs for families to be together during very difficult times. So it's an honor for me to rise today and talk about the importance of the TRV process, of the super visa process, and the changes that the minister made to the insurance, where they can go to many different providers now, not just a few, to provide that medical insurance so they can participate in the super visa program and have their grandparents and parents come to this country. Going on what my colleague said, we are very positive about this change by the minister back in June. It was very well received by the community, and families know that they'll be able to see their grandparents and parents here in this country for much longer than a few years and come back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre. À ce moment-ci, conformément.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Calgary, Bindapore.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
On April 26, I asked this question in the House. Mr. Speaker, because it was a Mr. at that time, Madam Speaker. Inflation hit 6.7% last month, and I wish that would have been the worst of it, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it went to 8.1% in June. But at that time, it was a 31-year high and well above the Bank of Canada's predictions. Canadians are already struggling to pay their bills, fill up at the pump, and put food on the table. Unfortunately, Budget 2022 failed to provide any credible solutions, and with the extensive, unfocused spending, it is only going to get worse. The simple fact is that Canadians cannot afford this Liberal NDP government. When will the minister acknowledge this cost of living crisis we are living in and work on real solutions? 5 months later, Madam Speaker, I wish I could say things are better, but they are, in fact, worse. A story published today by CTV News indicates that nearly a quarter of Canadians are cutting back on food purchases amid high inflation. And that amid soaring prices at the grocery stores, a new survey has found that 23.6% of Canadians have had to cut back on the amount of food that they are buying. This survey, as conducted by Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab in partnership with Cattle, was conducted between September 8th and September 10th and involved 5,000 Canadians from coast to coast. Madam Speaker, over the last year, 8.2% said they've had to change their diet to save money on food, and 7.1% said they've skipped meals, Madam Speaker, because of the cost of groceries. 24% of Canadians are actually literally buying less food due to higher prices, and of that number, 70%, Madam Speaker, are women. So it is highly likely, Madam Speaker, that children are also impacted by what's going on with this high inflation. The survey also found that nearly 3/4 of consumers were changing their buying habits in order to snag better deals at the grocery store. And of the respondents, 33.7% said that they were using more loyalty program points to pay for groceries in the last year. In addition, 32.1% said they were reading flyers more often, and 23.9% said that they were using more coupons at the grocery store. Well, Madam Speaker,
Member, but I would like to ask the people who are in the outer courtyard to please lower the tone of their conversations. We can barely hear what's happening here in the chamber. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midland.
thank you, Madam Speaker, for that consideration. Madam Speaker, today the job vacancies for the second quarter report came out of 2022, and the following was determined. Overall, average offered hourly wages increased 5.3% to $24.05 in the second quarter. Yet the Consumer Price Index increased by 7.5% in the second quarter. Madam Speaker, simply put, wages aren't keeping up with inflation. With the cost of food, bakery products increased by 13.6%, sugar and confectionery by 9.7%, fresh fruit by 11.7%, and eggs by 15.8%. Madam Speaker, I asked this government to find solutions for the economy. 5 months later, it's cleared. They have still failed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Very happy to be here discussing this topic. I thank the member opposite for raising it. Canadians are seeing higher inflation rates and higher cost of living in Canada and frankly right around the world as a result of many factors which include the war in Ukraine, global supply chain bottlenecks, and global energy market uncertainty. Despite these challenges, Canada's rate of inflation continues to be well below that of the G7, the United States, and the OECD. I would like to remind my colleague across the aisle that our lower rate is in part due to the measures taken by our government, including in Budget 2022, which put forward targeted measures to ensure that key expenses like housing, childcare, and dental care would be more affordable for more Canadians. Prior to that, we lowered taxes for the middle class on 2 occasions, tax decreases that member and their party voted against. While we couldn't foresee a global pandemic or a war in Europe, when it comes to the finances of our country, Canadians can rest assured that our net debt to GDP is the lowest in the G7, and we've improved our relative position over the course of the pandemic. Our government is fully aware that Canadians are feeling the effects of elevated inflation, particularly at the gas pump and in grocery stores. But we also understand that inflation is a global phenomenon, driven in large part by the lasting impacts of a once-in-a-generation pandemic, once-in-several-generation pandemic, and of course Russia's illegal invasion in Ukraine. While this isn't a unique Canadian problem, we have a good plan to make life more affordable, especially for those Canadians that need it the most. Our affordability plan includes a suite of measures totaling $12.1 billion in new support for 2022. We've enhanced the Canada Workers Benefit, which now supports an estimated 3 million low-income workers. We have increased OAS for seniors 75 years and older by 10% starting in July 2022. By the end of this year, we are cutting childcare fees in half. That will deliver thousands of dollars for Canadian families while investing in their children and allowing more parents, to get back to work. In addition, earlier today, our government introduced legislation to implement new dental, housing, and GST credit affordability measures that are also part of our affordability plan. Now, the new Conservative leader, and I congratulate him on his new position, said that today's announcement prints cash. It's a quote. Let's be absolutely clear. These 2 pieces of legislation provide targeted relief for middle-class Canadians who need it the most. He says this is inflationary spending. Multiple economists, including our former Deputy Public Budget Officer and the University of Calgary's Lindsay Tedds, have pointed out that these supports for Canadians are not inflationary. The Conservative leader's solution to help with the cost of living are to make cuts to government programs without telling us what he'll cut. He's also encouraged Canadians to invest in speculative assets. Sadly, some Canadians listened to the leader of the opposition and have since lost their life savings as a result. A more responsible approach to governance and a more responsible approach to solving the affordability challenges of Canadians is required. Our government is continuing to focus on making life more affordable, and we're continuing to focus on making an economy that works for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will point out that the Affordability Bill of 2022 has measures that are set to cost $4.5 billion. And of that $4.5 billion, $1.4 billion was previously announced in Budget 2022. This bill actually adds another $3.5 billion on top of the $53 billion deficit projected in 2022. Madam Speaker, a rent subsidy of $40 will not pay for a tank of gas, let alone help Canadians to afford a more secure place to live. And every province in Canada, Madam Speaker, with the exception of Manitoba, has existing dental support programs for children. Conservatives are concerned about the duplication of programs and interfering with provincial jurisdiction. In summary, Madam Speaker, Conservatives are focused on fighting, not fueling inflation, and are opposed to any new spending. And I would encourage my colleague and his government to for any new dollar in spending, it must be matched with a dollar in savings from
Parliamentary Secretary.
That's not the first time a Conservative has risen in this House and said that we were spending too much and not enough within the same sentence. But, Madam Speaker, by doubling the GST credit for 6 months, we will provide $2.5 billion in additional targeted support to roughly 11 million individuals and the families that need it the most. This includes more than half, or about half, of Canadian families with children, and more than half of Canadian seniors. We are also creating the Canada Dental Benefit, and I think we can both agree that it's important that kids can get their teeth fixed, but there are also affordability benefits and economic benefits as well. We are providing a new one-time top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit, which will deliver a $500 payment to 1.8 million struggling renters, effectively doubling our commitment that we made in Budget 2022. Our government is focused on providing real solutions to make life more affordable, and I look forward to working with the member opposite to find more ways to work together and to make life more affordable for Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Objective international analysis shows that Canada faces democratic decline. Our democracy in Canada is not about to cease to exist, but it is weakening under pressure from this Prime Minister. The International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, or IDEA, in Stockholm is the global authority on democracy evaluation. Now, their data underlines that Canada's score on key variables has dropped precipitously since 2015, when this Liberal government took office. This is not just what Conservatives are saying. Objective international monitors show that this Liberal Prime Minister is bad for democracy. Now, according to IDEA, Canada's performance is particularly dropping as it relates to checks on government, that is, the constraints on arbitrary executive power. On this metric, we are now lower than the United States and than every single country in Western Europe. It may be that we have always had a strong executive branch in Canada, but this Prime Minister is presiding over a dramatic increase in his own ability to exercise arbitrary power regardless of the concerns raised by citizens and those raised by other institutions. Now, this data particularly shows that the weakening of Parliament and the capacity for Parliament to scrutinize government action is driving that democratic decline. This government increasingly sees Parliament as a rubber stamp body instead of as a meaningful check on government power and as the beating heart of a genuinely deliberative democracy. There are many specific events that underline this decline in the ability of Parliament and other institutions to constrain arbitrary executive power. The SNC-Lavalin scandal, where the Prime Minister's office sought to influence Attorney General Jody Wilson-Raybould. The suspension of debate and committee study on key legislative items, and the prolonged suspension of Parliament during the early phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. The refusal of the government to hand over documents ordered by parliamentary committees. The use of the Emergencies Act by the government to freeze the bank accounts of citizens they disagreed with without due process. These are some examples that mark the clear expansion of the use of arbitrary executive power and therefore the weakening of democracy. Now, the key institutions which check government power in healthy democracies are Parliament, the media, and the courts. This Liberal government is undermining Parliament through their abuses of process here, and the NDP has been complicit along the way. Liberals are also undermining the independence of the media through public subsidy and through efforts at social media control. The media play a critical role in a free democracy, and yet this government is trying to bring media under their influence by introducing state subsidies for private media and by proposing legislation to control social media algorithms. And needless to say, the government's efforts to co-opt and control the media is a much greater threat to democracy than simple media criticism. Trust is being lost in our institutions precisely because, according to the international data, our institutions are losing their ability to constrain government and, in particular, executive action. The threat to democracy in Canada is from those who are causing this phenomenon, not from those who are pointing it out. Trust in our institutions is declining because our institutions themselves are weakening in their ability to check government power under increasing pressure from the growing arbitrary power of an undemocratic Prime Minister's office. So Liberals need to face up to the problems that they're causing. We cannot solve these problems that we face together if we do not have a functioning independent Parliament and free media that depends on viewers instead of on the state for its support. So I ask tonight, is the government prepared to recognize the damage that they have done in the last 7 years? And are they prepared to change course and support the strengthening of Parliament, of free media, of Canadian democracy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I disagree with the member virtually entirely in terms of his comments. You know, I think the member underestimates in terms of that destructive force his own political party has played. When he talks about institutions, one of the greatest institutions that we have is Elections Canada, for example. In the way in which Elections Canada, in an apolitical fashion, has attempted to be able to engage Canadians in the democratic process. Conservative Party itself has undermined some of the issues dealing with the Elections Canada and the sense of a fair election. When the member talks about the institution of Parliament, he starts to blame, well, the NDP and Liberals working together to undermine the sense of accountability. The party inside the House where I've seen most resistance to modernizing the House of Commons actually comes from the Conservative Party of Canada. There are many things that we can actually do by changing our standing orders that will enable additional accountability. But the Conservative Party consistently does nothing to see the modernization of parliamentary rules. During the pandemic, the member was critical because we had an extended period of time. What he doesn't make reference to is the opportunity where we actually sat for the first time in a long, long time in the month of July or during the summer. And during that time we sat, we actually had the opportunity to have additional accountability where members of the opposition were able to hold ministers to account, not just in a question and answer and then go to the next MP, but a series of questions based on time, where we'd see 10-second questions, minute-and-a-half questions. There are opportunities for us to ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability inside the House of Commons, but the real challenge has been to get the Conservative Party to recognize that, to support our institutions, to look at ways in which we can reform the House of Commons and the Chamber, whether it's here or in our standing committees, as opposed to playing a destructive force, Madam Speaker. If they're genuinely concerned about the democratic decline, I think first and foremost, they have to take and accept some of the responsibility of that, Madam Speaker. As yesterday, I continue to be very much open to ways in which we can make this chamber more functional, so that we will have, I have argued in the past and will continue to argue, we should never take our democracy for granted here in Canada. And there are things that we collectively political partisanship aside, can actually do to ensure a higher sense of accountability. The member has concerns in regards to media. The media is, in fact, a fundamental pillar to democracy. He takes objection to some of the manner in which subsidies are handed out and says we shouldn't subsidize. We're very much concerned about fake news and indirectly, not with the political arm, ensuring that some of our community, rural newspapers, and even urban centers are able to maintain and support a media which is so critical.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, that was a particularly insubstantive response to some very serious and legitimate concerns. What I said in my introductory comments was that international monitors have identified democratic decline, in particularly around the ability of institutions to check the power of the executive as being a key concern in Canada. The Parliament Secretary made no mention of the increasing power of the executive to exercise arbitrary power at the expense of key institutions like a Parliament. He made no mention of the specific issues. He talked about how, well, yes, we canceled Parliament for a while, but we had a Zoom call going on where ministers could be asked questions. Well, that, I think, precisely demonstrates the problem. That the government thought that canceling Parliament and having Zoom call questions was somehow a replacement for democracy. Now he says, okay, well, actually, the reason we're subsidizing some media outlets is because we're concerned about fake news. This is a government that, like former President Trump, persistently calls those who disagree with them fake news. On the one hand, they say they want to address fake news through social media regulation, and on the other hand, they accuse the opposition anytime we disagree with them of purveying fake news. And this is the problem. This is the authoritarian toolkit that the government is using. It's threatening our democracy, and the Parliament Secretary should take stock of the problems we face. He should take stock of what international independent monitors are saying, that the objective analysis is showing, which is that on the checks on government metric, that is on the ability of institutions to check the arbitrary power of government, Canada is in decline.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member is being very selective in terms of what he's saying and doesn't address everything that I virtually indicated in my 4 minutes response deals exactly with what it is that the member is talking about. But in good part, it demonstrates that the Conservative, the official opposition, also has a role to play, but chooses to ignore that role. When he makes reference, well, you know, we took the break. Well, when we first took the first break of Parliament, back in, April 2020, the Conservatives, every opposition party agreed to it. Madam Speaker, the member needs to be consistent. If he genuinely believes in the concerns regarding democratic decline, then let's talk about ways in which we can improve it. There are numerous members, including myself, that are genuinely interested in changing our standing orders, making this chamber more functional. By doing that, you'll have more accountability.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
On April 8, 2022, I rose to ask the government when they would invest in a, quote, for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy, which they promised since 2017, but have failed to deliver. After the NDP pushed for action, the Liberals proposed just $300 million to initiate strategy over 5 years. This is hardly a drop in the bucket, and it is not good enough. We need a federal government response that meets the gravity of this national crisis. The situation in my community is so dire that it literally keeps me up at night. People are dying and lives are at stake. And on July 25th, fire officials issued an order to immediately disperse an encampment of the unhoused that disproportionately are represented by Indigenous people seeking shelter and community together in tents along East Hastings Street, citing serious fire safety concerns. Yet when these tents come down, there is nowhere for people to go. Meanwhile, residents are being increasingly targeted by threats of violence and criminalized by authorities. There are simply not enough safe and affordable homes for people to move into. There are currently more than 2,000 identified homeless individuals in the city, and this number is likely an undercounting. About 40% are Indigenous, meaning that Indigenous peoples are nearly 18 times more likely to be homeless in Vancouver compared to the rest of the population. Unhoused people also face serious health concerns and challenges. Many have chronic substance use issues and physical or mental illness. Health needs cannot be met while surviving on the streets. At least 225 unhoused people have died in Vancouver over the last 5 years. This is the reality today in Canada, and the government needs to face this truth. In August 2020, I joined the BC provincial government and the Mayor of Vancouver, calling on the government to urgently enter into a 50-50 cost-share agreement with the province to build more supportive housing and acquire new housing stock. Yet the government did not even respond to this call. And on August 3, 2022, I wrote to the minister again with an urgent call for action. Again, there was no response. On August 23rd, I jointly wrote a letter with the Union of BC Indian Chiefs to the minister. A month later, there wasn't even an acknowledgement that the minister received the letter. Instead of responding to the crisis, the minister is choosing to just ignore the plight of the unhoused. It is as though they don't exist, that their lives do not matter. The NDP has been raising the alarm on the housing crisis for decades, but this government continues the pattern of previous Liberal and Conservative inaction. In fact, it was the Liberals' plan under Paul Martin who cancelled the National Housing Strategy in 1993. And since that time, both the Liberals and Conservatives have allowed displacements caused by real estate developers, rental evictions, demo evictions, and the financialization of housing by landlords, REITs, and private entity firms, equity firms, looking to maximize profits by driving up rent. The housing and homelessness crisis is not inevitable. It's a failure of policy, resources, and political will. Through immediate intervention, through action, and through a human rights-based approach, it can be solved. And so I'm asking once again, will the government commit today to adopting a human rights approach and adequately invest in a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In so many ways, the member is wrong. We have seen a government under the leadership of the current Prime Minister virtually from the very beginning, back in 2015, that has taken a very progressive and aggressive attitude in both legislation and in the form of budgetary measures to support housing. In essence, bringing forward a national housing strategy. Billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, overall. And it is having an impact. I would challenge the member to indicate what government in the last 50, 60 years has invested more in housing in Canada, Madam Speaker. And I will give some thought to the member or the answer. She won't find a government, Madam Speaker, that has invested more than this current government has done over the last 6 years. We have made significant investments. Let me highlight a few when it comes to the important issue of Indigenous people. In the collaboration with ISC and the CMHC, as of December 31st, 2021, First Nations have been able to support the construction and renovation and retrofitting of 25,102 homes on reserve, of which 17,432 have been actually completed, Madam Speaker. To support housing in Inuit and Métis communities, $980 million has been announced by our government since 2016. These investments have been provided to partners, and thousands of Inuit and Métis families are now living in new and renovated homes via strategies led by Indigenous partners, Madam Speaker. In the 2022 budget, we announced an additional $4 billion in funding for Indigenous housing over 7 years to accelerate work in closing Indigenous housing gaps, including a $2.4 billion over 5 years to support First Nation housing on reserves, $845 million over 7 years for housing in Inuit communities, $190 million over 7 years years for housing in Métis communities and $565 million over 5 years for housing in self-governing and modern treaty First Nation communities. Lastly, Madam Speaker, through the Indigenous Homes Innovation Initiative, we are supporting creative projects led by Indigenous people to design and build more effective, sustainable, and culturally inspired living spaces, some of which will specifically support Indigenous women and girls of other vulnerable populations. Madam Speaker, this government has committed and followed through on a wide spectrum of dealings in terms of Canada's housing crisis. I could easily spend the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes just talking about some of those initiatives. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, we have for the very first time in a generation plus. You'd have to go back many years if, in fact, you could find a year, if you could find a government that has invested more in housing. And if you do the comparison of the NDP platform back in 2015, we have outdone that platform by a country mile, Madam Speaker. This is a government that understands the value of housing to Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and continues to work with Indigenous leadership to ensure that there's, wherever the federal government can play a role, that we are in fact playing a role. We understand the importance of reconciliation and the way in which housing plays a critical role in it.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know what rock this member has been living under. The truth of the matter is this. It was the Liberals who cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program back in 1993. The NDP called for the government to build 500,000 units of true affordable housing to meet that need, a gap that the Liberals created when they cancelled the National Affordable Housing Program. The member can talk all he wants. All he has to do is open his eyes. I invite him and the minister and the prime minister to come to Vancouver East and see for themselves, the people who are unhoused in our community today, who are dying today, who are being criminalized today. And for him to say those words to their face, that somehow their lives don't matter and that they're doing all there is that needs to be done to address the housing crisis. Shame on the member. He has not paid any attention to the truth and to face the truth.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, shame on that member. I could tell her, why doesn't she come over to Winnipeg? And I can tell you after 15 years of New Democratic rule, and it's the provinces that play a critical role in housing development, how the provincial NDP failed the citizens of Manitoba. They completely failed. Take a look, take a drive in Winnipeg Centre, Winnipeg North. You'll see the severity of the housing crisis where you have Indigenous people and others that are living in bus shelters because the NDP for 15 years failed to address the issue of housing. Madam Speaker, that is the reality of it. If you want to deal with the housing crisis, you need to work with the different government levels and Indigenous people. That is something in which this government has actually been doing since 2015, 2016, under this leadership of the Prime Minister. We don't need to be lectured by the New Democrats when it comes to housing. She can talk about 1993 and other years. As I indicated, show me a year where we've seen so much investment and support for housing in Canada. You can't.
Okay, my adjournment. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.